Sorry, folks, don't mind me. I was just engaging in some more emergency training of the Ukrainian Defense Forces. Sorry, I got my day job, I got my night job. You know how it is. These are actually both day jobs in this case. What's up? How we doing today? Did you see Lauren Souther's dumb take on cops? Well, it wasn't the dumb take on cops. It was the dumb level of consistency on cops. You started talking, it scared me, I spilled my tea. Why would you not expect me to start talking? It's the time the stream starts. How y'all doing? Did Russia Today respond to you? You know they didn't. Did you know male sperm count has dropped 50% since the 1960s? Yeah, it corresponds mostly to obesity. It has to do with the food we eat and the amount of exercise we get day to day for the most part. There are a few broader chemical components to it that are outside of that. I think something about plastics contributes to it, but ultimately none of these things have anything to do with actual masculinity. They're ultimately just due to chemical influences that we could probably fix with, like, uh, proper health regulations. Conservatives try to treat it as though, like, men have gotten less manly. Like I don't know, Fortnite and tight jeans have made sperm counts go down or some shit like that, yeah, microplastics affected as well. I made Destiny's main channel because August is low on content. You can only do so much with League. Captain Gwendolyn, did you have a debate with Destiny? Forte 10 is still going strong under a different name. Alright, guys, you know the drill. Link the flight path and link the UA map, because I never save those things because I'm lazy and I'm complacent and I just trust you guys to do it. Thank you. Got that. Here's Flight Radar 24. Let's go. Alright, now we've got Forte 11. A good number of planes flying over Ukraine today. Let's see if we can find out how many of them are drones. You can see in the top left which flights are tracked the most, and Forte 10 was the top before, and Forte 11 is the top now. 16,000 people following it, which is pretty funny. I guess everyone else is looking to see what the, drone drone behavior is saying. Oh, already I hear baby battling. All right. Okay. If I get the chance, I'm locking Artemy in here with me. Kicked him out of the room? No, we need to kick one of them into the room. Alright. What were you saying? Where do you get your shirts? Various places. Alright. How many of these are drones? Let me see. Is this commercial? Motor Sich Airlines? That's probably commercial, right? Yeah. We might be in luck. Macron and Putin convene to attempt at ceasefire regulations. Dude, there is no fucking chance of negotiations. I mean, maybe. Hey, Demon Mama. Just last night, the leader of Ukraine asked to have a meeting with Putin, and Putin didn't respond. What are you supposed to do with that? Left on red. Here's a plane with no call sign over Ukraine. We love our planes with no call signs. Oh, this looks like a commercial airliner. A Boeing 737. What does no call sign mean if it's a commercial airline? What context would a commercial flight or a commercial plane not have a call sign? Just cargo? Do cargo planes not have a call sign? Private jet? A private 737? That'd be impressive. Yeah, the transponder might be. It could just be an error. Sometimes these mistakes happen, I assume, yeah. All right. You see Ukraine has reported shelling of frontline observers. Yeah, okay, we'll get through all the news. Oh, right, this person's blocked me as well. Very nice. Noah Samson relisted the video. Yeah, I have a feeling. We'll see when we see, but I have a feeling that Noah Samson is going to just make a new video where he doubles down on the first video, and he walks back the stuff that he immediately walked back on while talking to me. I have a feeling that's going to happen. Seems like the most likely outcome. Can't trust these hoes. You know how it is. Cats! Alright, not today. Come on. Alright. You need to baby wrangle. How the fuck does anyone ever find the time for warfare when there are cats around? Needy little fucks. Alright. When asked if the U.S. would consider recognizing Crimea or any territories in East Ukraine as part of Russia as a diplomatic way to avoid a larger war, Blinken said plainly no. What a Chad answer. Hey, would you be willing to pretend that Crimea is actually part of Russia? No, actually. Not even for some diplomacy? No. What does this take? Somebody link this. Mike! From Bitchmade. These kinds of takes are embarrassing. Not supporting aggressive expansion of NATO and provocative brinksmanship towards another nuclear power is not the same thing. What brinksmanship? What did NATO even do? What did we even do? What did NATO do? What is a brinksmanship? Is when you're posturing as a way to bring like people closer to war as a diplomatic tactic. Though countries need to ask to get into NATO? Yes! You have to ask to join NATO. NATO doesn't, like, invade countries and then rule over them as, like, a greater empire. Look at this. I don't know if it's true. That's always reassuring. Better quality video. Night battle of Hemi MGB in the DPR in Donetsk. A group of Ukrainian... This was from early this morning. I don't know if I have a way of verifying the veracity of this video, but let's watch anyway. Oh shit. We have the fucking over-the-shoulder camera angle. I can't catch them. Every time I go out and try to bring Artemide here, he runs away. Okay, hold on. What camera is this? Field of view changes? Why is this so cinematic looking? I don't trust this. I don't trust this at all. Nah, I don't trust this. This literally looks like it could be from a war film. Nah, I don't trust this at all. I don't trust this. I don't notice any firing back. I don't trust this. I don't trust this. Two people, a journalist and a soldier. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't trust this. I don't. You can't make me trust it. I don't trust it. I don't. U.S. intel says Russia has given the order to invade. Yeah, this is from, I think 3 hours ago? Wait. It's pretty recent. U.S.'s intel Russian commanders have received orders to proceed with an invasion of Ukraine, with commanders on the ground making specific plans for how they maneuver in sectors of the battlefield. The intelligence... Shut up. Indicates they're doing everything American commanders would do once they got the order to proceed. After weeks of warning that a Russian invasion of Ukraine was imminent, President Biden says he's convinced to attack in the coming days. Yeah. Ukraine soldiers accidentally shot at journalists. That's bad. This is coming from Kyiv Independent. Is this like some like hokey pro-Russian source that's just saying it's from Kyiv, like it's the other side, or is this like considered a more reputable, like Ukraine-backed source? Ukrainian MPs, foreign journalists came under fire in East Ukraine. The group visited the front line. So the journalists came from CNN, Fox News, Washington Post, New York Times, Voice of America, and other. Interior Ministry. Wait, where here does it say that they were fired upon by Ukrainian? No, this just says they were shot at. Wait, who was the chatter who said, Nyatsu, why the fuck would you say Ukraine soldiers accidentally shot at journalists, apparently? Do you have any fucking idea how different that is? Holy shit! The opposite happened. You watched the video. Yeah, well, that's why I was confused. I don't understand under what circumstances an accident like that would happen. Journalists aren't siding with the separatists, or well, not any journalists from our side of things. So they wouldn't be on the other side. Kyiv Independent is a Ukrainian news source. Yeah, I just didn't know if it was like, you know, like a Falun Gong type deal or whatever. Fuck yeah. All right. I'm pumped up. All right. Ukrainian conflict. Let me see. Russian ambassador. Here. Russian ambassador insists Kremlin has no plans. All right, let's go.
We go now to Russia's ambassador to the United States, Anatoly Antonov. Good morning to you, Ambassador, and thank you for coming on the program.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting.
I'll get right to it. President Biden says that President Putin has decided to invade Ukraine. Is he correct?
There is no innovation and there is no such plans.
Okay.
It was fixed in Russian documents that we conveyed to our American friends in the State Department. Russia has publicly decided, declared its...
All right. I've decided that I'm racist now. Has anyone else noticed that Russians, at least Russian politicians, look evil, like genetically? This person looks like they're a lich. Like, come on. Look at this guy. This is ridiculous, all right? This is like, yeah, this is some like evil Russian fascist phrenology or something. It's an oligarch thing. It's an oligarch thing. This is just Eastern Europe. This guy looks special, man. Come on. Isolate the face that he has from the boiled egg that it's set into, all right? This is clearly the face of some kind of necromancy sustained magical entity.
Readiness to continue the diplomatic...
Look, his eyes rotate independent, like look at that.
Readiness to continue the diplomatic efforts to resolve all outstanding issues. Russian troops are on a sovereign Russian territory. We don't threaten anyone.
Respectfully, Ambassador, you have troops in Belarus, which is not technically Russian territory. You have troops in Moldova. You have separatists you are funding and supporting in the east of Ukraine. This is not your...
Older Slav men simply look like that dude. Wrong, okay? Listen. Listen, we need to get to the heart of the issue, okay? Lefties were too quick to ditch phrenology. The only real phrenology is that evil men look evil. It doesn't happen to women, okay? Being evil makes men look evil, all right? Evil women get hot. I don't know why that is, but evil men look evil. It somehow perverts their physical form, okay? It's very, very Tolkien in that respect.
Territory.
Yes, when we are talking about Belarus, I hope that there will be an opportunity for us to discuss it. We will discuss joint drills that are undergoing.
Shut up, I don't want to talk about this.
And today, are those troops staying in Belarus indefinitely?
You see that as to United States, you have so many military bases.
Oh my God, it's like talking with a Twitter lefty. You ask a direct question about something relevant to the issue and they start rambling about American military bases. Oh my God.
In various countries. As to us, we have just only a few. And we can't see any contradiction to any legally binding norms on this issue.
It looks like intimidation. You have over 190,000 personnel in and around Ukraine. You've got it surrounded on 3 borders. Your words and your actions don't seem to match, sir.
Again and again, I would like to say
fuck you, stupid retard bitch.
Right to have our troops where we want on Russian territory, And I would like to say you that we are not threatening to anybody.
President Zelensky says he wants to meet with President Putin. If you're interested in diplomacy, why doesn't that meeting happen?
Today, the problem is not Ukraine. The problem is what kind of world order will be in the future, whether we can together establish a firm security guarantee for everybody without...
So this is just complete non-answer. It just has nothing to do.
...undercutting very important principle of indivisible security for everybody.
Yep.
It means that you have no right to strengthen your security at the expense of Russian Federation. And we also have no such right. It's clear.
Mr. Ambassador,
confirmed in many documents.
Okay, you didn't answer the question
by
about
United States and Russia.
You didn't answer the question about President Putin and President Zelensky meeting.
Dude, she's doing a great job here, by the way. She's I really appreciate the attitude she's taken. I don't know if we've watched anything from Face the Nation before. Do they have any reputation I should be aware of?
But moving on, is the big goal here for Russia ultimately to get the rest of the world to recognize Crimea as part of Russia? Is that what this is all about?
An issue of Crimea is solved. An issue of Crimea is closed for us. It's a Russian territory. And we don't want even to discuss this issue at all. It was not, military operation by Russian forces. It was a decision by people who live in Crimea.
Is Russia ultimately trying to get the rest of the world to give that portion of Ukraine over to the Russian Federation? Is that what you're trying to do here?
We are not trying to take any territory of foreign countries. I would like to confirm that Donbass and Lugansk is a part of Ukraine.
Do you think your policy right now is effective, given that the reaction to Russia's military buildup has been for NATO and the United States to just pour more money and more weapons into the area? Isn't that the exact opposite of what you say you're trying to do?
We're still doing it too. Earlier this morning, Canada dropped off another cargo ship, a cargo plane load of munitions in Kiev, I think. We're still doing it. We're still giving them weapons.
You see that we are very much concerned what United States and other NATO countries are doing. They are pumping off Ukraine with a lot of weapons.
You have the largest military buildup in Europe since the end of World War II. How do you expect NATO to react?
You see that we did a lot to withdraw our troops from various regions that are very close to Baltic states, to Eastern European states. We withdraw a lot of troops from Kaliningrad area, and nobody even said us thank you. At the same time, we see 5 ways of...
You know, I have to say, I feel like they could have gotten a much better ambassador. If this guy's job is to lie and sow misinformation and to mislead people, I feel like they should have gotten somebody who has an impeccable, like, American English accent and, like, just sort of smoothly regurgitate, like, gray zone tier talking points, you know? Because, like, especially if you're trying to sway American political opinions, we sort of instinctively distrust people with Russian accents because they're the villain in, like, 40% of our movies. I feel like, I feel like, I don't know, they could have just gotten some, like, slick guy who's, like, 38 years old with, like, a fresh fade to, like, sit there and talk, you know, like, just run off, like, gray zone talking points, you know? I don't know, I feel like that would have been a more effective, because this, yeah, I don't know, this guy's, yeah. Yeah, make Caleb Maupin our ambassador, even though he's nothing like the guy I just described.
Area, and nobody even said us thank you. At the same time, we see 5 ways of expansion of NATO. NATO has started exploration, military technical exploration of Ukraine now. It's not possible for us to swallow. You said that there is no space for us to retreat.
Swallow?
There is just only Russian Federation.
Well, you know
Now
that
we see-
President Biden has said Ukraine won't join NATO in the near future, and the German chancellor said it's absurd for there to be a war because Ukraine's membership in NATO isn't going to be allowed anytime soon. So why aren't statements like that good enough?
We would like to put everything on the paper. We would like to see legally binding guarantees for Russian security. So we send our package of proposals. What should we do? We don't want to see next wave of expansion of NATO.
You have the largest nuclear forces in the world. You have hypersonic missiles. Why are you so threatened by a
She's asking every question that I would want her to ask. Like, I'm really impressed. She's like, every point is like what I would hit on.
defensive alliance in a country like Ukraine?
Russia can't be invaded.
Not about Ukraine. We have concern regarding activities of NATO.
It's a defensive
We
alliance.
see how NATO.
NATO.
No, come on. It's not
No.
a defensive alliance.
Yes, it is.
You see that North Atlantic Treaty Organization is not peace-loving NGO. It's political military machinery or bloc.
A defensive one, yeah. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Nobody said that it's some peaceful NGO. It's a military organization. And it's defensive. That's how it works. A defensive military organization.
We would like to stop such expansion. We would like United States to withdraw their troops and their weaponry from those states, because it's our life, it's our guarantees of security for our people.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming and answering questions this morning.
So do you think NATO is not expansionary? When people say expansionary, they say it as though they mean like military invasions. You have to request to be a part of NATO. If Ukraine wants to be a part of NATO, that's their right. Also, who could blame them with Russia constantly threatening to invade? The only reason NATO still exists, the only reason people want NATO to exist, is because Russia continues to threaten expansionist military aggression in Europe. They're the only country that's really doing this, you know. We had the Yugoslavia business, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that NATO never does anything aggressive or whatever, but in terms of like other countries invading other countries or like engaging in major geopolitical disruption, Russia is the institution that's doing this in Europe and has been since the end of the Cold War. That's the only reason NATO even means anything. If the end of the Cold War had meant like Russia had its economic collapse and then it tried to like go the direction of Poland or whatever, where it's just like riding the wave and trying to like develop and pull themselves out of it or whatever, and they would have just been like a bog standard Eastern European half functional democracy, NATO probably wouldn't exist anymore. I'm not joking. I actually think NATO probably wouldn't exist anymore, or it would be like a vestigial organization, you know? Like it would encompass basically all of Europe and it wouldn't mean anything, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Russia would be a part of NATO. There was a push to make Russia a part of NATO after the Cold War ended. That is true. The Winter Olympics already ended, Tim Jim, but they never would have invaded during the Winter Olympics, or at least it's less likely for them to have. Here, we got a lot of links to look into that you guys have shared. All right, hold on. Link. Yes. Hold on. Hold on. Yeltsin also did not really mind NATO expansionism. Well, I think Yeltsin was kind of trying to do the let's be a part of Europe thing, not the let's redo the Soviet Union, but without pretending to be communist thing. Oh no, Yeltsin was a crook, don't get me wrong. They were all crooks, not denying that. I'm only saying I think he was trying to play that game a little differently. Putin hates Yeltsin too. Everyone should hate Yeltsin. I'm not saying that you shouldn't hate Yeltsin. I'm only saying that. What would you do if Hassan still commits to spread misinfo on the left of the Ukraine situation? If Russia invades and Hassan continues to run that line, we're gonna have to draw lines. That's pretty bad. Hold on. Sorry if this sounds like Pepe posting, but I hear a lot of people saying there's a coercive factor of countries joining NATO because NATO destabilizes their country. Can I get some info to fight this narrative? Yeah, it's just not correct. NATO does not seek to destabilize countries that don't want to join NATO. That's just not a thing that it's done. It's engaged in aggressive action before, but its involvement in Yugoslavia and Yemen are just have nothing to do with that. We weren't going to bring Yemen into NATO. Like the idea that like they're not doing this mob shit where they're like a nice lack of a defensive alliance. You know, it's they're not doing like protection racketing where they're like it's a nice country, would be a shame if no one was around to defend it. Like that just it just doesn't happen. You know. Oh, sorry, Libya, not Yemen. My bad. Yeah. Yeah. Not Yemen. My bad. Libya. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Why is the left so split on this? Anti-American bias. That's it. All right, a lot of links to look at here. Thank you. Stop linking. That's already too many. This is already over a dozen. Please, God. Vosh, have been saying a lot of memes online about how the U.S. has been saying the invasion is imminent for months. What will your response be to that? A couple points. First of all, no, it hasn't been. The United States has been saying that an invasion is likely to come soon unless things change for months, which has been true. Imminent also can mean a lot of different things depending on the timescales involved. If you can predict a full-on like annexation warfare within 6 months of it happening, that's pretty soon. Like, we're not trying to predict when the toast pops out of the toaster, okay? This is war, you know? Calling a war before it happens, even if you're off by like a few months, is not like a disgrace, you know? Third of all, nobody can predict the future. With regards to Russia's behavior, even if Russia backs off right now and there's no invasion, all the American officials and journalists who have been saying war is imminent would have still been right, because saying something is imminent is only an inference you can make based on available info, and Russia has given the information in a way which makes it clear that they are definitely gunning for warfare. You know, like for instance, if somebody says like if like somebody's like loading up a gun and like fucking cocks the slide, you know, and you're like, holy shit, he's gonna shoot you, and the guy like with the gun puts the gun up and he's like, nah, and sets it down and walks away. Like, you weren't wrong to say that. It wasn't like nobody could make fun of you for saying that. Like they'd all point and laugh, like, hey, I didn't shoot the gun, you fucking idiot. He just loaded it and cocked it and pointed at you and then held it for a second, then set it down. You know, like that doesn't make any sense. You know, you work off the information you have available. You can't predict the future. Guys, the Queen has COVID. Wow, she really is like us. All right, hold on. Okay. Links. Ukraine, Russian military imbalance. Yeah, we've seen stuff like this. In terms of armored vehicles and active personnel, wait, okay, I don't know if this information is correct. Ukraine has... These don't refer to reserve forces or the local defense groups. I don't know if these numbers are correct. This is just active military personnel. I don't know if this is necessarily relevant. It's mostly relevant in terms of their tanks, aircraft, and naval fleet. Because, you know, those are what's present and available. Let's see. People arrested for protesting the invasion of Ukraine that isn't happening. In Russia, you're free to protest, just not free after you protest. Damn, man. Hey, if Russia's not planning on invading, why are we arresting people who are calling for no invasion? That's kind of crazy. True, Demon. Wait, Demon Mama, do you play Total War Warhammer? What the fuck? I didn't know that. I've been playing 3. And getting bored because I modestly set the initial campaign difficulty to normal. When I was able to beat, like, very hard and legendary with the dwarves in Total War. Alright, moving on. Anatomy of a Russian separatist false flag. Hit me up. Telegram channel of the press service, the People's Militia of Donetsk People's Republic, published the following video claiming to show a sabotage operation targeting chlorine tanks. I didn't know that, Demon Mama. Didn't know you were based. Oh yeah, this is the, oh yeah, we saw this video, so this was part of a false flag. This was the, Call of Duty video, yes. The one where nothing was shown, but everything was positioned perfectly to show, like, conflict happening, you know? And then we fall. And then we fall. You don't hear a bullet whiz by, or like the sound of lead embedding itself in a person's body, or like a cry of pain. We just go whoop. Rah! He tripped. He tripped. Yeah, nobody's shouting, just like people firing. You can just fire guns anywhere, you know. Yeah, we've seen all this. They claim the Polish-speaking saboteurs plan to blow up a tank with chlorine in the territory of a sewage treatment plant near the city of Gorlovka, and this video was recovered the saboteur's body. So it's non-falsifiable if predictions on Russia were right, no matter what your analysis was correct, despite all the alternatives? Yes. Yes, absolutely, Lincoln, 100%. Yes, absolutely. That is how it works, yeah. If all the analysis of Russia's behavior is correct, if Russia decides to change their behavior, that's fine, you know? I hope they do that, but that doesn't change the fact that their reasonable inference is to what they've done, yeah. Much in the same way that it is non-falsifiable that the accusation that that guy's about to shoot you is a reasonable thing to say. If they're, like, loading a gun, they pointed at you but end up not firing. That's just how it is. We can't predict the future. All right, hold on. Stop linking, please. We have so many links to go over. Oh, my God. Anyway, they claim these saboteurs. However, the online community started to quickly identify a number of issues with the video presented. They examined the metadata from the video, discovered the media creation date of February 8th and February 4th project folder date. Why do they not hide the metadata? Even I know how to hide metadata in a video. I can't believe they don't even know how to do that. That's crazy. Metadata as law and APS fire, Polish fire, source audio. It's additional, yeah, it had additional audio or video added to it because it was edited, da-di-da-di-da, yeah. Very good, very good. Stop linking! We have enough links to go over, please. Yeah, okay. We know this video is fake as shit. I've played enough war games to know that this was done deliberately to make it look like war is happening. All right. Kremlin lashes out at Ukraine and NATO after call with Macron, okay? The Kremlin on Sunday used a telephone call between Vlad and Emmanuel Macron to broadcast an array of provocative, unproven allegations of belligerence Ukraine and other countries, insisting the West was pushing Kiev toward a military solution to the so-called Donbass problem. Unfounded claims. In its Kremlin, in its summary of Sunday's call, said Putin had referred to an evacuation of civilians currently underway. The president's call unjustified. Separatist leaders urging civilians to flee if there's attack by the militant. Yeah, I feel like they're pretty fucking committed, dude. The fact that Russia is already committing to this narrative of Kiev is planning a genocide in the Donbass region and we have to evacuate a bunch of people, but also we're leaving behind the men and hey, all these guys need to go to the enlistment offices right now or we're going to fucking arrest them. I feel like we're pretty fucking committed. The narrative at this point has already been established, okay? The narrative is pretty clearly going to be Russia is only intervening as a humanitarian measure to prevent Kiev's genocide of the people in the Donbas region who so sincerely want to be part of an independent territory. That is very obviously like what the narrative is going to be. They're probably going to like drop, like they're gonna like let the hammer fall on that particular narrative when you know, when after they can stage a sufficiently convincing false flag operation. Yeah, I don't know if they're waiting for Ukraine to, like, fire across the line and hit somebody important, or if they're waiting to, like, plant a bomb and make it look kind of convincing or whatever, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, the saboteurs had Russian MREs. Nice. Wait, did they really? Dude, Russian disinfo is so fucking lazy, dude. America tries harder than this. Wait, is this, man, is this real? Hold on. Video circulated by pro-separatist forces of the clash between DPR special forces and a secret hideout of Ukrainian terrorists. And they have Russian MREs on them? Come on, man. Come on. Is that really what they look like? Russian MRE. I don't know, like Russian MRE could give me like a million like different packaging. Here, can I see like Russian MRE military? Oh, yep. Yep, guys. The one on the left is the Russian one. I don't know. I don't know. Look. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. God damn it. They're so fucking lazy, dude. God damn it. Yeah, maybe the Ukrainian soldier just bought the Russian microtransaction, skin. Russia-controlled Donetsk is carrying out a massive mobilization and propaganda campaign to boost support for the war. Oh, damn, dude. We won in 1943, we'll win now, and everything to the defense of the motherland. Read these new billboards and add the nod the Soviet Union over Nazis in World War II. Damn, that's pretty fucking explicit. Because remember, the narrative is that Ukraine is Nazis, and Russia is just, like, finishing the fight against the Nazis, even though Russia is Nazis. So how exactly does this messaging parse with the idea that Russia doesn't want war? I wonder who set these up, right? Billboard prints take like a pretty big facility to make, right? Or like it's not just something you can fucking print off in a workshop. You need like specialized equipment. I wonder if that equipment exists in Donbass and was used for those purposes, or if this came from Russia or from somewhere else. Vosh, if Russia makes it clear they will invade, it could just be a convincing threat or posturing. If it wasn't convincing, it wouldn't be effective. Not saying the invasion is definitely not happening, though. Yeah, obviously. I've always said this. There's never any guarantee of anything happening. But past a certain point, you have to stop making excuses for Russia, and you have to, like, face up to the fact that a certain level of, like, inferred threat is sufficient to merit a counter-response. If a person is right in front of me, and, like, they're holding a gun up and pointing it at my head, I don't need to wait for them to pull the trigger in order for me to respond, because by that point, it's too fucking late. I don't know that they'll pull the trigger, but that level of threat is something that warrants my response, even though it's entirely possible they could choose not to pull the trigger, you know? The same goes for international warfare. Russia has gone way past the line, way over the line on acceptable point where you can say that a country is, like, going to invade, you know? Like, way past, way over. They're being so forthcoming about it. So, I mean, will they invade? I don't know. They could choose not to, but like, damn, eventually you gotta call a spade, you know? Multiple small camps have been set up near Ukraine. Here's a list of the camps with satellite images. Dublin, less than 20 kilometers from Ukraine. Optical imagery. Modern satellites are crazy, dude. Okay, so this is the difference between now and a month ago. So they built camps here. I don't know if I have the expertise to parse this imagery. This looks like a camp, though. That doesn't look like farmland. Are these the, I think these are the medical outposts that we saw. Yeah, this is from the 14th. That's not a super recent photos. Let me see. Anatomy of a Russian separatist false flag attack. Oh, we looked at this one. This is why we don't want an overabundance of links. Russia has deployed around 200,000 conventional and irregular ground troops near the border with Ukraine, in addition to naval and air forces and approximately 50,000 Belarusian soldiers who could join the operation. Oh yeah, that's true. It wouldn't just be Russia, right? Like, Russia's staging from Belarus, but Belarus is a Russian puppet government. Like, they would also send their guys. Yeah. Of course, I think that, like, Belarus's military is kind of paltry compared to Russia's, so I feel like, considering the fact that Ukraine is already facing an overwhelming military threat, like, you know, Belarus is just kind of like one more stream of piss in the absolute waterfall that they're about to be buried underneath. More reports of war crimes being committed in the Donbas region. Hearing similar reports, both secondhand, at least one firsthand from a woman leaving Stanitsia Luhanska, that teenage boys as young as 15 to 16 are also being forcibly conscripted, and armed men are going house to house to locate men and teenagers. Yep, war crimes, war slaves. Good luck. Yeah, there are a ton of reports coming out of this. Like, a lot of them. At this point, it would be, like, enough reports are coming out from this that I feel comfortable saying that it's pretty much confirmed that they are actually, like, yeah, child slaves, child war slaves. We're getting in on it. T-80s in the Belgorod region. Great. Here is a Twitter lefty in their traditional habitat, which is supporting dictators. I don't know what Russia's intentions are with Ukraine, but I have one steadfast rule that applies to anything. Never trust America in what it wants. It is a fact that America's intentions are always the worst no matter what. Most intelligent and most critically thinking lefty. The greatest degree. God, thank God that Karl Marx was around back when he was, and not when the internet was around. Because if Karl Marx was around today, man, I don't know what the internet has done to leftism, but we used to be renowned for our groundbreaking analysis. Guys, back in the late 19th century, you guys realize literally nobody did that as good as we did, right? Like, in terms of economic and political analysis, lefties were at the fucking top of the game, you know? From anarchists to, like, Karl Marx and Engels and shit. Like, they, like, the absolute top tier of systemic analysis. Nobody beat them. They were fucking legends. That's why they're so influential, you know? But now it's like, you know, actually analysis is, like, cringe and America bad. He admitted he knows nothing about the situation and does not care what's wrong with him. Well, where am I supposed to find that? Oh, wait, I know this person. Oh yeah, this is the person who thinks that they're a leftist. What is this person? Like, were they like doing like pro-ISIS memes or something? I don't know. Never trust people's political opinions when they have a good bod. Okay, this goes for Hassan as well. The jihad will win guy? Yeah. It's like leftism is when you're anti-American, and that's it. Like, that's the only thing. Oh, shit. Wait, is this him? Holy fuck, man. This is why you guys gotta work out, okay? If you get fit enough, the dump be good no matter what, okay? Dumpies are universal. Holy fuck. Jesus. Wait, this is another girl? Oh, is this a girl? Oh, wait, yeah, I guess. The hourglass shape? It doesn't matter. Everyone's a girl compared to me. It's a retweet? Oh, I see. Doesn't matter. Disappointing, honestly. I take it back. This guy doesn't have a good ass at all, okay? Actually, this person doesn't do leg day. We shouldn't respect them. Does Hassan even do leg day? I don't know if I've even ever seen his legs or ass. Ukrainian Commissioner for Human Rights officially calls for investigation over child mobilization. He does do leg day? Okay, thank God. Least powerful Ukrainian they-them warrior. Yeah, exactly. That'd actually be fun. Dude, that's like a really funny meme. Like, just like posting this image or whatever and going like, least powerful Ukrainian they-them warrior, and like photoshopping the Ukrainian flag on their headband or something. People should do shit like that. That's good. It's like harassment, but it's not bad, so it's the good kind of harassment. And also it's funny. Do it? I don't care enough to do it. I'm just saying, like, in concept, it's a good. War stream seems productive. Oh, fucking liven up, okay? Wait, what are we being given here? Oh, okay, gotcha. Alright, well, America can take whatever country this guy's from. Can I say shithole country, or will they call me racist? Listen, the whole Middle East. I don't know where this guy's from. America can take the whole Middle East, not my problem. I'm not an American, I'm a citizen of the world, okay? Dude's Iranian? Oh, we can take Iran. Oh, we will take Iran. We have before and we will again, okay? We'll draw new borders. Okay, here's the goal. Here's the goal, lads. To trigger all the jihadist so-called lefties, we're going to invade, annex, and draw the shittiest borders in the universe, okay? The stupidest, okay? These borders are going to make U.S. congressional gerrymandering look like a fucking grid line, okay? We're going to gerrymander this shit so fucking hard that they're going to have to turn 2/3 of the Middle East into a demilitarized zone, all right? That's what we're going to do, okay? It's going to look like it's going to look like a fucking game of Snake. Us cutting up the lines, you know, just fucking all over the goddamn map, you know? We're not even going to have, like, contiguous borders for a lot of these countries. We're going to, like, partition Iran between, like, 17 different provinces that don't share borders, okay? Absolutely we are. So British border drawing? We're going to make the British look like the city planners that laid out Paris, okay? We're going to make the British look like a goddamn 20th century architects, okay? Modernist architects, all right? We're going to form harmony, all right? We're tossing all that out the door, okay? We are a 4-year-old with a pizza slicer. That is what we are, okay? Non-Euclidean borders. We're gonna have magic eye puzzle borders, okay? We're gonna have fucking those. Okay, how many sides does this triangle have? You know, fucking fractal. You know. God. They're going to need, like, temporal gates at the edges of their territory so they can access the fourth dimension to walk into the next fucking port. Yeah, we are. We're gonna do it. Absolutely. Norwegian coastline borders. Ah, yes, a sneak peek. There we go. Ah, yes. Just zoom in real close. Okay, zoom in real close. And just imagine we're looking at Syria right now, okay? All of this in Syria. The blue is Afghanistan somehow. Even though it's like 1,000 miles. Okay, stop. Yeah, creating a better world. Alright. Proof that Azan gets the dumpy. I'm not being accused of sexual harassment. I'll ask, but I'm not going to look. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for knowing what clip to look for. They built a bridge north of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Do you think Ukraine could defend themselves by doing a Chernobyl 2 electric boogaloo? Like, do you think that'd be a good defensive strategy, kind of equivalent to, like, if you're getting mugged in an alleyway to shit yourself, so they don't mug you, because they're, like, grossed out? Yeah, listen, okay? I've played Stalker, alright? Why don't they just release all of the temporal anomalies that they have contained in the Ukrainian Area 51 that they've built under Chernobyl, okay? What about all the mutants? I know they have them. Separatist claim. Okay, let me see. Building up more links to look at. There are always more links to look at. They're on strike? Oh, based. Catapult the elephant's foot into Moscow? Yeah. Oh, God. That's when things get really spicy? Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Where are we? Paris, Fort Bend. Yep. There we go. Get us some goddamn gerrymandering going on. Okay, you know how the goal in gerrymandering is to maximize the number of districts that'll vote for your candidate reliably at the end, like in every election, okay? The goal of our Middle East partitioning is going to be to make sure that every single, like, bordered area contains as much ethnic, religious, cultural diversity as possible, okay? Ideally, every single partition should be a perfectly even split between, like, every single possible group that hates each other over there, okay? Sounds like it'll work. Goddamn right. Holy Roman Empire. Ah, yes, you mean the Empire in fucking Warhammer Fantasy? I remember. I can't believe this shit existed in the real world, dude. Can you fucking imagine? Famously not Holy Roman or an Empire. What was the way? How did Mandalore Gaming phrase it in his video? The series of bridge toll booths they called an empire, or something like that. Can you imagine, like, hey, I'm over here, and I need to take a trip to over here. Like, you need to be ready with your fucking 87 different diplomatic advisors to get ready for all of the goddamn... Yeah, collection of toll booth castles, yeah. Fuck, dude. Oh, man. Jesus Christ, no wonder Bismarck was such a statesman. You kind of had to be to fucking deal with this. Bismarck was the one who united the place, right? I should look more into Bismarck. I heard he's done a lot of really based shit. I mean, I'm sure he was a politician like 150 years ago, so I'm sure he did some monstrous fucking shit, but I heard he did a lot of base shit as well. I've been thinking more about historical figures too, because after listening to the Hamilton musical, I looked up a bunch of stuff about the Founding Fathers that I found interesting. Learn a bit there. He's a bit of a mixed bag. Okay, well, like I said, 150... Wait, Napoleon ended the HRE, not Bismarck? Didn't Napoleon just conquer the HRE? Like, I don't think Napoleon really united these territories. He just kind of made them all subservient to a shared military power. Wasn't it Bismarck the one who gave Germany, like, an actual sense of united identity? No, he just ended it? Oh, okay. Okay, he ended the HRE. Bismarck united Germany. Okay. All right, okay. It's a really long and complicated history. Well, yeah, of course. Napoleon broke it up. Yeah, but there's a difference between breaking it up and reuniting it. Okay, guys. It's not a whole history lesson, okay? It's totally complicated. I know nothing about it, okay? I know nothing about it, okay? Bismarck banned socialists from, like, having parties at all. Oh my god, please. I wasn't saying that Napoleon... or that Bismarck was based. Please, God. Please. I feel like I feel like when I talk about anything like this, I could be sitting here saying like, "Hey, I like some of Marx's writings," and people in chat are like, "You know, he was anti-Semitic, right?" Like, yeah, I know they're all historical figures. I know everyone is going to be bad, all of them. Bismarck had a point. Yeah, okay, all right, stop. It was fun reading up on some of the Hamilton shit, though. The funny thing is, it used to be, like, political differences weren't the same back then that they are now, but nowadays conservatism is when things are bad. That's basically just true. The conservatives want to make everything worse all the time, and all their solutions will make everything worse, objectively, in almost every imaginable metric. And the Democrats or progressives or whatever want to do some good things, but not enough, and they don't do them good enough, okay? So, yeah, you know. And they do some bad things, but, like, not as bad as the conservatives, you know? But the conservatives back in... they wouldn't have even been called that, really. But the conservatives back at the founding of the country were different, right? Because Hamilton was, like, pro-strong national government, which is generally considered to be a progressive position today because it's what allows for the existence of the welfare state. But he was also, like, big on, like, commerce. But that can be okay. But he was also, like, pro-monarchical England and anti- revolutionary France. And also, I think he wanted to, like, have presidents have a lifelong term. Yeah. I don't know about that one, Chief. The conservatives were worse in that they were pro-slavery. I think most of the founding fathers wrote against slavery in some form or another, but they're all fucking hypocrites, man. Hamilton had slaves. Ben Franklin had slaves. They all had slaves. Not all of them had slaves. A lot of them had slaves, though. Pretty bad. Shouldn't have slaves. Slavery's bad. Did Hamilton? Yeah, it looks like it was kept quiet, but historians had a few house slaves. Or sorry, historians have agreed that he had a few house slaves. Not that. To be fair, though, that is very different from Ben Franklin, who had a plantation. Jefferson, not Ben Franklin. I'm an idiot. Jefferson had a plantation, which is very, very different from, like, having a few house slaves. In that both of them are terrible, but one of them is more terrible than the other. Okay, it's just, you know. I don't want to talk about this, okay? You guys are just gonna... You interested in a 2-minute tanky fever dream? Yeah, sure. Thomas Paine all the way. Yes, Thomas Paine thought some cool things. Oh, God. We need a government of action. We need a government of action. What the fuck? Wait, this is amazing! Wait, is this real, or is this some kind of fan edit? Yeah, it's Red Fashwave.
A new upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. The people in various countries have been continuously waging revolution.
This is very good. Wait, I want to know if this is, like, official. Can't wrinkle the hinkle? True. You can't wrinkle something that's spineless. It just bends. Okay. Russian-backed forces in the DPR and Ukrainian military forces are shelling positions all along the point of contact with heavy artillery to prepare to begin ground operations in the region and take back the republics. Well, I guess we'll see. This is about... okay, this is the human rights stuff. According to info received from partner human rights orgs working in the Ordlo, after the announcement of general mobilization and control, even underage boys from the age of 17 are subject to the appeal. In the so-called military schools of the DNR and LNR cadets, who are 16 to 18, have been ordered to bring combat readiness for the... Such actions violate Article 51 of the Convention of the Protection of Civilians During a War, which prohibits children from engaging in armed conflicts. UN Security Council Resolution 2427 emphasizes children recruited in violation of... Yeah, okay. Looks like the info is being repeated twice. I don't know if one was a translation or not. See more info coming out from this. First sightings of Russian specified urban warfare vehicles in Ukraine? Oh, here are some of the dedicated urban assault vehicles showing up now. Neat. But where? In Russia? Looks like still in Russia. Okay, the difference will be when we know that Russian confirmed... Click the map. Oh, there's a map! Artemy? Artemy, I heard you scream. What you screaming about? Were you telling me there's a map? Thank you for informing me. Oh, you want to see? Nope. Wow. What a map. Wow. I'm trying to kiss your head. Yes. He's purring. He loves this. It's a shame that the mic gate, the audio gate, kills the purr noise. Did he scratch your right leg? He scratched my right leg like 6 months ago. That's never going away. Yeah. All right, Bubby. Be free. Vosh isn't wearing pants? Yes, I am. Just shorts. But yeah, he scratched my leg like 6 months ago while doing a death roll while I was holding on him. Because I was holding him upside down, and then he just decided there were ghosts nearby to fight. He was like all purring and rubbing his face against my hand, and then he saw the ghosts. Look, it looks like fucking self-help scars. Self-harm scars, sorry. They've been there for like fucking... Self-help, lol. Self-help is self-harm. Those books are terrible. All right. What are we doing? Got the notes here. There's the border. What is that? 15, 20 miles, I'd bet? Something like that. Why is being anti-slavery while having slaves bad, but being anti-animal abuse while eating meat is fine? It's not. Both are bad. Though I do think slavery is worse than eating meat. That's just an opinion of mine. Just a thing I believe, you know. I'll take, you know, I'll take the L on that one. All right. All right. All right. There you go. There you go. A user on Discord who lives in Donetsk reports the DPR-affiliated radio stations broadcast the following message, not comforting messaging. DPR radio, 8 years ago, the operation to liberate... Oh, wait, I should probably describe this in, like, a bombastic tone. 8 years ago, the operation to liberate Crimea began. Today, we are facing an operation of ethnic cleansing. This is a battle of survival. Brothers, do not despair. We will liberate our lands in Slovyansk, Kramatorsk, and Mariupol. Tonight may be the last night. That's not good. But remember, our ancestors defeated the Germans. May God protect our fatherland from insanity and occupation. Extremely not fascist language. Very least fascist Russian-aligned language. This sounds like a Discord LARP. Okay, but to be fair, if you read transcripts of, like, fascist talking points, those also read like Discord LARPs. So, you know... it's just how it is. Yeah. Tonight may be the last night. I guess we'll find out. Forte 11 back on site. Okay. Hold on. What's the difference between the fatherland and the motherland? I don't think there's some meaningful political difference between the terms used. I just think it's kind of a linguistic choice. Yeah. Where's Forte 11? There you go. Forte! Looks like they're keeping an eye over the Russian, or sorry, the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. Oh wait, no, I'm a fucking idiot. I thought we were further over. My bad, I'm stupid. Nope, we're just looking at Russia. We're peeping. Forte, another drone, and a flying tanker all spotted. Let me see. Forte, another flying tanker. Where's the tanker? What's the call sign for the tanker? Wasn't it Forte 10 last time? They get new designations when they land and take off. What is the designation? The tanker took off from the UK? Okay, well, I'm gonna need... There are a lot of planes between here and the UK. I'm gonna need a... Gonna need something more than that. Yeah, I'm not searching through these. Hold on, maybe other people are looking for it. Moscow to Istanbul. Nothing here is coming from the United Kingdom. Jake 12 might be. I don't think that's coming from the UK, lads. Oh, wait. Hold. It totally is. Well, wait. It's on its way back. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's a Boeing RC-135W. That's military, right? Yeah, well, that's not a commercial plane. It doesn't have windows. Is that a recon? That's not a tanker, though. It's not... Yeah, reconnaissance plane. Right. What is Forte? That's just the designation that's given to a drone we're following. It literally says USAF. Oh, that U.S. Air Force. Oh, that's crazy. I saw a mystery car. Yeah, she even showed it. That's crazy. Why can't Vosh read today? To be fair, there's a lot of text to look at here. Oh yeah, Forte 11 is currently the most tracked plane in this website because it is the U.S. drone. Seems like China has changed their position a bit. Okay, people keep saying that China has taken, like, Ukraine's side, but that is not how I'm reading. That is not how I'm reading any of the info that's come out. China has said that they respect the territorial sovereignty of Ukraine, but they didn't call Russia out as the aggressor here. Like, Russia is also saying they respect the territorial sovereignty of the UK. Or, sorry, UK. I would hope so. Of Ukraine. Nothing that China has said here suggests to me that they're taking a side against Russia. Just that they're not being, like, aggressively pro-Russian. Sovereignty. Sovereignty. Oh, is there noise? Sorry. I love that. Every time I take my earbuds out, man. Good. This video is in Printsevka, Belgorod region, Russia, per author. Likely in this area, and I'm not reading all those fucking coordinates. Alright. If I get copyright striked for some fucking Russian trip-hop, I'm going to be incredibly mad. Thank you. Come on here, I come here specifically for your coordinate reads. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Listen to it. I know it's kind of fire, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, I actually developed an appreciation for, like, 17 genres of, like, Eastern European music after playing, Pathologic and Pathologic 2. Because the whole Mongolian tribe hip-hop, like, like, trap remix, whatever. There were, like, 17 genres of music in the Pathologic, OSTs for 1 and 2, so... It's, you know, I developed, you know, it's pretty good. Though, to be fair, some of the shit I don't think has, I don't know if there are necessarily, like, very well fleshed out genres associated with some of this, which I know I can't get copyright striked for because, video game music is not on YouTube's Content ID. Hold on. Everyone, we need to get in the mood, okay? Hold on. There we go. Now we're ready. Very good. I'll turn it down a little bit. Perfect. Wow, it's like I'm ready for death now. Okay, this fits so well. Artillery strikes? Hold on. U.S. Embassy in Russia warns about possible terror attacks in Russia, tells Americans to avoid crowds. Holy shit! Terror attacks against American civilians in Russia? Why would they risk that? Threats of attacks against shopping centers, railway, and metro stations. Okay, no. Attacks in general in Russia that Americans might be at. Where? Wait, is the implication that this would be coming from Ukrainian officials? Or sorry, from Ukrainian insurgents? Hold on. Where's the real Bob? No, wait. Where's the real Bob? There we go. Perfect. There we fucking go. The classic Pathologic music. Relaxing beats to enjoy the World War III to. Yeah, the Belarusian drills have been extended indefinitely. Artillery strikes. Let's take a look at this. This is the soundtrack from 1. I think that Pathologic 1 has a more interesting soundtrack than Pathologic 2, but both of them are really good games. However, there's no reason to ever play Pathologic 1 unless you've already played Pathologic 2, okay? Playing Pathologic 1 at this point is like playing a worse alpha build of Pathologic 2 that happens to have more content because they haven't transferred all the content to the newer game. That shouldn't be your first experience, okay? Only play Pathologic 1 if you enjoy not having fun. If you have fun from not having fun, okay? This is so fucking fitting, dude. Okay, should we turn it off? Are we giving you guys anxiety? But this song has the bop. We'll let the song finish and then we'll be done. Lower-level Russian tactical commanders have been given orders consistent with orders to invade Ukraine, U.S. officials say. Yeah, we looked at this, I think. This is the same report. Luhansk under Ukrainian shelling? What? I'm automatically suspicious of any report which claims that Ukrainians are shelling the Donbass region. Yeah, we looked at that, Snipes. The Z markers they were putting on their tanks. Alright, no more music. The music is giving me anxiety, please. Alright, alright. I'll save my tonally fitting music for later. Real bops for a Russian invasion? No, no, no. Stop with the music, Rex. I was never going to listen to any music other than the music I was listening to. My favorite part of playing any music is that suddenly everyone has like their fucking Spotify playlist in the chat, you know? Russia closes airspace over... Oh, shit. Russia closes airspace over Sea of Azov starting at midnight. Independent trackers report a number of Russian naval vessels enter the Sea of Azov as well on Sunday. Oh, shit. Ukraine does not have any meaningful, not only anti-air ability, but willingness to use anti-air capabilities. This would be a pretext for them. Did the war start yet? I will tell you when the war starts. Thank you. Two hours until midnight for them? Yeah. Yeah, well, the whole Russia false flag thing is hardly surprising. Short thread with the photo of an artillery crater in Ukraine. Oh, is this? Oh, this is a different crater hole. Okay, this to me looks more realistically like a hole that must be left by an artillery shell or something. Ukrainian journalist made this photo today. The local resident showing his hole made this village after 3 days of shelling in his village. Occupants are aware the village does not have any military personnel. There are 15 people left in the village. Jesus. It's so wild to me that there are people who are living in social arrangements that have been around for like 10,000 years, and they're getting shelled with 21st century military equipment. That is fucking wild. I get that a lot of these guys have cell phones and shit, but like villages are a pretty antiquated, form of social organization, at least in the form that's being described here. 10,000 years, what the fuck, Vosh? Okay, not literally 10,000. How long has a village been around? Like, what, 6,000 years? Something. Come on, post-agricultural revolution. Just, whatever. The shell didn't even scratch this guy. Yeah, damn, dude. This guy's tough. Weakest Eastern European villager. God. This guy was the round. God. You think we'll see any of these deployed? Do I think we'll see any of these deployed? Is this a real photo? This is ridiculous looking. There's so much dust in the air, it makes this thing look like it's a mile away. That looks rad. This is the coolest photo I've ever seen in my fucking life, dude. It's real. I think this big ship should have treads underneath it so that it can just be the biggest tank in history, okay? Largest hovercraft in the world. Oh, it's a fucking hovercraft? Wait, it can go on land? Oh, shit. That's fucking awesome. Dude, I hate the military, but fuck me if they don't come up with some cool shit from time to time, okay? Oh my god. It's a hovercraft landing ship? That is so fucking radical. Oh my god. It inflates and has pseudo-treads? I love that. How much did that cost? $1 trillion billion? What was this? The cost of like 18 new elementary schools in underserved neighborhoods? I don't fucking care, man. It looks cool. Metal Gear. Yeah. It's Scottish? Well, then why would we see it deployed here? Why do the Scottish have such a large... Okay. Whatever. You know, it's really cool looking, and that's what matters. That is not Scottish? That's not Scottish. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. That is the Russian Navy flag. I'm not looking at flags. I don't believe in flags. I'm a leftist. I'm just reading chat and blindly believing whatever I see here. Anyway, I don't know, man. It's big and shiny. Zuber class LCAC. Zuber. Soviet-designed air-cushioned landing craft. Polish for European. Bison. What's its top speed? Hold on. Damn! 55 knots sustainable? That's pretty good. Probably pretty maneuverable, too, since it's in a hovercraft, right? They're a very bumpy ride. They can, like, turn pretty quick, though, right? It weighs 300 tons, that thing ain't turning. Well, I can dream. No, it cannot turn. 30 million mile turning radius. Oh, okay. Oh, they drift turns? Okay, so at least you can Tokyo... Ow. At least you can Tokyo drift with them, right? That's good. How many are there? 15 completed. Look at this shit instead. The Caspian Sea Monster. This had better be a real sea monster. Wait, it's just an artist's illustration. Hey, you know there's a war on, right? Get out of here. Artemy, what are you meowing about?
You wanted me to come in. Hi.
Yeah? A powerful move? But why?
Oh my god, I love this. Oh my god. Army's doing incredible.
He's looking at you, chat. Good job. Good job.
Oh my god. He's I love him.
All right.
Hi, buddy. You want attention?
Now you can all confirm that he has clean beans. Or clean feet, at least. All right. What are we doing? Warfare? Right. Today's report from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense shows a slight decrease in ceasefire violations, but still over 10 times higher than most days prior. Yes, here's our lovely chart on ceasefire violations coming out daily from Ukraine. So that's cool. Yeah, we had a bit of a spike. Yeah, I saw no redux. More than 10 Russian ships passed under the Crimean Bridge and entered the Sea of Azov, including the Novocherkassk Project 775 and the Saratov Project 1171, large landing ships, and the Pavel Derzhavin Project 221. Yeah, I certainly know what those things are. Hold on. Damn, if only we had our depressing music. Oh yeah, I don't want heroic music. Jesus, this isn't heroic. Apparently a number of troops in Luhansk are looking for red duct tape and are buying as much as they can find. Uh-oh. Looks like Luhansk Russian separatists are going full goblin mode, according to a source. Why? Adhesive red-colored tape? I assume this has something to do with military designation, but I don't know what. Ukrainian truck destroyed by pro-Russian shelling? Wait, how recently? This is from... Oh, shit, this is from 6 minutes ago. Ukrainian truck was destroyed by pro-Russian shelling along front line of
Було
Luhansk.
знищено ЗІЛ-131 СЦКК.
Oh, we have an
Прямим
interesting
попаданням.
recording format taking place here. I have no fucking idea what's happening.
Після ворожого
Are they looking
обстрілу
through a
знищено
fence? Are they pointing it at a screen?
ЗІЛ-131 СЦКК.
No, they can't be pointing it at a screen, I don't think. The angle at which they'd have to be pointing it would distort the image, but this isn't being distorted. Oh, through a window screen. Yeah, not through a digital screen. It's just having an interesting effect.
Прямим попаданням.
I saw this a few hours ago. It's not new. Vosh, what if this is fake? It could be fake. Literally anything we look at could be fake all the time. I'm only looking at what we look at. How is this not considered a war yet? Don't worry about the technicalities, okay? Forte 11. Oh, damn. Getting closer and closer to the Russian border. How far is that? That's within 100 miles for sure. 50 to 100? It might be... Is that less than 50? Is there a ruler that I can point to here? Add coverage app, social press, about, search, map. Man, if you are... If there's like a map service, you should be able to just pull up a ruler anytime. Right-click on map. I can't right click. Doesn't, just drags. I think this is about 30 miles. If this thing gets shot down, what would be the response? While that would be a massive escalation on the part of Russia, I generally think most governments are pretty lax in their response to drones being shot down. Because it's a drone. You know, it's a damage to property, but losing a human pilot or pilots is a much bigger deal, you know, in terms of international relations. Of course, to the United States military, $130 million is worth more than the life of a single human being, by far, even a trained pilot. But optically, in terms of international relations, the loss of a human life is way bigger PR-wise. Militarily, the money is worth more. In terms of political relations, the life is worth infinitely more. That's just how it works. Kind of weird, but, you know. Do you think the contiguous United States will get bombed? No. God, no. No, the pilot takes longer to train than to build a single plane or drone. I know it takes longer to train a pilot than to build a drone, but it's also less expensive. I don't think there's a single human being in the United States military whose training is worth $130 million. I could be wrong in that, but... Yes, the the report is calling for U.S. citizens in Russia to have a plan for evacuation that does not rely on government assistance. Yes, we saw the America Bad Twitter takes. Russian separatists not welcome in Russia? That would be interesting. Hold on. Russian independent Novaya Gazeta reports the refugees from Donbass are being given a cold welcome. Okay, no, these aren't the Russian separatists. These are the people the Russian separatists are bringing across the border. Saying the refugees from Donbass are being given a cold welcome. The authorities want to send them to deserted, dilapidated apartment houses in Murmansk, north of the Polar Circle. That used to be exile. Yeah, this makes perfect sense. Because keep in mind, the so-called evacuation of the Donbass region is just something Russia is doing as a way of playing into the narrative that Ukraine is planning on engaging in a genocide. Russia doesn't give a fuck about these people. Clearly, they've been destabilizing the region they live in for 8 years. So sending them off to the fucking Siberian gulags the moment they make it into Russia, like, yeah, it's pretty obvious that's what they're planning on doing here. Oh yeah, what's taking place right now is getting pretty close to an ethnic cleansing. We already have war crimes, but forcibly deporting a huge section of the population as a pretext for military invasion. Listen, Russia's planning on doing a lot of stuff. Okay? Russia has their hands in a lot of pies. Mike Pompeo has apparently given an interview to one of Russia State TV's top propagandists in which he calls Putin an elegantly sophisticated counterparty. This probably shouldn't be a surprise. The Trumpian portion of the Republican Party is explicitly pro-Russia and pro-Putin. Wasn't Manafort, like, responsible for some of the shit that happened? Like, before? Like, I'm pretty, like, some of these people have been, yeah, like, directly involved in Russia's expansionist efforts in the region. Manafort was a Russian asset before 2014. Yeah. A lot of Russian assets in the U.S. government. I feel like Hillary Clinton was probably right about Tulsi Gabbard too. I hate to give one to Hillary, but Tulsi Gabbard is almost certainly a Russian asset in some form or another. Being weirdly pro like Assad and like gray zoney, like I'm anti military interventionism, by which I mean I don't, American extensions of power, but also our drone warfare is fine, also Russia good, blah blah blah. Yeah, also I'm like so left that I'm actually Republican, blah 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 blah. Yeah. She probably is. I don't think that's conspiratorial to say. You can't really know if people are assets of other groups, but like sometimes it seems pretty fucking seems pretty evident, you know? Seems Russian soldiers in Belarus are pretty undisciplined at the moment. Hey, okay, wait, hold on. I apologize if this comes across as a little bit glib, but it's something I'm legitimately curious about. If there is a Russian invasion, a full-on one, this would probably be the most documented full-on modern military invasion ever to have existed, right? Because military incursions in Iraq and Afghanistan began before people had smartphones. And also, I don't think the average Afghanistanian has a fucking smartphone. I'm just guessing that. I feel like we're going to get a lot of videos posted to social media of like Russian soldiers killing and raping people, you know? Like, it's usually we just get pictures of bodies afterwards, but I don't think, at least to my knowledge, I don't know if there's ever been like live, like fucking to Facebook feeds of like soldiers like killing and raping people, you know? Raping has historically been a pretty intricate component of annexatory warfare. Yeah, it's not good. Shouldn't do that. It's been known to happen though. Yeah, war crimes on TikTok. Let's go. Yes, the Arab Spring also did have a huge like social media component, but I think this is going to be like even more so. Russia has jamming capabilities. Yeah, but I don't think they're going to have enough to completely like dim out all info coming out of the country. They'll cut the internet connection, but I don't know if they can do everything all the time. Russian soldiers were really disciplined about it during Crimea. Yeah, well, there wasn't really fighting for Crimea, right? Like that wasn't a. They softened up the region so much they basically just fucking Sudetenland it, right? They basically Austria'd it, you know. This would be a full on fucking thing. Yeah, Herson, we saw the letter Z being painted, designation for future conflict. Inside, inside a DPR mobilization center. Whoa, hold on.
I'm Patrick Lancaster, and right now we are in a gymnasium in the center of Donetsk, the capital of the Donetsk People's Republic, one of the two anti-Ukraine government breakaway regions that attempted to break away from Ukraine and voted to break away from Ukraine in 2014 and have been at war with Ukraine for almost the last 8 years. Now, the people you see sitting behind me are people who have come here to sign up and be screened to join the army, or the People's Militia, as they call it.
How is he allowed to do this? My immediate thought, without knowing anything about this, is that this is going to be propaganda, because I don't think they would allow a skeptical or a Western-aligned source in one of their fucking mobilization centers. So we're going to see how they frame this.
Because there has been a mobilization, a total mobilization called by the leader of the anti-Ukraine government, DPR, where he has called and made it into law that all citizens of the DPR between the ages of 18 and 55 are to show up to places like this, which are across the city.
That said, the initial framing here doesn't seem to be that propaganda. Like, so being forced to show up, admitting to the war crime, like, okay.
Across the territory to sign up for the military, as I said. Now, we're talking about a mobilization of many hundreds of thousands of people. And this is simultaneously going on with the mass evacuation that was called last night, where all women...
This guy's gasping for breath, but to be fair, he's probably pretty nervous. I would also be nervous in this situation. Put me in the Donbass region and put me in one of their fucking mobilization camps where there are a bunch of Russian-backed separatists all around me, and yeah, I'd be pretty fucking nervous too.
Children and elderly are ordered to leave the DPR. Now, a lot is going on, and we're going to keep updating you with all the breaking information because there's so much more to come. We really seem on the edge. This has never happened in the last 8 years of this war I've been covering here. This is something
of this war I've been covering. I want to know more about this person. Patrick Lancaster is their name. Their framing so far has not been bad. Like nothing about their framing so far sounds like heavily propagandistic. I want to see what their line tends to be. Do they just try to cover things from like a fairly straightforward perspective so they can be referred to as neutral? Ukraine preparing offensive operation in the Donbass. That's a little odd. You missed the third video above. Ukraine attacking infrastructure of anti-Ukraine government DPR. Russia says Ukraine is fired on Russian territory. Oh, so he's only reporting. Yep. Yep. You know what's even easier than looking for the video biases? Looking for the comment biases. Oh. They're in Russian. Well, that... Let's see. Crowdfunded journalists covering the Ukraine war and referring to it as a Ukraine war. Longer than any other Western journo. Okay, so instantly distinguishing himself from Western-aligned journalists. Uh-oh. Please close your tabs. I have a fucking TI 2080, okay? My tabs will survive. Thank you. Yeah, he's only reporting attacks by the Ukrainian government and not framing anything in a way that would impugn the Russian government.
Men of a fighting age and military age may not be able to leave. So there's a lot of information. These are unconfirmed reports, besides the fact that the women, children, and elderly people are
criticizing Kiev Independent. Ukraine shelling. Okay, yeah, this guy is exclusively reporting on alleged Ukraine attacks on the Donbass region, referring to this exclusively as Ukraine versus anti-Ukraine separatists, and not even referring to, like, Russian involvement. All right, we know this guy's bias.
I think it's unprecedented. Regardless of what the world powers say in the West and the East, and they've been saying for a while, but now it seems like war is imminent. Serious war.
RT is listed on his LinkedIn.
For the last 8 years.
I'm not logged into LinkedIn. I can't see that.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте.
Oh shit.
Меня зовут Юрий. Я житель города Донецка.
Ага. И что ты сделаешь сейчас?
Мы находимся сейчас на сборном пункте в Киевском районе Донецка. Здесь происходит сейчас мобилизационные мероприятия, в рамках которых формируется команда резервистов для отправки в части народной милиции. Я вхожу в состав.
Let's be clear, it is a civil war. It's a civil war in which one side is being completely backed, funded, and mobilized by a foreign power that's planning on invading. So it is a civil war, yes, but it is also a war between Russia and Ukraine, a proxy war.
Одной из таких команд.
И вы резервист, да?
Да, я резервист.
Ага. И уже был в милиции, да?
Да.
И когда?
2 года, с 17 по 19 год.
Ага. И что вы думаете будет дальше сейчас?
А это будет видно. Наше дело маленькое. Главное делать то, что нужно, и будь что будет.
Но тут и Соу Республика это не только резервист, это все гражданские, которые должны или как?
Здесь есть как добровольцы, здесь есть люди, которые пришли по повестке, здесь есть люди, которые пришли по мобилизационному
Yeah, I can tell from his accent that his Russian's not phenomenal.
предписанию. То есть здесь у нас представлены, в принципе, все...
I don't know shit about Russian, but he doesn't sound like a lot of Russians I've heard. But that's, I mean, that's fine. Like, you try your best, right?
Лет, да.
Ага, ага. Все, спасибо.
Здрасте. Рад вас видеть всех. Да. Извините, что так, ну, только приехал. Ну, весело.
Are you gonna fight, man?
Весело у вас. Приехал в гостиницу.
Man. Okay.
Только вещи положил, думаю, борща съем.
It's fucking Dennis Prager. God damn it.
Заминировано, все выходим из гостиницы. В общем, борща не доел, но зато к вам успел. Вот. Есть плюс.
Добро пожаловать на нашу многострадальную родину.
Спасибо вам большое.
This is the guy who wrote The Witcher.
58.
Oh, wait. He's this guy.
Храни вас Бог, мужики.
Radio presenter and political science from Moscow.
Извините, можно вопрос? Можно представиться себя?
Дмитрий Куликов.
Денис Прегоровский.
Политолог из Москвы.
Okay, these captions are barely in line with the dialogue. I'm sorry, it's really difficult to find out what they're actually saying here. I want to watch more of this guy's videos, though, because I think it's important to understand the insidious nature of, like, pro-Russian propaganda disguising itself as neutral journalism. Battle in the streets of Donetsk. My investigation. What do you think is Oh, 6 minutes ago. The transcript, yeah. I don't know why I was slowed down.
We're in the Kievsky district of Donetsk. And early this morning, the anti-government Donetsk People's Republic forces released a video of a firefight they say is between their forces and Ukrainian special forces. Now we found this location where this supposed firefight took place, and we're comparing it to the video, and we can see here the gunfire and bullet holes on the walls. So clearly something intense happened. We can see the pipe outside is the exact one that was in flames during the released video from the DPR forces. And we can see here that it was clear there was firing coming from the street and coming from this building. So we can see there was injured, the blood here. And so what's clear is there was a fighting force on the street. There was a fighting force.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that just a slightly red bandage that had no droplets near it? What? Did they invite this guy to come over? When you stub your toe too hard? There's enough blood in this bandage right here for maybe like a prick of a thumb. This is like a paper cut. Like, and it's so watered down too. Yeah, bandages to like, notice the red tape in the rebel's arm? Yeah, okay, so it's a distinguishing thing. Yeah, it should be brown as well. It's light red. If there's an injury and it's enough to soak up gauze. It should be dark red or brown. It was night when the... Okay.
And so what took place with the Ukrainian special forces in or around this building and the DPR forces on the street. Said that possibly 2 DPR soldiers were injured, 1 or 2 Ukrainian special forces were injured or killed. But we're here to find out all the information and try to verify everything we can here on the ground. So we're going to continue to do this and show you as much here as we can, all of the facts.
The fact he had to present the cloth in the first place is incredibly suspicious. Yeah, this is propagandizing right here. Nothing that he's doing right here is actually about verifying the authenticity of the video. For instance, the video could have been staged, but they would have used, like, real bullets. Like, why wouldn't they use real bullets? Ammunition is cheap. If they want to, like, fake a video, like, they could just fire at a building, like, pointing to the building and going, oh, there are bullet holes here. Like, look, some real shit went down. Okay? Also, if they say 2 Ukrainian operatives were injured or possibly killed, where's the blood? They wouldn't have mopped the blood up. This is an active war zone. Nope, there's no cleanup crew here. If people were injured or killed, there should be blood splatters from the firefight, not one slightly pink piece of gauze in the middle of an otherwise dusty, dry floor, you know? The human body has a lot of blood in it, and bullets leave big holes. And if I'm not mistaken, Russian military forces, and I assume Ukrainians as well, they don't use 5.56, right? They use, what is it, 7.62? They use the NATO round? Those bullets leave big holes in you. They use 5.45? Oh, right. Why would they use NATO rounds? I'm stupid. But they use larger bullets than the than military standard for US, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. The bullets they use are larger than the bullets the United States military uses. They're not NATO rounds, but I think they're larger than ours. Wait, it's smaller? Oh, it's smaller. No, 5.45 is smaller than 5.56. Really? Is that how numbers work? 5.56 is NATO? No. Okay. 5.50, I was comparing it to the US round. .556 is modern NATO? Wait, doesn't NATO use... Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Standard... Listen, whatever mathematic answer I arrive at, my point here is correct, that there should be blood all over the place. US uses NATO? No, we diverged from that. It was the source of a whole conflict between us and the UK because there were gun contracts that fell through. Wait, hold on. Wait, standard NATO 5.56? Wait, am I a retard? Wait, what is the standard US round? Wait, we both use 5.56? Wait, didn't NATO... Wait, didn't we switch to 5.56 after the Vietnam War because it was lighter and we could carry more ammunition through the swamp? Did they choose? US is in NATO? Yeah, but we switched because we were in Vietnam. Are you from the 80s or something? Okay, hold on one second. Okay, 5.56 is the 223 Remington, basically. All right, except for some minor differences. Then what is the Winchester round? What is that? That's the civilian version. That's the civilian version of the old NATO round. 7.62. Yeah. So what's the history of the 7.62 round? 7.62 51mm NATO. Yeah. So when was that phased out? In service 1954 to present. By who? Yeah, I know we swapped during Vietnam. By everyone? America generally uses the 5.56. There's not just one 7.62 round. Okay, but the caliber in general depends on the weapon. 7.62 is for heavy machine guns. Okay, I clearly mean for battle rifles. It's a marksman round now. Okay, so 7.62 is the ammunition that we use for designated marksmen because they got to be accurate at longer ranges and they're not carrying around 10 trillion bullets. No? Okay, my new position is that I don't care, and this is a tangent. I don't care.
So you can have all information available to make your own decision. Watch as much as you can and understand what's really happening here. So please like this video, share it across all social media. Let's show the world together what's really happening here.
This guy has strong Guy Fieri energy.
30 это продолжалось.
Можете вот эту всю фразу рассказать? Вот что произошло, как это вы слышали, что вы видели?
Сразу звуки какие-то непонятные,
We...
потом ближе и ближе
Okay.
звуки. Потом уже возле нас, в погреб попрятались. После этого очень...
I don't like these captions. I don't like them. They don't. Hold on. This guy's appeared on Alex Jones, really? Holy shit.
Thousands of reports where
American reporter in Ukraine exposing the globalist World War III Russian false flag op in real time. All right, lots of links to look at, but I want to look at another one of these guys' video. I like this guy's cadence, you know? Investigating quote-unquote Russian aggression on the Ukraine war. All right, hit me up.
I'm Patrick Lancaster, and right now we are in the trenches of the Ukraine war, particularly near the capital of the Donetsk People's Republic, Donetsk.
Fuck, it looks
and
cold.
We're on the edge in the suburb called Spartak, or near the actual border of Spartak and Ukraine territory. This is the very front line. There's been no English reports coming out of the front line positions.
Dude really wants to dress up. Okay, to be fair, if I was in the Donbass region, I would also be wearing a fucking helmet. And I feel like the multiple coats that he's wearing are probably actually a necessity.
Of the Donetsk People's Republic for over 2 years. And this is because the Western media will not come here to show you the truth of what's really happening. We're here today to show you what the situation really is, despite all of these accusations.
Yeah, if anything, he should be wearing gloves.
World powers of aggression and just this imminent...
Vosh, please say this is propagandizing, making extreme conjecture about gunfights you've no clue about. This is literally propagandizing. The framing that he's delivering right here is explicitly biased, and also the conclusions that he's deriving from the analysis he's engaging in are very obviously weighted. If he actually wanted to determine whether or not something had gone down there were so many things he could have done that he didn't do there. I know more about these gunfights than he does because his head is filled with negative info, with falsehoods, and mine is filled with glorious, undistilled American truth. Okay? Thank you.
Big war.
Big war.
And we're going to talk to the soldiers here on these
I
positions.
don't want to listen to
find
Russians.
out what they think about the accusations from the Western countries. And
why the fuck would I... Listen to this. Let us investigate this conflict by interviewing the separatists on one side of the conflict to ask how they feel about it.
in the Western media that there's this big Russian invasion coming, and what they think about the accusations of Russia and the Donetsk People's Republic that the aggression is coming from Ukraine. We're going to find out what the truth is here on the ground and what these people who are in the trenches of the Ukraine war and the Donetsk People's Republic think, and we're going to continue to show you everything we can on these developing
This guy's like a mix of Caleb Maupin and Guy Fieri. Do you think being an American on the payroll of the Russian government makes people like this? I don't want to listen to Russians. I wanted to listen to this guy give his explanations for how everything is the West or whatever. Airport Special Report. The real situation now. Surprise ending. Russian troops leaving border of Ukraine.
Today, the Ministry of Defense of Russia has released videos showing what they say
This is what got Hassan. This is the video Hassan watched that made him go on his tirade.
is Russian troops dismissing and finishing their exercises in the south.
Like we're just getting videos of them saluting.
Russia. Now, they do not exactly say these are the Russian troops that have been the buildup on the Ukrainian border or near.
Somebody in chat is posting links to join the U.S. military. I think you should address this. Why the fuck should I address? What the fuck? What do you... Guys, I know the Eldritch poll of the link to the U.S. recruitment website is drawing you in, but stay strong. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus fucking Christ. Exercise some self-control. What is it a fucking cursed link? Is it an item? Is it an object of power? Are you drawn in? What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
the Ukrainian border, but this can be inferred from the statements that the Ministry of Defense of Russia has put out. Now, this is clear that this is going to be the start, or should be the start, of a de-escalation of tensions between Russia and the West, because this shows that these exercises that Russia has been putting on near the border of Ukraine are coming to an end, as Russia has said. And there has been no magic Russian invasion of Ukraine, as the Western media and Western governments have been pumping. It just has not happened. And as Ukraine and Russia said it wasn't going to happen, but the Western powers didn't want to listen. They just wanted to pump this rhetoric of anti-Russia propaganda, saying how Russia's the big bad wolf that's going to blow down the house of Ukraine. Well, it hasn't happened, and there's been millions, if not billions of dollars spent in evacuating the embassies and official government workers in Kiev.
Okay, I feel bad. Is this guy like mentally challenged or something? Okay, I'm really. This isn't me trying to be edgy, but like I'm actually asking: is this like RT's disability hire or something?
We're from foreign countries. Now
they have affirmative action in Russia.
That Russia is doing what they say they're going to do. That there were exercises on the border, and now they're. This
is just what happens when you're an American who supports Russia. Okay, you become the disability hire.
But the Western parties are already saying that they prevented the invasion of Ukraine. I mean, if the invasion would have happened, they would have said, "Oh, bad Russia." Now the invasion never happened. They say, "Well, we stopped it from happening." This is already being reported by the Associated Press. This is just unbelievable. That's.
All right, this was fun for a bit, but this guy is so uncharismatic that it's actually gone past Caleb Maupin tier memery and gone into, like, legitimately concerning, and I'm just going to move past it, and I don't want to talk about this anymore. All right. Oh, wow. Hey, Jill Stein. Thanks for reminding me why the Green Party is a worthless piece of shit that should never be voted for. They lied to you about Vietnam. They lied to you about Iraq and Afghanistan. They lied to you about Syria and Libya. They lied to you about Honduras and Bolivia. They lied to you about Assange and Russiagate. So why the hell would you believe anything they're telling you about Ukraine? Wait, let's see if we can break down any failing patterns in this, okay? Let's see if we can sort of pull it apart. Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan were countries we invaded. They were countries we sent soldiers into. I don't know who they is. She probably means the Jews. So I don't know what that has to do with this situation, where nobody intends on supporting Ukraine with armed forces. What did we lie about in Syria, out of curiosity? Don't get me wrong, like, any kind of, like, military engagement is going to lead to misinfo, but the engagement that we've had in Syria was largely us fighting ISIS and supporting Rojava. Like, not to say there wasn't misinfo, but I think the implication here is the idea that, like, Assad doesn't use chemical weapons on their population, which he does, so that's not really a lie. The Libya shit... Was the Libya thing... Jill Stein is Jewish, Vosh, and? Was the Libya thing defined so much by dishonesty or, like, really bad purported humanitarian intervention? I feel like the Libya... Like, the Libya thing wasn't, like... Like, we fucked Libya, don't get me wrong. But it wasn't, like, the media lying. It was just, like, a disaster because the things that... The assumptions that we had, or, like, the goals that we purportedly had weren't true. Yeah, it wasn't, like, I don't recall, and I could be totally wrong on this. I thought this was, like, us enforcing behavior that we were fairly forthcoming about, but the outcomes were horrible, not the media lying to you about what would happen in Libya, and then the lie, like, being proven, you know, not, like, being proven to be a lie. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think this was just bad action, but it wasn't the same as, like, a giant disinfo campaign, I don't think. You know, come to think of it, the Vietnam War also wasn't that much of a disinfo campaign. Like, don't get me wrong, it totally was, but not compared to Iraq. Actually, Iraq is the one standalone here. In Afghanistan, the invasion was predicated based on the anti-terror stuff. Iraq was the one that was an explicit, direct, 100% government-backed lie. Full force. The Iraq thing was just, they knew they lied. They full-on, flat-out fucking lied. In Afghanistan, we lied about a lot of the premises why we were there, and we lied about a lot of the things that were keeping us there. But Iraq is really kind of a unique situation, you know? Right? Like, I understand, like, all of these fit under the theme of, like, America do bad foreign policy, but Iraq was a pretty explicit... No, don't get me wrong. They did cover up a ton of Vietnamese atrocities, but that wasn't the pretense on going in. The pretense on going in was the containment doctrine, which, even if it's a horrible, monstrous piece of foreign policy legislation, or not legislation, you know, foreign policy doctrine, it wasn't like... like they didn't lie and say like, no, okay, we're not going into Vietnam to fight communism or whatever. You had the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which was literally a false flag incident that kicked things off in Vietnam. I don't know much about that. I could be totally wrong. International confrontation that led to the United States engaged more directly. Okay, I could be totally wrong about the Vietnam thing. I still think Iraq is in a league of its own. I don't know if there are any other instances of the U.S. media getting on board with lying that hard. No, the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag. By us or by them? Oh, wait. It was by... Yeah, by us. Yeah, so then I would have been wrong. So the lie would have been why we got into Vietnam, but not why we were in Vietnam. The Iraq thing was a lie altogether, right? Afghanistan was defined less by like explicit media disinfo and more by like American jingoist chauvinism and like anti-war anti-terrorist like war on terror propaganda. The Syria thing I don't think fits. The Libya thing I don't think fits. Honduras and Bolivia, we didn't invade Bolivia. Honduras was monstrous, yeah. But, okay. Assange wasn't them lying about Assange, though. This is just the government being anti-whistleblower, right? Who's they in this case? Like, oftentimes with Assange, like if you go watch like Obama and Trump talk about Assange, it's not like them lying so much as it is they're agents of the state and Assange is a whistleblower. I don't know. The issue... Oh, and Russiagate just happened, you know? The issue that I have isn't like that America doesn't do bad things. America has done bad things in every single one of these instances. That's an objective fact. The issue that I have is that you're engaging in an incredible level of foreign policy reductionism by flattening all of these things down into they lied to you about. Guys, here's a hot fact, all right? The government is going to lie to you about every single thing that will ever happen, and so will the media, okay? They're both fundamentally dishonest entities that will frequently divorce their messaging from reality if it serves their own interests, okay? But you could say that about all governments all the time on all subjects. To flatten all of these down, like, guys, the government lied to you about World War II. Do you think the government didn't, like, lie to us, or the media didn't lie to us, or propagandize during World War II? Like, the government lied to us. The Union lied in their own way to us during the Civil War. The colonists lied during the fight against the king, you know, King Henry or George or whatever, you know? Like, you could do you could do this, you could apply this to literally anything. You could apply this to absolutely anything that you wanted to. It's very, very stupid. Russiagate conspiracy theory is dying and none too soon. It's really not. It happened. Russiagate was the first step to manufacture consent for war with Russia. I want to arm wrestle Jill Stein and powderize every fucking cubic inch of bone in her fucking forearm, dude. Holy shit. This is literally like gray zone shit right here. Russiagate was the first step to manufacture consent for war with Russia. Nobody is talking about war with Russia. Absolutely nobody. Nobody is. Absolutely nobody is. Nobody. Biden immediately, they asked Biden, hey, do you want to send troops in? Nope. Nope. Biden says nope. Nuh-uh. And Russiagate was proven. People can be mad about that all they want. It was proven. It's just been proven. It happened. The thing they said happened. Here we're linking to Crystal Ball down here. And, oh, look at that! A Gray Zone contributor. One of the Gray Zone contributors. And, oh my god, fucking Matt Taibbi and Greenwald. Incredible. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, Jill Stein is a conservative. Literally, like, guys, Russia has been so fucking effective in co-opting elements of the left in America. It is fucking insane. It is unbelievably insane. Scroll down to what? They're literally just fighting over gold, ancient gold at center of latest dispute. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Okay. Jill Stein has met with Putin. Okay, to be fair, I would also, like, if I had state power, I would also meet with Putin if I could, but, like, I would try to give him shit the entire time I was there. Like, don't get me wrong, I would have dinner with the guy, but, like, if I was there, I might be worried of him killing me. I don't know. 50-50 on this one. I want to be gold-pilled. Please read that article. No, we've done enough schizo posting, okay? Excuse me. What is this? From Russia Today. Nuclear Ukraine. What Kiev's threats to acquire world's deadliest weapons mean. Kiev claims it could get atom bomb unless it receives Western protection against Russia. What? Ukraine's president said his nation will have every right to become a nuclear power, citing a document signed by world leaders back when Kiev agreed to get rid of Soviet nuclear weapons in exchange for security. Wait, how is that them saying they will threaten to acquire it? Wait, the fact that they have the right to become a nuclear power, which is a fact, is not the same as them threatening to acquire it unless the US backs them. Why would they lie like that? That's crazy. Dude, why would Russia Today lie about this in a way which makes Ukraine seem more threatening? Dude, that's crazy. Why not just make up quotes? Like, come on. Ukrainian forces have decimated the civilian population. Oh shit, this is the guy. Wait, hold on. This is from, oh wait, no, this is from 2015. Nope, sorry. It also has only 1,000 views, so by watching it now, we would literally multiply the total number of people who have watched it by 10, and it's a 7-year-old video. So probably not. The U.S. has told its citizens for evacuation plans. For what it's worth, seems to be no claims appears to be part of the misinfo war the U.S. is obviously conducting against Russia. Americans are safer in St. Petersburg, Russia, than they are in St. Petersburg, Florida. That might be true. Florida's fucking scary, man. That might be true. Telephone convos have begun between Macron and Putin. Okay. I don't think this is going to come to anything. I don't think. Somebody linked this earlier. Apparently Russian soldiers are being rowdy and very undisciplined in Belarus, which makes sense because they're Russian soldiers, and I have no reason to ever believe that Russian soldiers are well disciplined. I don't know why anyone would ever believe that, you know? Yes, please read capital. They drink a lot, sell their fuel. Belarusians give low marks to Russian troops deployed for drills. The channel reported that soldiers unloading equipment frequently remain on the tracks even as other trains approach within 200 meters of them. The engineers nearly have to apply their emergency brakes to avoid running them over. Fucking Russians, dude. That's crazy. Military equipment is frequently dropped from the platforms during unloading. After unloading a lot of abandoned equipment. Leaving a bunch of trash. That's funny. Professional soldiers. Professional military. And for all the memes, the Russian army is quite professional. As I understand it, the Russian army is quite scared of their superiors, but if they're given the opportunity to cut loose a little bit, they're not. Like, yeah, a lot of these guys are draftees, right? Like, this is like they know what's happening. Everyone in the Russian military is being told right now to prepare for war. So you know they're going to act like hooligans. New RT op-ed: Ukraine's nuclear fantasy is dangerous. Oh, they're really going to fucking ham on this, aren't they? See, it's the same thing right here. The Ukrainian president said we have the right to become a nuclear power at some point in time. And then it's going to be a whole article on how this is a threat to Russia's security. Nice. Very good. Noah Samson chose to bring the video back up. Yeah, I'm aware. I said this before, but I'm pretty sure Samson's going to, like, turncoat and put out another video where he just, like, repeats all of the points that he walked back before, or whatever. You know. Oh, Ukraine 100% has a right to become a nuclear power, yeah. There's only one country on Earth that doesn't, okay? And that's Russia. Fuck Russia, dude. Dude, Russia threatens with their nukes so often, and they do so much shit that they would never be able to get away with because of their nukes, okay? At least if you took all the nukes away, America would still be top dog because we have a military that can defend ourselves without the use of nuclear power. Like, it's not as though if we didn't have nukes, if all nukes were just removed from the Earth, the United States couldn't still, like, defend itself. But holy shit, if Russia didn't have its nuclear weapons, it would have to be a lot more passive and civil with its neighbors. Or it would get broken the fuck up. I think Ukraine signed nuclear non-proliferation treaties. Well, they signed away the Soviet nukes they had in their territory in exchange for Russia respecting their national sovereignty. But Russia's not doing that, so I don't know. Belarus threatening the West with super nukes. Okay, these guys don't deserve nuclear weapons, okay? This is what I mean. These guys don't deserve nuclear weapons, all right? We gotta take these away from these guys, okay? Don't bother with anything Lukashenko says. I mean, Lukashenko is like the Jackson Himble to Russia's infrared, right? There's really not a point. All right, we have alleged artillery shelling in the Donbas region. Audio only, it seems. Not much to see there. Ukraine's military say they have a video from today showing Russian-led militant forces delivering an artillery strike upon Luhansk from a spot in occupied territory. Such staged incidents. What are we looking for here? I don't know what to parse from this exactly. All right. It looks like the Canadian Prime Minister and Joe Biden are both cutting short trips and will be remaining in their respective nations' capitals today. I feel like if there was ever a day for this to go down, it would be today. That is my belief. It's 11 p.m. right now in Ukraine, correct? Yeah, it's 11 p.m. right now. Every day they wait from this point forward is going to be worse and worse for the position for Russia to invade. It'll mean more military buildup in Ukraine, more military readiness in Ukraine. It'll mean more money expended on troops being deployed near the border. It'll mean more time for the world media to galvanize Russian involvement, more time to pull apart the narrative. And additionally, the Winter Olympics are over, which means that if Russia and China had a behind-the-scenes deal to avoid invasion during the during the Chinese Winter Olympics, because that would have distracted from the ceremony or otherwise been disruptive or would have forced a condemnation from China, We have a wise person in chat. 150k is not enough to invade Ukraine. Oh my fucking god, you morons. You're correct. That is not enough to conquer the entirety of Ukraine. However, 150,000 soldiers is enough to guard the border while they begin shelling and missile striking the interior of Ukraine. And then, while they have time to bring in reserve forces, they slowly creep inward, refreshing wounded and tired soldiers with their reserve forces when necessary. 150, it's actually about 190, maybe 250,000 people, because they have the Belarusian army as well, is actually quite enough to begin a military front. 250,000 people is actually a lot of people when you give all those people guns. They're also probably not going to take the entirety of Ukraine. So would they just start killing civilians in Ukraine or just target military stuff? They would probably send troops on the ground into the Donbass region on the pretense of preventing a genocide of the people there while shelling the interior of Ukraine. They're positioned to shell Kiev, so I imagine there will be a great many civilian deaths. We saw the billboards in Donetsk. Please close your tabs. Okay, let me remove the 2 links that we continuously reuse. Boop. And boop. Okay. Video of ATGM fire in Ukrainian positions by the People's Military. What is this? Hold on. DSA Nazi caucus? Ah, from a DSA person. Breaking. Zelensky meets with Harris, Ukraine army defending all of Europe. A Jewish guy and a half-black, half-Indian woman as defenders of Europe. Lol, you can't make this shit up. Nazi DSA caucus. Let's go. Really casting a wide net there. This is what we call a DSA moment. What are we trying to achieve in Ukraine? How will it benefit the American people? And at what cost? The Biden admin never answer these questions. Inflation and cost of living will drastically increase. Russia will retaliate. As though we're like invading Russia? This is from today.
Addressing the number one question that really he should address, which is the American people wondering, what is this going to cost us here at home, and why?
Nothing. We're not sending soldiers in. Actually, the American economy so far has benefited from this because our military contractors have made a lot of money selling weapons to Ukraine. Adam Something sent you a message. Oh, I don't want to have anyone on right now. I'm Bing chillin'. Oh, hey, Adam Something. Wait, I don't see a DM. Oh, you mean in chat? Idiots. Well, let me see. Messages here. That's fucking... Imagine typing this slowly. Jesus Christ. Oh, hello. Welcome to your first chat. Hey, so Russia's not yet set up a battle groups. Apparently, so an invasion is still 2 to 3 days off or so, so let's not panic for now. We're still a few days out. What's more likely in domestic aggravation? Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Let me pee real quick. 1 second. Obviously, the ideal is no war. Artemy was also in there. I patted his head. Socialism MMA in the replies, no, no, no. We stand with the people of Ukraine. Flint, Michigan hasn't had clean water for 8 years. Lol, you don't even stand with the people of your own country. Who's the we in this case? What brush are we painting here? What's the who's the we here?
Why are we doing this? Why is the president making the choices?
What choices?
That he's making?
Are you going to explain the choices? You're not going to explain the choices because you want to give the impression that Biden is escalating aggression.
The reality that we're facing is that already with this increasing confrontational approach that the president is taking, we're seeing inflation rise, we're seeing fuel prices rise. Those things will only continue to get worse if the United States and partners start to put sanctions in place against Russia. We'll see our inflation continue to worsen. We'll see Russia retaliate. We'll see them likely use cyber warfare against our financial institutions, against our infrastructure.
Well, inflation would go up even if Russia just attacked Ukraine. So
The United States will then have to retaliate, and we'll end up in this endless cycle of tit for tat that will hurt the American people in ways that are difficult to even estimate at this point. And the danger of this ultimately is these kinds of tactics that are tactics of warfare could ultimately escalate to the point where it's the United States versus Russia, two nuclear armed countries, where either intentionally or unintentionally we could end up having to face that reality of nuclear warfare and attacks.
Dude, I should be a Russian asset. But I'm aware of the CNN report, yes, of U.S. intel saying Russian commanders have been told to go ahead with the invasion. We're familiar with this. We saw this. No?
Tell us about an example of the confusion or the disinformation that's out there, because there are a lot of these amateur videos and crowdsourced content and satellite maps and all this data that we can see anybody on the internet, and yet sometimes your eyes can deceive you.
Yeah, Brian, it's a difficult story.
I'm sorry, hold on. China warning Russia not to invade? I don't believe this. I don't think this is the case. After strongly supporting Moscow's standoff with the West over Ukraine, Beijing aligns its position closer to Washington. I don't think... there are a lot of people like Huffing Copium who are saying, like, yeah, China has come out against... Fucking Wall Street Journal. Has come out against Russian aggression, but I don't think so. I think the neutrality that they're posturing benefits Russia's position because it implies that Russia and Ukraine both need to make equal amends to resolve the conflict between them.
To cover for exactly that reason. I'll give you a most recent example. In the far eastern part of Ukraine and these sort of breakaway pro-Russian separatist republics, they have been describing scenes of carnage with incoming shells from the Ukrainian military. We've not seen anything to back that up in any way. And on Friday...
I don't care anymore. Gravel. You know, why we got to do this? There's nothing wrong here, of course. There's nothing wrong about this tweet, but the implication of this tweet is that Americans are supporting war. Separatists are shelling Luhansk with heavy artillery. Let's see. Yeah, we saw this. Hold on. I hear the cat. Pardon me. Ooh. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. All right. China actually supports Russian geopolitical interests? Yeah, they're allies. Not great allies, but allies. Sake with the $10. We probably need some clarification. Russiagate referred to statements from Association of Trump tried to get data on HRC with Russian help to hacked our election. Okay, that's true. The issue is, from what I recall, most of the sensible reporting that was being done on Russiagate was simply the idea that, well, it's referring to two things that both ended up being true. A, the Trump's administration was in contact with the Russian government in a variety of sussy ways. And two, the Russian government did use its intelligence operations to deliberately affect the U.S. election by posting disinfo and all that bullshit. Both of those things were proven to be correct. The Fed investigation into the Trump administration brought about dozens of indictments, arrests, what have you. That ended up being true. Now, the claim that Trump directly contacted the Russian government ended up not being true. To be honest, I don't know why anyone would ever trust him with that, because he can't keep a secret for the life of him. He has leaked state secrets multiple times and is currently facing possible jail time for having taken top secret docs out of the White House and just keeping them at his fucking golf course, okay? I don't know why anyone would ever trust information to Trump that they don't want him to share with people. But the more sensible claims that were associated with the Russiagate stuff were proven correct, pretty much beyond a shadow of a doubt. There's really no room for argumentation. But what people will do is they'll act as though all the Russiagate accusations were like, bro, Russia literally just like deleted the U.S. election and like faked all the votes or whatever. Which maybe there were some people saying that because, you know, media is always a shit show, but that it was not like descriptive of the broad and overall idea on the subject. That's just not true. Yeah, you can't frame everything like that. More shelling? I'll look shortly. The prologue campaign of Total War Warhammer 3 is really, really cool, but it's also so easy and handholdy that if you're familiar with the series, it's tough to get through, because you just kind of want to do it for the story and just get through it, you know? No, Happy Roman too. It's not a relevant tweet from the Gravel Institute, and I hope they get shit for it. I don't want to involve myself directly, though. I know that you guys are already responding just by me showing it on stream, so yes, whatever. All right, let's look through these links. It looks like Biden is joining the Macron. No, Biden is speaking to Macron following Macron's speech, or speaking with Putin and Zelensky. Gotcha. Katarana had a debate against the Nazi anti-FAP guy last night. You should do a review. So not only did Katarana have a debate against him, but apparently he has a podcast where he bitched about me for like an hour after I debated him, and I thought that might be a nice like break we could take. In fact, do you guys want to take a short break? You know, as opposed to just reading Twitter headlines like the whole time. I want to take a look at Katarana's thing, and I also want to listen to the podcast first if he was bitching about me, because chronologically that's beforehand. If any new stuff pops up, we'll get right to it, of course. But it's important to take a break and relax with fun subjects like neo-Nazis complaining about debates they had with me. Fun stuff like that. Just a moment. What site is this? There we go. All right, when does this thing start? I'm really curious. 42 minutes. Okay. Shut up.
Top to bottom. It was created by a Jewish professor at Harvard called Noel Ignatius.
Right away. Literally the first thing that I clicked to. Right away. This fucking guy, man. Literally right away. The first fucking, like, instantly, immediately. There's nothing for me to show you guys. It's a podcast. I was just curious, so I just want to hear it.
Kiev. I'm waiting for the ADL to condemn Youngkin for anti-Semitism because he stopped critical race theory.
Yeah, the same way that if you go after pornography, you're an anti-Semite, which leads us to our other topic. You had this debate a couple of weeks ago, I guess, with this character Vaush, which I didn't know existed until I tuned in for the debate. It's an interesting debate. It's almost as if you were debating someone who has completely no understanding of your position, or at least how anyone could ever be critical of pornography. It's almost like Vaush has sort of this Whiggish view of history. It's all progressive, right? And to be transgressive is progressive and good. You can transgress against everything, and that's the important point. But I'll let you talk.
We're not watching. There's nothing to watch.
I don't want to be uncharitable, but it's almost like just looking at Vaush was an argument against pornography.
I think that's what happened here. I think basically,
wait, is that a compliment? Like, if you've got guys looking like me wandering around, you don't need pornography? I don't even understand what that means. That was a diss? Obviously they meant it as a diss. I'm trying to understand. Do I look like a person who jerks off a lot? Because I do. My dick is a muscle. I give it a lot of work, you know? I stay fit. Thank you. Also, keep in mind, what was the name of the guy I debated again? Michael Jones? This guy does actually look like a goblin. So, if this is what accumulating prodigious semen and never releasing it. Here we go. This is the only photo I can find of him. We're just gonna have this guy up. This actually makes him look a lot better than he did in the video. I don't know if anyone has like a screenshot or like a link or whatever, but because here we go. This is from Goodreads, okay? Because he almost looks likable here. Here we go. This is more how I remember him. Sort of kind of a necrophage vibe. A little bit. You know? Where was that link? Here we
go. All I have to do is kind of show up and say, look, this is what I believe. So you got two paradigms. You got this old guy who has raised 5 children and has 21 grandchildren, and with all of his failings, he actually did do that. And do you want to be like him, or do you want to be this wanker who is just starts screaming at you when you try to make a point? The interesting thing about that debate was at the beginning you make a statement, and then as soon as you go into the back and forth, he would invariably stop, interrupt you, and say, well, what do you mean by that? Or what do you mean by that? And so the point here is he's perfected this tactic of basically trying to trip you up, and then you get frustrated because you can't make your point, and then you're supposed to get angry, and you're supposed to shout at him or something like that. Well, it turns out the exact opposite happened.
The sneaky debate tactic of asking clarifying questions when a person's best argument against you is that you have a darkened mind and therefore cannot perceive his ideas. That, literally, again, he didn't explain shit. He was just like, okay, well, some things are good and some things are bad, and your mind is broken, so you don't know. So it's like, okay, oh fuck, I have to ask some questions to know what the fuck we're going on about.
So the middle part is kind of unpleasant because he's constantly
Nazi John Kerry,
making it very difficult to make the point. But then the third part is all you're doing is answering questions from the audience. And the questions were obviously not going his way. And so he's getting more and more angry because I don't have to say anything anymore. The floor is yours.
I love the
every
Q&A
time someone
section.
calls in, you have to answer the question. And he's getting more and more angry. So one point, I'm just not saying anything. At one point, he says to me, he goes into this tirade about me as an old man, and he's big and strong, and he could knock me out and everything. And then at the end of it, he says, "Shut the fuck up." Well,
and he did.
We're supposed to have a debate here. What kind of attitude is that when you're having a debate? Because the more you allowed him to speak, the more it became obvious.
Okay, for those who weren't there for that debate, he was saying that porn is bad, masturbation is bad because it's not natural. And of course, masturbating is natural, like even animal species do it, but like whatever, it doesn't matter, you know? So it was like, it's the naturalistic fallacy, things that are natural are better. So, you know, he has obvious. He's like super old. He'd probably be dead if he was out in the woods. I told him that if things were in their natural setting, that I would just beat him to death with a rock. And I told him to shut up, and he did.
That lust darkens the mind. And you don't have a position. Your position is basically a constricted justification for pornography and masturbation, trying to relate that to people who are part of as addicted as you are and don't feel good about it.
Use modern language. Coomers.
Yeah, he didn't seem to be aware, or at least anyway, of your argument about pornography or sexual liberation as a tool, psychological weapon for political control. And he didn't seem to be too concerned or interested in the history, which I think is important understanding its effect and also its power. And he was bored with Hollywood, and he didn't think that factored into it. He didn't think Hollywood produced pornography. I was like, what are you talking about? They've normalized it. That's why maybe you don't recognize it.
When they say Hollywood, they mean the Jews here, by the way. This guy's explicitly a neo-Nazi. When he says Hollywood, he means the Jews. So it's the same group to him.
But he's been he's like I said, his own appearance, how he talked, is an argument against pornography. I understand he was making the case that pornography is something like is an evil that must be tolerated.
Can I get a wait? Who's the other guy here? Who's the other Tim Kelly? Can I get like a picture of this guy? If this guy looks like a Giga Chad, I'm gonna get blown the fuck out here. But I really want to know. Tim Kelly, Culture Wars. Is there like a photo anywhere or? Oh, tell me it's not this guy. This guy, he's listed for the National Catholic Reporter, which seems like the kind of thing these guys would do. I'm pretty sure Michael Jones is also a Catholic. Wait, here's a panel for them. Is there a photo here? Oh, shit. Okay, I think it might be this guy, because this guy, in his non-photographed appearances, uses an old medieval image, like a painting of Christ, and this photo is taken from the National Catholic Reporter. It seems like there might be a bit of a parallel there, I guess, but yeah, here we go. There we go. My money is on it being this guy. That's my guess. You know? That's just a guess that I have. I don't know. I can only guess here. Not all of us are brave enough to put our faces out there on the internet when we want to share our opinions.
Given other concerns like free speech, if that's your understanding of the First Amendment, but he was like, it was a positive good. It helps people. It
helps you nut.
And it was almost like a complete, sort of this obtuse or detached from reality, meaning that you can. His idea is you could be addicted to pornography, addicted to masturbation, have a perfectly healthy relationship, and have children. Well, people who know the reality of this, that isn't the case. In fact, that's why it's promoted.
I think they literally think that if you because I don't know if this guy. Oh wait, this guy ever understood, but I think he actually thinks that if you masturbate, you can't impregnate people. I never got over this with him. I kept trying to get him to understand that it's possible to masturbate to pornography, and then it's possible to then afterwards impregnate somebody, like at some time in the future, or even like right then, if you want to. But I don't think he got it. I don't know.
Promoted actually to prevent people from forming families and having large families, having children, having community. It's there to atomize you. And he's a perfect example of someone who's atomized. I mean, it's...
Well, it's not, he's a whole generation has been atomized, marginalized, you know, for two things, you know, basically pornography, masturbation, and student loan debt. It's a catastrophe for that generation.
What a mixed bag.
And as soon as you say something like debt, then we go down that rabbit hole.
What a weird 1-2 punch. Okay, the only reason he doesn't like student debt is because debt is usury and usury is Jews. That the rabbit hole he's referring to here is Jews.
And it's just constantly trying to avoid the issue, but at the same time making the issue obvious by your behavior. It's obvious. It's obvious that there's something wrong here. and that you can't
Your
come up
superior
with a coherent
rock
explanation.
beating to death
when
power.
some guy calls in and says, "Yeah, I was addicted, and I'm glad I broke the habit," you yell at him. That's the wrong answer.
Wait, did I? I thought I said that people can be addicted to porn and that if they got over that, that's good. Well, that's what I thought.
You know, and who cares about you, and so on and so forth. That
Well,
type of thing.
that's not evidence. You see, that's not social.
Oh, I said who cares about you to the guy who said that the fact that he had a bad experience with pornography means that the state should crack down on all pornography and ban all of it and make it illegal to produce or to look at it. Okay. Yes, in that case, it is true. I do not care about you.
Sociological evidence. That's not
Right.
data.
There's a scientific study that must be.
Well, that goes back to the idea of science, right? It goes back to he's almost like an apostle of Kinsey. He's calling it
Right.
science, right?
Right. I mean, now that we're on this, we started off by talking about those 180 priests who announced that they're homosexuals. I'm saying there's a direct line between that and the pornography battle in Germany. A
What?
direct line.
By the way, he was completely unaware of that, by the way.
No, he's unaware of everything.
Yeah,
He was, I think, taken aback when I started talking about the Palestinians and Ramallah and that type.
What? Did he even mention priests coming out as gay? I don't even remember that part of the conversation.
The thing. Didn't know what to say at that point. And so as soon as I started talking, then he would attack whatever I said.
Well, he said, well, the Weimar period in Germany was great. It's like, what?
What?
It's like the Germans didn't feel that way, and you know there was a reaction to that.
Yeah.
They're Nazis. See, to them, the fact that pornography was prominent in the Weimar Republic is evidence that what Hitler did was right.
It was called Hitler. Yeah.
Oh well, okay, there we go. Yeah, thank you.
But he said, yeah, he didn't. He I don't know if he's even aware of, you know, like
Hitler.
the transgender sex experimentation that was going on and all that. And
Yeah, it was based, man. The Weimar Republic was pretty progressive back in its day.
but
Berlin, at least.
No, he didn't know anything. He didn't know anything. He was like, okay, you're 27 years old, and it
28.
took me a while. When I was 27, I didn't know what I know now. But if you're going to constantly hector someone who knows more than you do, just to make a point, the
He's
only
still
point
mad.
you make is that you're an ignoramus.
Still
Well,
mad.
he looked like he was 40.
Well, you were
Now, maybe
27
I'm
at the
being
time. Yeah, now
unkind.
he's wrong.
But maybe when I was 27, at least I was aware that pornography was wrong, and I wouldn't know all the arguments, but I was aware that these were just instinctually knew that these things were wrong. He was proud of it, and he even suggested that if someone isn't
Instinctually
constantly masturbating, that they should masturbate more.
Dude, isn't that so sad? He's like, even back then, I was guilty when I jerked off to porn. I felt guilty. Damn, dude. That sucks.
Open their mind up. That was it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, look at him. There's an open mind. If there were ever proof that lust darkens the mind, it's Vosh and the way he performed during that debate.
He didn't understand. He didn't understand psychological warfare. It was almost like he was. If it's not, he sees it as liberating, right? And it's like
No, because your mind is darkened and you don't really understand what's going on.
What he's referring to here is that I think it was like the Israelis played like sounds of women getting dicked on a loudspeaker to annoy Palestinians or something, and the conclusion he derived from this was that sex and porn are something authoritarian governments like because it allows them to suppress minorities, which is an excellent argument if you don't look at all of human history in the past 150 years, which is contradicted by like essentially all of human history for the past, like it's literally the direct opposite of the thing that is true.
Going on. All you know is that you have to gratify your passions, and that's it. That's the end of the story. And you
Sure.
convince
Just don't
yourself
hurt
that you're
people.
happy as a slave, and try and convince other people. He's got people who follow him on the internet. This is ridiculous. He makes money by keeping these people, his own generation, enslaved to these vicious habits. That's really weird. But I mean, that's the situation. There's a direct line. I'm saying there's a direct line. The crisis in Germany came when basically Ratzinger and Krings were in Rome during the Second Vatican Council, and
It's always with the Jews with this guy. The Second Vatican Council, I'm pretty sure, was the one where they decided that the Jews weren't responsible for killing Jesus Christ and decided that Jews weren't all like mega evil people. It happened like the 1950s. The Second Vatican Council was them going like, hey, maybe we should stop being like literally Hitler. Vatican II, yeah.
Forces in Germany launched a very successful attack and overturned their obscenity laws. That enslaved the German people. They've never recovered. Never.
Well, I think in Vaucher's worldview is that was an example of Germany being liberated, the Allies bringing freedom to them.
Yeah.
They have me on that one. I do think that when the Nazi regime was defeated, that did lead to an increase in freedom.
Because he gets into this idea, remember, anything that the Nazis are against was good, and anything that opposed Nazis, everything the Nazis were for was bad, and everything that anything that opposed Nazis were good. So it's a very simple, dialect or dichotomy there.
Right.
It's an understanding of things. So basically,
He's so unreasonable.
Therefore, pornography is good. Okay, fine, take that. But where was I going to get to? Oh yeah, he just didn't. When you talk about psychological warfare and the idea of managing or manufacturing consent, people can be manipulated. He had no appreciation of that. Because have you ever read anything about Edward Bernays manipulation?
I'm an anti-Vatican II Catholic.
This isn't freedom. This is manipulation and the power of mass media and producing this stuff. You've written about how really pornography didn't really become an issue until the advent of.
Hey, just taking a shot in the dark, but I have a strong feeling. How much of these guys' day-to-day lives do you think is filled with incredibly graphic rape fantasies of every woman around them who isn't covered in like burqa equivalent clothing? I have a feel like this has got to be some like 100% like mega brain rot, crazy and internal fucking violent shit or something. Holy shit. You get guys who are this far right being this pent up and having this conservative a set of ideas on like sexuality. Yeah, I gotta say. 1% when they're using the bathroom. Yeah, the 1% that they aren't doing that is when they're pooping. And even sometimes,
Of the motion picture, right? It was photography, but really it was the motion pictures that really gave it its power.
Because of Hollywood.
So technology is the force multiplier in all this.
Right.
Hey, Shu, listen to Nazis complain about me.
Obviously, there's no way really effectively to restrict it. I mean, even if you concede the fact that adults can handle it, as they say, how do you keep it out of the hands or out of the visions of children? You cannot do it. It's an impossibility. So we're faced with a situation now where the regime, the system under free speech and these things, is in the habit of grooming young children so they grow up to be homosexual, or grow up to be perverts,
Wait, okay, so there are a lot of problems with that logic there. Like, there are tons of things that exist in society that we shouldn't have kids do, but we need them anyway in society. Like, guns and cars and alcohol and a bunch of other stuff. But, it's just, there might be other ways of restricting child's access to those materials. But what I want to know is, how does looking at pornography turn you gay? Isn't most pornography straight pornography? How the fuck does that happen? I want to know the logic on that one. Like, if you're like a 12-year-old and you type in with your stupid snotty hands on your family computer, big booby big, like whatever will the Google search results make you gay? That's crazy. I don't fucking know, man. That's wild.
So.
Yeah, he's going to go down that road too. He defended pedophilia and then got shouted down and tried to back away from that. But
that happened in the debate? I don't recall that part. He might have been thinking about pedophilia.
And I did want to discuss it on those terms. I really wanted to talk about that because the issues are grave enough, and we tend to get jaded because we.
Oh, fuck! I wish he'd brought it up. I bet I could have made that dude sound like a pedo with like 6 questions. Okay, talking to trad caths on anything having to do with consent or age of consent it's so fucking easy to make them look terrible, okay? Because these people are so locked into like the traditional like trad wife mindset and they're so anti-sex education and consent, you can make them look fucking horrible. Because they are horrible, don't get me wrong. You can make them look fucking horrible in like no time at all.
Tend to just go along with the barrage. We get desensitized because of all of the promotion, like it's homosexuality is the cutting edge, and so we desensitize.
Dude, homosexuality is not cutting edge anymore. I'm sorry.
or we should be talking about divorce. But those are battles that were fought so long ago, nobody talks about them anymore.
Contraception has no impact on birth because people can choose to have babies. That's how Vosh would look at it.
That's actually true. Yeah. If you have sex and you're wearing a condom, you can then go, oh, I want to have a kid, and take off the condom with consent. Talk about it first. Yeah, yes. Some forms of contraception are more permanent, but contraception as a concept doesn't prevent you from having kids. Keep in mind, the reason they're anti-contraception, the reason Catholics and other, like, tradcon types tend to be anti-contraception is explicitly because they want to punish women for having lascivious sex. That's the reason why. It's not actually about having more kids, because you can have a ton of kids if you plan to just take the condom off. They just don't want women to be able to have sex freely without being punished for it by having to care for children. They want to be able to have more single mothers to shame, essentially. Or shotgun marriages.
Yes, it's all choice, and nobody can influence our choice. And there's a guy who's totally determined by what's outside of him, and he can't even see it. Can't even see it. I tried to.
Does anyone else think it's funny that he's claiming that I'm the person controlled by outside forces when he's explicitly arguing against freedom of choice and in favor of a government choosing for you? That's a little bit interesting. I don't know.
That's why I started with the issue of the Israelis broadcasting pornography in Ramallah. Do you think the Israelis did this to bring about freedom? And we wouldn't answer it. He wouldn't answer it.
I answered that directly. This is like saying I don't know what to say. This is like you saying, hey, I think people should need water. And then he shows you videos of civil rights protesters having like firemen's hoses turned on them to push them back. And he's like, wow, you really think that water is good for people? Look at this. Bet you feel pretty stupid now, huh? Well, it's like, well, you know, you're kind of a retard.
Change the subject.
He said that they're just trolling.
Wait, what? I engaged with it directly.
No psychological component to it. It's like,
and I never said they were trolling. Wait, what?
I mean, obviously, if you look at the writings of the authoritarian, you know, something like, I don't know if he's familiar with the authoritarian personality, the works of Herbert Marcuse with Eros and Civilization, is obviously sex is being weaponized. And the authoritarian personality is pretty clear, is that they're going to promote Eros and sexual perversion to weaken the family. You know, because they want to weaken the family.
I love weakening the family,
particularly the family unit with the patriarchal strong father is a source of fascism. You know, this sort of narcissistic, everything's about us, and we need to weaken society. We need to break it up, weaken it, and they do that through the promotion of pornography. And the worst thing about it is he's denying it, but Jews admit it. They openly admit that this is a strategy.
They brag about it. They brag about it.
Yeah. Or Abrams wrote a book about it.
Wait, hold on. Give me my Jew credit. I don't deny that. I explicitly want to weaken traditional family roles. And I do think the pornography goes a long way towards destabilizing pre-existing standard like courting rituals. Not courting rituals, you know, like the process by which you find people and form a family and whatever. Yeah, I'll own up. I owned up to that. I owned up to that in the conversation. My Jewish mind is firing on all cylinders.
I think you quoted Abrams.
Yeah. I wrote. He took a lot of my material.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
article,
sorry. Yeah.
And then said, yeah, but what's wrong with that? It's good. The only difference between the two of our two perspectives is that he thinks it's good and I think it's bad.
Wait, so if I said that it's good, then how did I run away from it? Wait, you can't accuse me of denying something and then subsequently saying that it's that I owned up to the opposite position of you. I know there's no point to me responding to any of this. Both of these guys are brain damaged. You know, there's no point. It's just kind of fun, you know. After we're done with this, we'll go back to the impending warfare.
But we agree on the facts that Jews are heavily involved in the promotion of pornography. It's obvious.
Yeah, I do like the fact that in the interview you mentioned pornography and usury, and he immediately accuses you of being an anti-Semite.
Who could think that?
It's like, wait, where does this go? I mean, I guess you're willing to talk about it. I mean, but it's like, why would you immediately go to that? So basically,
dude, these guys are such pussies. Why don't they just own up to it? They're already banned and deplatformed off of everything. Well, anti-Semite. How are we anti-Semitic? We just think that Hitler was right to purge Germany of the Jewish-led pornography. Yeah, okay, just own up to it, dude. Fuck.
And yet this was exposed. We've talked about this, how remember that No Nut November thing where Rolling Stone accused the people of promoting as being anti-Semitic because it basically defogged their mind. But they says if someone is not addicted to pornography or watching pornography or just sexual liberation, it will strengthen the character, clear their mind. They're going to start a family and they recognize they have interests and all that.
Okay, again, for those who haven't seen the debate, this Nazi thought that No Nut November was something people were doing to reject pornography, when what it really was for almost everyone was a month of edging. It's just a self-challenge to avoid coming for a month. It's something that Coomers do. It's a self-imposed challenge. What you're thinking of is the no-fap movement, which is an attempt at overcoming, fapping or pornography or whatever. But the No Nut November thing, dude, do you have any idea how many porn comics there are of No Nut November? Of like fucking Fuda chicks with giant tits and huge cocks being like, all right, it's just 1 month. This can't be that hard. And then like 5 days in, and they like fucking their fucking dick is spraying pre-cum everywhere. It's a porn thing. It's just a fucking Coomer porn thing. It's not anti-porn.
So they admit it, and I mean, you've talked about this.
Oh my God.
What Vaush is. I guess he thinks he's a leftist of some type, but he is a product of that Michel Foucault thing, right? Whether you abandon the economic claims and you embrace sexual liberation, and this is why the oligarchs
abandon the economic claims.
Right. It's kind of like the default setting right now. It's called libertarianism.
Mm-hmm.
The libertarianism swept through the homosexual crowd in San Francisco in the 70s, and produced people like Robert Sirica, who basically deregulate everything. Deregulate. It's simple enough. Well, when you deregulate,
so this is just psychotic. The idea that the deregulatory movement came from gay people in San Francisco. Again, these guys are like actually brain damaged, but it's like whatever.
Everything. All you're doing is handing power to the oligarchs because they have wealth and power. You have to have something that will equalize their wealth and power, and that's going to be laws that are based on the moral law and say that certain behavior is impermissible and
it's always
certain
Jews.
People, certain things are inviolable, like the right to life. As soon as you break through that, you have oligarchic control. This is why abortion was so crucial. What you have if you can't say you have the right to life, you have no rights. Anything can be violent. The oligarchs can come up.
Well, you get the rights after you're born. That's when you become a citizen. It's when you're born.
With excuse and to do anything they want to you. That's the catch here. You go for the bait. You say, well, I just want to act out my sexual behavior, so I'm going to say, well, the moral law doesn't apply. Well, you think it doesn't apply just to that? If you say it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply across the board, and they use that against you as they start to exploit you.
Is anti-Semitism just being anti-capitalism, but you think capitalism is Jews? It's been said that anti-Semitism is the stupid man's anti-capitalism, but I don't even know how true that is, because this guy doesn't give a fuck about capitalism. He cares about Jews. Like, it's adopting adjacent talking points as a way of pushing the anti-Semitism. But like, if you could explain to this guy, like, hey, you can solve economic inequality, but you don't have to do any weird anti-Semite shit, he would never change his mind. He will never change his mind on the Jews. However, if this guy realized that he no longer needed to talk about class issues in relation to his hate quest for Jewish people, he would drop that in an instant. And you see this happening all the time. You can find out what people actually care about based on which subjects they will orient their talking points around, Talking points change, but the core things they're defending often don't. And it very often with anti-Semitic groups, you know, the reasons they're anti-Semitic, or so they claim, are just an ever-shifting, incorporeal hodgepodge of different excuses. We're almost done.
Economically, you can't kick it away in one place and then use it in someplace else. That's why this is important. It's a seamless.
Well, these people make good villains in fiction. So what you're seeing right now is the reason why we have this image of the Nazis as like cold and efficient and ruthless. This is what the Nazis were actually like. They were fucking retarded. Really. The Nazi party, its officials, its leaders, were idiots. They genuinely were. They were coked up, incompetent buffoons who were high as a kite 30% of the time and incapable of fielding like very basic levels of competence that you would expect from government. And their underlings were not much better, okay? The problem is this makes for a really bad villain because nobody wants to acknowledge the fact that evil can coexist with stupidity to this extent. They need to be made like some big imposing big like bad. So we have this troubling habit of making them out to be way the fuck more menacing. Well, they were menacing, but way the fuck more perceptually competent that they actually are. This is the face of Nazism, folks, okay? And by the way, during the debate that I had with this guy, Nick Fuentes fans, Nick Fuentes was watching it and getting thousands of views. Nick Fuentes is one of the biggest neo-Nazi figures in like the modern West, and his fans love this guy, okay? This is what they like. This is what they like. This is the level of intelligence they operate on. That's it. This is what they have.
Garment, and it has to be treated as such. And there are certain things that have to be beyond economic exchange, and that's precisely what the libertarians are denying.
And there was, I think, it was Vaush at one point in the debate accused,
Vaush,
I guess what he called conservatives, of not, accepting responsibility for their actions. I thought it was ironic because it's his gospel
he didn't
of
get
sexual liberation is this fantasy, which is not too surprising because I think he's from Hollywood, so he does actually believe in the Hollywood fantasy.
Right. He grew up as a privileged child of Hollywood.
Yeah, so
his real name is Ian Koczynski. His father is a big, heavily involved in special effects in Hollywood. So he has that kind of Hollywood Jewish mentality.
There you go.
Yeah,
whether he's Jewish or not.
Hyper reality is fantasy and these things, but the idea he's saying you have to accept responsibility for your action. But wait a second,
wink.
Is the sex act is inherently a moral act. He doesn't think have any morality of these acts, but obviously if you're having sex, you can produce a child, and that child needs someone to take care of him. And
all right, this is boring now. Their arguments never rise above this thing is bad because I say it's bad, and my things are good because I say they're good, and if you disagree, it's because God has abandoned you. So, you know, it's pretty much all we're going to get. I do love being the center of their anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Listen, okay, I'm Jewish in spirit, all right? Listen, okay, I'm Schrodinger's Jew. I'm Jewish when it's very funny when I'm arguing with Nazis, okay? That's when I'm Jewish. In reality, of course, my actual family is Catholic going back. Funnily enough, if you go back far enough, my ancestors probably wouldn't have been that far off from those guys in terms of their religious and political opinions. My dad nearly became a fucking, preacher or whatever. Or the Catholic Church, whatever their preacher is, not a preacher, priest, just a priest, one of those. All right, well that was nice. You know, we got a little bit of a break, little funsy onesie. Didn't Catholics used to get shit on by white supremacists? The Ku Klux Klan didn't like Catholics. They thought of America as a Protestant nation, but it's complicated, you know. You know, for a period of time in America, Catholics were actually considered to be the relatively progressive group, being generally in favor of, like, pro-choice, being relatively socially progressive on racial issues. It was the Protestant evangelicals who, as they are today, back then, were the bulwark of religious conservatism in America. But lately, Catholicism has been taking more of a trad-cath role over here, so... Is that because they were more marginalized? I think that's because a lot of them were Italians and Irish, and Italians and Irish weren't like treated as full white people when they first came over here. So they were marginalized along a few axes, and the relative social ostracization was a force that juxtaposed them against the relatively socially conservative Protestant groups that were leading some of the hate against them. Yeah, I think. Yes, traditional Catholicism, however, has been growing a bit louder in America in the past decade or two. Which is funny because we currently have the most progressive pope by far, I think, in all of human history. But I think most Catholics, at least, I think tradcaths hate the pope, right? Modern tradcaths currently despise the pope, which I still don't understand, okay? The pope is, like, supposed to be chosen by God. I mean, I get they're elected by the cardinals, but their choices are supposed to be brought about through God's wisdom, who is supposed to speak pretty much directly to them. So I don't know how exactly you parse that out. Like, I don't know how you can pretend to be Catholic but hate the Pope. Like, do you think they're a fake Pope or something? I don't know. Yeah, that's the problem with religious thinking. I mean, there's not really much moral room to argue with the Pope if you're a Catholic. Yes, it's literally like a papal infallibility, yeah. Tradcasts are in denial over the Second Vatican Council, as we saw. All right, hold on. Check out this alt-right article. What? This is massive and a bunch of screenshots, and I don't care about it. All right, close that, close this, close that, close this. As Vosh, there's a channel we cover sometimes, Anti-Pope Tradcast Splinter Group. Listen, okay, here's my position. Whenever you're arguing with Catholics, ask them if they agree with Vatican II and the current Pope, all right? If they say no, spend the rest of the debate calling them heretics, all right? Call them infidels. Sorry, you want to be Catholic, buddy? You don't get to argue against the Pope. Sorry. Sorry. They're like, no, it's been corrupted by Western homo globo agenda. Nope, sorry, that's the word of God. He's being moved by the word of God. You're the one who doesn't hear him. Sorry. Just make fun of them. Their excommunication is pending. Yeah, them's the rules. Breaking news, Russia broadcasts pornography to demoralize civilian population. Thank you. I don't hear these arguments from Catholics, though. What arguments? The idea that they don't like the Pope, or the idea that people who don't like the Pope are, like, infidels or heretics? Oh, hey, Katarana. The podcast was great. We still have to watch your thing as well, which I have on the back burn here. We are going to be watching the Ukraine stuff for a little while. Yeah, I haven't seen rematch. Meanwhile, in China, nothing in China. In your Gravel Institute video, you're not considering the gravity of how Russia blows out of proportion the problem of Nazis in Ukraine. Yeah, but I think we've talked about it on stream. One thing is that the Pope is Latin American, so there's some racist background there. Listen, if you believe in divine command theory, which you have to if you're a Catholic, otherwise I don't know how else you parse all of that, but if you do, like, you can't argue against the Pope. You can't. It's the Pope. It's the Pope. There's no room for this. Oh, well, the Pope did it. It doesn't matter what the Pope does. It's the Pope. You can't argue against that. You can cope all you want. It's the Pope. Can't cope about the Pope, okay? Currently, Catholic Church can't afford to take a hard stand against tradcaths. They're losing worshippers in all traditionally Catholic countries. Yeah, no shit, but they might as well. The Pope is coming out with statements every month on how, like, actually you should be giving your transgender children hormone blockers, you know? I feel like they're already going to lose the fucking tradcath votes there. Also, how funny would it be if we had, like, a bunch of fucking Catholic splits all over the world in the 21st century, man? It'll be like the whole Eastern Orthodox shit or the anti-Pope shit for a while. Like, fucking all of these, all these more tradcathy countries fucking break off and form their own. Listen, the goal is to create as many different sects of Catholicism as there are of Protestantism, okay? That's the goal, all right? We need to break them up. It's what we need, okay? We need that level. We need that level of division, okay? There are already 23 separate Catholic churches. They just all answer the Vatican. Yeah, okay, well, obviously, like, a break-off wouldn't, right? The anti-Pope will be Polish, I'm 100% sure. That or Hungarian, right? Isn't Hungary like a super trad-cathy country, or am I mistaken? Hold on. Yep. Hungary is basically fascist now. Well, we know that fascists and tradcasts like to get along. Whew, okay. All right. Let's go. Can you react to the Ukrainian anarchist militias fighting neo-Nazis? Yo, my goal here isn't really to... This is from 2019. Why would I... No. We're covering an ongoing conflict when we're not talking about other things. Okay. Hold on. This is from a little bit ago, I think. RT, Russia and France will organize a meeting. Oh, no, this is the meeting. This has already taken place. It's in a different time zone. Did they really not localize the time zone? Okay, whatever. No, we haven't spoke with Leon yet. Watch this Beau the Fifth Column video. Why? Let's talk about manufacturing pretext. Why? We're covering the thing. We're not... Do I disagree with anything here? Then no. Russian state media is literally having a TV debate of how they divide Ukrainian territory. Fuck, that's funny. Oh my god. Quite a lot of it, too. Is there like a translated live of this? Is there like a video that I could watch, that I could follow along? Actually, I wouldn't even need it translated because they're pointing to a map. Does anyone have a link to this broadcast? That's an old video. Oh, is this old? Check the live map. There are a ton of updates. Boris Johnson and Emmanuel Macron have agreed during a phone call the next week will be crucial to diplomacy as the West looks to avert war between Russia and Ukraine. The president had a family-related issue. Okay, yeah, so this is Biden staying in the White House when he didn't want to. Joint Forces operation reports another provocation by Russian militias in occupied parts of Luhansk. At 9 p.m., artillery from Lobashev area shelled Luhansk city. Biden and Macron spoke to each other. Biden convened a meeting of the National Security Council to discuss the latest developments. Vosh, there are vans driving across Luhansk screaming through speakers, "Stand up and defend your homeland against occupiers of Kiev." Is there a video of it? Okay, those are the updates. Van propaganda? Propaganda? Let's see. Okay, this is from 4 minutes ago. According to reports, Campaign Gazelle is driving around Luhansk with these calls. Oh, shit! I love my propaganda van. Maybe fake. Could be fake. Could be fake. Russia welcomes India's position on Ukraine's situation. What is India's position? Okay, India's position is just, I hope everyone gets along. Okay. Can't expect Modi to do anything particularly bombastic here. Live updates. Biden warning on Russian attack was prompted by new intelligence. American president stepped up his warnings. Intelligence, the Kremlin ordered an invasion, prompted the latest Biden warning, officials say. I think we already knew this. We will see. What is this? Donetsk, calm? We'll try. Another drone is headed? Okay. No fly zone? Yes, we saw this. New Sea of Azov Notam going active at midnight. It's midnight now, correct? Or is it 1? Is it midnight or 1 over there? It's midnight now. Okay. The no-fly zone over the Sea of Azov is live. Great. I wonder if we can see the effects of this. Well, there certainly are no planes over the sea, so that tracks. According to U.S. reports and that video we saw, there should be Russian ships in here, right? What do we have? Forte 11, my man. Doing it sweet. Our fat, dumpy bitch baby. Doing its best. No fly zone goes into effect in 2 hours. It should be in effect right now. Oh. Okay. Sorry, Uwu. I got the start time for the military no fly zone. Wong. Uwu. Our bore was Forte 10, not 11. Forte 10 and Forte 11 are the same Forte. It's just a different designation. Or is it not? Is Forte 10 elsewhere? Forte 10 seems to be watching activity in Belgorod, where a Russian attack on Kharkiv would come from. Where's Forte 10? I don't know where the fuck that shit is. Forte 10 is in Italy? Fuck Italy. You can search the call sign in the box in the upper right corner. I don't trust it. I don't trust search boxes. A lot of flights running out of Moscow. What do you mean you don't trust it? I don't trust it. We look at marinetraffic.com. Global ship tracking. I don't know if this is going to track military vessels. Woo! A lot of boats out there. I don't know if this is going to track... I mean, it might. Neat. Yeah, I don't, is there a way to, like, select for non-commercial? Or, like, what color means what? So red... What does red mean? Is there, like, a key or a legend here? Baby blue is specialist / military. Tugs and specialist craft. Vessel filters. Ship type. No tankers. No cargo. Here we go. No passenger. No fishing. No pleasure craft. High speed, tugs and special craft, navigation aids, and unspecified ships. Pollution control vessel. Well, that's not military. Shoo, you're right. I should add it. I should add it for sure. Yeah, these are just tugs. I don't think these are military. Just tugs. And if we remove that, we don't really have anything. Except... navigation aid. So that's what, a buoy? Yeah. No, this isn't going to let us track anything military. Sorry, Vosh, I thought there might be something. Oh, no worries. It was fun just to look through it. Boy. Russian state media better than literally the same propaganda scenes from that American guy. Oh, damn, dude. Is Russian state media doing literally the same shit? Oh, it's the same fucking place. It's the same bandage!
сотрудники Марцинюка, сотрудники
Автомобиль. Большой траур.
и вели свободу, так называемых живыми. Оперативники уже закончили осмотр.
Are you gonna do the look at it? Are you gonna look at the little pink? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Как рассказали нам оперативники МГБ, сейчас задержанный диверсант продолжает давать показания. Он уже сообщил о нескольких схронах, где обнаружили взрывчатку и мины направленного действия МОН-50. Ирина Куксенко.
I love it when there's a firefight and allegedly either one or two people are either injured or killed and there are no blood stains anywhere. There's just one slightly pink bandage just hovering in the middle of a hallway with no blood stains anywhere else. They aren't that good at this. They're working with separatist forces, okay? They're not well trained. Jesus. I love how the state media didn't even show the building from outside. Yeah. The fact that they're so intent on looking at it proves that it was propaganda to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that all these, like, media apparatuses are zooming in on this one site to show such unconvincing information means they probably have, like, a fucking incentive to do so. What are we looking at? It's so much context. Some poor lady used that rag to soak up her monthly leak. Now Russia will start a war over it. God damn. Women really do cause trouble. Military boat tracking? Here we go. There we go. Alright, let's see what we can see. Military ship tracker. Aircraft... Okay. What do we have in the visible over here? Let's see. Alright, okay, we've got a lot of shit over here, which makes sense, because it's, you know, the Istanbul Strait. Yes, military ships can turn off their shit to not be tracked if they don't want to be tracked, of course. What do we have? A firefighting vessel. Not really military, I don't think. Salvage ship. Again, not really military. Pollution control vessel. We saw that one before. Anti-pollution... Oh, here we go. No. Anti-pollution. No, sorry, guys. The thing is, it's much easier to track flights like these because you can pick up aircraft on radar pretty easily. Like, pretty much all these countries have radar dishes pointed in every direction. You know, they all have readings on what's going on in the air. It's much harder to get that kind of ubiquitous coverage of boats. Russian Navy movements tracked close to Ukrainian waters. Maritime OSINT tracking frantic Russian naval activity over the last 3 weeks suggests Russian invasion of Ukraine imminent. Yeah, we saw these 5 hours ago. The Crimean Bridge, Sea of Azov. Some big boats. Those ain't no goddamn pollution control ships. Look at that. Aircraft are tracked with transponders. I'm just saying that it's much, yeah. The equipment that's used on planes and the way in which they move makes it easier to track all over the world. It's very tough to hide a plane. Boats can be hidden a lot easier. How much does Russia stand to lose if they back down? I think quite a lot. Russia has not gotten any concessions. Literally nothing. Nothing has been gained. All they've done is push Ukraine further and further to the west and spent a fuck ton of money deploying troops to the edge of the border. They've committed so hard. And because no appeasement has been engaged in, because thank fuck Biden and the Ukrainian government aren't like fucking Twitter lefties, Russia has gained nothing from this. So they either take just a complete L, just a massive loss, and back off, or they commit and try to salvage the situation. Live Russian propaganda here. Hey! They're trying to troll us. Be nice. Wait, what the fuck is happening? This is a Russian operative tearing us, tearing our intel apart. Live Russian propaganda here. Hold on. A most devious lick. When foreigners casually bombing of Kiev, these pics always come to mind. This is what Russian colonialism did to Chechnya and Grozny when they tried to leave the empire in 2000, a war crime of horrific scale, but the rest of the world was like, meh, so Moscow continued. How is this live Russian propaganda? This makes Russia look quite bad, actually. No. We can't trust Intel Doge anymore. They could be memeing and creaming. They just did the meme. They can't. They're memeing and creaming. Can't trust these bitches. They were baiting you? What if these are all baits now? We can't trust anything they say. Though, I'll admit, if all of this has been some kind of bait, that's quite a bit of commitment. Still, we can't trust them anymore. If anything, I do think it's nice that the West is finally standing up to Russia for bullying their smaller neighbors. Here. A quick moment to briefly catch up on donations, which, again, I implore you to remember I cannot read in great detail today. Alexander Hagen Rippey and RYMD Caspel, thank you for the very kind $5 all. I really appreciate this. Osen think this is a distraction. They'll go for Odessa instead. Maybe, though that would be pretty tough to parse with their preventing a genocide rhetoric. Gotcha, Rippy. Sake, thank you for the 3 consecutive $10 donations. I really, really appreciate that. There was also a lot of conflation between Russia hacked the DNC and Russia caused the HRC to lose and Russia hacked the election because John Podesta got fished. Yes. Hillary Clinton, like, doing this, like, fucking whining tour about how she should have won afterwards was really embarrassing and did a ton to decredit the Russiagate idea, you know? Because, like, it was a legitimate thing that happened, and then Hillary Clinton made into, like, well, Russia stole the election away. I mean, she conceded the election, but, yeah, she really fucked over that one. And Fresh Cantaloupe, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. I love you too. Delta Synums, thank you for the very kind $2. Really appreciate that. Lilybot Nightmare and Hylian Dragoon Zero, thank you for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that. What's your favorite Warhammer 3 faction so far? I'm only halfway through a campaign with Kislev. How do I deal with a friend of mine poisoning the well and misrepresenting the situation / centering America? That shit's infuriating. You know I can't, like, fix your relationship over a dono, right? I don't know, man. You learn the arguments and you get good at delivering them, but a lot of that's going to be filtered through the context of you knowing them and you knowing how to deal with that relationship. Leflux and Sith Apologist, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Happy to have you with us, Sith Apologist. That's very kind of you. Xylo, Sam is not real, Natural One Dragon, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Calling Bismarck a mixed bag is an unbelievable understatement. Also, he united Prussia, Bavaria, and the rest into the German Empire in 1871. I don't know shit about Bismarck. I've seen the epic rap battle of history he features in, okay? That's all I know. I'm sorry. Space Trireme and Mr. Yoshida, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. And Chancho ZC, Invisible Exploration, and Lucas Synthead, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, we've cleared some donos. Taken some work off my future plate. Let me see. You hear about the shooting in Portland? Yeah, I did. Let's focus on this for now. Let me see. Apparently both Luhansk and Donetsk are getting shelled. Okay, we've seen this video, but I cut it through midway through because it was difficult for me to tell what we were looking at. Perhaps I should try a little bit harder. Uh-huh. Why the watermark? Listen, okay? If you're in the Donbass region, you're just trying to get some clout for your wartime journalism. Is that so bad? Just a shelling? Yeah, but the claim, I think, is that this is a shelling from Russian borders. Suppose we'll see. God damn it. I have to use the restroom. When you have too much coffee. Where was that video? The video. Beau of the Fifth Column. I'm going to content steal. Beau, don't DMCA me, okay? If Beau DMCAs me, it's war. Also, his channel's twice my size, okay? We're doing an Azan stream. It sure is difficult to tell his videos apart just based on their thumbnails. Here we go. Godspeed. Beau, by the way, Beau's cool as hell, okay? All right?
Oh, howdy there, Internet people. It's Beau.
Chill for a sec.
So today, we are going to talk about something a lot of Americans believe that may be less than accurate. And we're going to talk about pretexts and the manufacturing of pretexts. Because when this topic comes up on the foreign policy scene, Americans tend to kind of adopt this attitude of, yeah, we know, sorry, we're not going to fall for it again. And they think of one particular incident. You know, they think of one time. And that's what they kind of latch onto. The thing is, the manufacturing of a pretext for war, that did not start with Iraq. That's not where that began. If you're up on American history right now, you're running through your head of all of the other times the United States either manufactured a pretext for war or drew up plans to, right? We don't even have to go into that. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about The Princess Bride, that movie, right? Everybody's seen that. The plot is about manufacturing a pretext for war. It's not inconceivable that other countries might engage in this behavior. It's been an idea for a really, really long time. This isn't really something that's made in America. But, I mean, it's easy for me to say, oh, they do it in movies, so other countries must do it. But if you're going to say that, you need some kind of historical evidence to back that up, as you wish. In 1788, King Gustav III kicked off the Russo-Swedish War. He reached out to, I want to say, an acting troupe and got them to make him some Russian uniforms, which he distributed to his, closely trusted associates, who then, they attacked themselves. Blamed it on the Russians, kicked off a 2-year war. Didn't go so well for their side. In 1931, you have the Mukden incident. This was Japan wanting to kick stuff off in Manchuria, but they really didn't have a reason, so they went after their own railroad. In 1939, Germany needed a reason to go after Poland. So the Gestapo, they manufactured a raid on, I want to say, a radio station, some kind of broadcasting station, and blamed it on Poland. Also in 1939, you have the beginning of the Russo-Finnish War, which today historians basically chalk up to the NKVD, Russian spies shelling a Russian town and blaming it on the other side to start the war. This was all but admitted to by Boris Yeltsin in 1994. This isn't an American-made thing. This isn't a thing that is solely the United States. The U.S. definitely does it. Make no mistake about that. And the Iraq example that everybody uses, that's not the first time. The U.S. does it, but so does pretty much every country that's operating on any significant level on the geopolitical scene. It's not a thing that only the U.S. does. The reason people fall into this trap is because they look at foreign policy, they look at situations, and they're like, there's got to be good guys and bad guys, because that's what we see in movies. It's foreign policy. There are no good guys and bad guys. good, bad, right, wrong, morality. None of this has anything to do with foreign policy. It is about power and nothing else. And if you want your foreign policy takes to make sense, you have to acknowledge that fact. There are no good guys. There are no bad guys. It's about power, positioning, a lot of times money. Countries have to engage in manufacturing a pretext for war. Why? How do you feel about war? Do you like it? No, most people don't. Most people don't. So the populace of any given country has to kind of be encouraged to want to take part in one. So nations come up with a reason. It's not just a U.S. thing. The idea that the United States did this in Iraq, therefore they're the only country that does it, it's not true. You could look into recent Russian history and find pretty similar examples. Well, let's see, in 1999, quite a few different places. It's something that if this is a belief you hold, if you are looking at this through the lens of there's no way Russia would do that, only the U.S. does it, you might want to look into how Russia has gotten involved in various conflicts since the year 2000. Well, actually start in 1999. When people examine foreign policy, they want that moralistic good guys and bad guys storyline. It doesn't exist most times. Understand, for those who are concerned about being anti-imperialist, you cannot support either side in this conflict and it be an anti-imperialist take. Okay? Just because one side is engaging in expansionist behavior doesn't mean the other side isn't. It's not how it works. Sometimes there aren't any good guys. Sometimes it's just a bunch of people with a huge appetite for destruction. Until you acknowledge that foreign policy is about power and positioning, your foreign policy takes will always be shallow. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
There we go. Could have timed that just a smidge better, but that's war, you know. You missed the war; it finished already. Oh well. Did we win? The next reported pro-Russian forces. Let me see. Not sure if you've already seen it. All right, let's get the links. Let's get the links. Russian propaganda. All right. Okay. You're worse than Hassan. You didn't even watch the video on your phone. I did a little bit, yeah. Video yoinking. You said this is from a pro-Russian source? Let me see. Well, that doesn't look like Russian to me. I think we've seen this. This is a repost of 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 a repost. Okay, yes, guys, please stop linking this. We have seen this, okay? Yes, U.S. intelligence claims... U.S. intelligence claims that Russian troops have been given the orders to proceed with an invasion.
It was very
Oh, it's that lady we liked from before.
clear that he is convinced by U.S. intelligence that this invasion
Hi, Doge.
will happen, that President Putin decided to do it. How is he that certain?
Because the intelligence says
Get this
that
in the screenshot.
Russian troops have actually received orders now to proceed with the invasion. So not only are they moving up closer and closer to the border into these attack positions, but the commanders on the ground are making specific plans for how they would maneuver in their sector of the battlefield. They're doing everything.
That guy's mic is picking up the sound of him digesting. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Interesting. 5 flights on the air now to Russia, 4 from London, and +1 from Nice. Nice? Is it nice? That's what I want to say, but... Are they spooked? Not something I follow. Perhaps their flight trackers can see. Nice. Okay, we'll see. Latest intel assessment says Russia has close to 75% of its conventional forces near Ukraine, 35 of 50 air defense battalions, 500 fighters and fighter bombers, and 50 medium to heavy bombers. Cool. Somebody keeps linking this Salon article from 5 days ago. Democrats won't oppose the war state. Are they the lesser evil or the more effective one? Democrats always make the best salespeople for war, a dire lesson America may have to learn all over again. I do not disagree that Democrats are as imperious and war hawky as Republicans often. However, it should be noted that A, Biden has more or less ended the drone war in the Middle East. That's good. And B, excuse me. And B, in this respect, the Democrats are not being war hawky. Oh, I think I see the angle this article is taking. When all else fails, when you are clueless about how to halt a 7.5% inflation rate, when your Build Back Better bill is gutted, when you renege on your promise to wage the minimum wage or forgive student debt, when you can't halt the Republican suppression of voting rights, when you have no idea how to handle a pandemic which has claimed 900,000 lives, 16% of the world's death, although we're less than 5% of the population, when the stock market fluctuates on wild roller coaster rides, when holy shit, the run-on, oh my god, yes, okay. Then you must make the public afraid of enemies, foreign and domestic. The problem is, this is a point which is generally good, which is a complete fucking lie here. The idea that Biden is manufacturing the Russian-Ukraine conflict to shore up local support and popularity is pretty ridiculous. That's pretty ridiculous. That's pretty insane. Also, the inflation rate that's happening right now is global. This is a product of a number of economic factors, not just domestically what's happening in the United States. The Majority Report and Ben Burgess. Oh god, let me take a look. Check out Biden's hands in the picture. Yeah, those are Pelosi. This is Pelosi's hand. Are they both Pelosi's hand? I don't know. Chris Hedges, what are you about? Betrayal of Julian Assange. Yeah, okay. Anyone who, like I've said before, harping on and on about Julian Assange is such a fucking red flag for a person with terrible opinions. Even if it's right to say that he should be let free or whatever, or not, like fucking whatever Biden wants to do, torture him in Gitmo or whatever, you know, even if with all that aside, like if it was right to free him, you know, people who obsess over him, it's just a huge red flag. Yeah, okay. Chris Hedges was a Christian anarchist that went Jimmy Dore soaked them a while back. Lovely. My favorite type of person. All right, hold on. Ben Burgess, don't fuck me over here.
Over the past, I guess, 24, 36 hours, we have had, and again, you know, it's impossible to even state
Oh, sorry, never mind. Yep, Chris Hedges is literally employed by Russia Today. My God, man, it is so fucking direct. It is so fucking obvious. Why is there not more of a stigma against people who work directly for state-operated media controlled by authoritarian governments? How is that not something lefties just automatically distrust? Like, by default. How is that not something we look at and go, oh, I have no reason to trust you, you know? It's not to say that Russia Today only publishes bad stuff. A lot of their articles are actually fine, but that's only because their fine articles don't really challenge Russian hegemony that much. Like Zizek, for instance, gets published in RT pretty often, but like Zizek's writings aren't like Russian propaganda. They're just insane philosophy gibberish. And that's fine, you know. Oh my God, it's Rick Sanchez down there. That's where he is.
Facts or vague facts, like prefacing it and qualifying it as like, these are reports that we have gotten from the news, broadly speaking, various news outlets. But I don't know if there are, you know, if there's anybody who has a corner on the truth that is coming out of this region. But there appears to be increased shelling, and I'm not even clear, like, you know, who started the shelling or who's fully engaging in the shelling between Ukraine forces and separatist forces, presumably in the Donetsk, I can't pronounce these two regions, the Luhansk and Eastern Ukraine.
I don't think that Sam has been following this extremely extensively.
And Donbass. And the shelling has been going on. And there was like, there's a video now from someone's helmet cam, which ostensibly is some elite squad of supposedly showing Ukrainian sort of elite special ops type of squad that was attempting to blow up some type of chlorine factory in the separatist region.
Oh dear.
And they were thwarted, and which sort of conforms with maybe what the administration had been hinting at in terms of a possible, false flag video showing Ukrainian forces trying to.
They could have just opened the window.
Murder of separatists. And
yeah, it is super weird to hear that phrase "false flag" being used by like U.S. government officials, because it's one that I normally associate with like Alex Jones.
Oh, I mean, look, it takes one.
No, Russia's willingness to deploy false flag attacks as a pretext for invasion is something that they have explicitly. No, not all false flags are like Sandy Hook tier shit. False flags are a pretty common part of like developing the incentive for warfare or providing pretext for invasion.
To no one. I mean, it's not like we haven't been involved in false flag operation, right. Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, the U.S. Maine, maybe, you know, like we've had plenty of these, and so the bottom line though is it seems like, you know, what does the Biden administration do? Presumably they don't want a war. Although there's a lot of people out there that feels like they do, but I don't know. What's your sense? The Biden administration, like, I can't see how they think this is good. Under their watch, as it were.
Yeah, it's really disturbing because it seems like, okay, so things are, you know, heating up again now, you know, between these like Russian-backed separatist factions and, you know, the Ukrainian government, which I mean, I guess it's also worth saying, like, one thing that complicates all of this is that without making excuses for like Russia's like regional mini imperialism, it is also the case that like the Ukrainian government that exists now, you know, even though I mean they did have a real election since then and all this, like is a successor to a, depending on your point of view, revolution or coup that overthrew a Russian aligned and very corrupt but also democratically elected government. And
how is this even remotely relevant to the? So this is what I don't get. Like everyone wants to bring this up. What does that have to do with what's happening right now? What relationship does this have to the logistical question right now of like pretext for invasion, its likelihood and justification? Like what?
And that includes like lots of fighting that's being done against the separatists by like very strange, like far right kind of groups in the Ukraine, right? So
both. both sides field far-right militias. It's not... it's this narrative. It's the Russian narrative that that the Ukrainian government is like controlled by Nazis and they field Nazis, and you know, and the Russian government totally doesn't field, you know, far-right groups.
All of which is just to say that there isn't a, you know, I think that kind of the image of this as a besieged, you know, like nice democratic country, I think might be a little bit misleading. But
what is that? What? First of all, you know, not to say it's perfect or anything, but as I understand it, Ukraine does have a democracy. What is this nice? Like, this is literally he was no angel in Ukraine. Like, okay, so before we talk about, like, you know, the invasion of Ukraine, like, you know, they're not like great, you know, their history is like not great, you know. Like, I just think this narrative that they're super nice is like, you know, like, why are we doing this?
But yeah, I mean, I think that it's been really disturbing, because even before this heated up, I mean, like, there was this really strange spectacle for a while where, you know, like the president of the Ukraine, you know, all right, I will, Ukraine, I know you're supposed to leave off the definite article. I will
I've
do
struggled
that.
with that as well, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, usually my joke is just that, like, they should have been nicer to my family if they wanted me to leave off the definite article, you know, but as the descendant of people who had to get out of the Ukraine in a hurry. But yeah, I think that, but I think that, like, there was this weird thing where Ukrainian officials were saying, no, calm down, right? There's not going to be an invasion. And it seemed like the Biden administration was saying, no, there definitely is going to be. And it seemed...
Why are so many lefties insisting on interpreting this as anything other than a very straightforward political strategy on Ukraine's part to indicate that they're not willing to cede any concessions to the Russian government? Ukraine keeping their cool does not mean that it's unjustified for countries that aren't Ukraine to point out that Russia is, like, mobilizing for war. Like, this to me reads like a pretty simple geopolitical reading, and I'm not like a big geopolitics guy either, you know? I mostly talk about American issues. I feel like this whole invasion stuff has been pretty educating for me, like, or pretty educational for me. I feel like it's been formative because I have to learn about some stuff, you know? But I feel like, I don't know.
Very unclear what the end game would be, and it seems just like an incredibly dangerous thing to saber rattle about, because even though...
That's not what saber rattling is. Saber rattling... Here. That's not how you type words. Saber rattling, the display or threat of military force. That's not what that is. Saying another country is planning on invading is not the same as you saying you're going to invade. Biden said the opposite. He said he wasn't going to deploy troops.
So it's probably extremely unlikely that there would be, like, a war that the United States would be directly involved in. I mean, like, if you think about how many times the United States and at that time the Soviet Union came to, like, you know, obliterating the world in the 20th century, that seems like something you really don't want to mess around with.
Russians are doing nuclear exercises today, is my understanding, what I would imagine, to sort of, like, you know, as a way of maybe increasing the stakes. But I mean, was your sense that the Biden administration was saber rattling? I mean, they were clearly getting out ahead of where the Ukraine government was. The Ukraine government, my understanding is, was losing like billions of not the government, but the economy had been losing billions of dollars over the past couple of months because of fears of a Russian invasion. And so they're in this sort of like bind where, on one hand, I imagine they want some attention in the event that they at one point thought that maybe Russia was going to invade. We still don't know. Maybe Russia is still going to invade. We just don't know. The United States is not as concerned about the Ukrainian economy, I would imagine, as they are as to their desire for there not to be an invasion, right? I mean, that's my sense. Like, I can't quite figure out why would the Biden administration could certainly be far too arrogant and thinking like, Ukrainians don't understand. We have more intelligence or this and that, whatever it is. Look down and be condescending about it. And you're not going to take the lead. We're going to take the lead type of situation, even though we're not really actually going to fight if there is an invasion. But we feel like stopping it, it's worth the billions of dollars that your economy loses because we want to raise the stakes in terms of Russia doing this. And we need for our own domestic, I guess, ability to, have the Senate vote on sanctions or whatever it is. I mean, I
guess one question I always have about this is like, what's the, because we think about the United States like having, like just sort of naturally having this role in the world, but like I don't think we would normally ask what like the, what should Russia have done to stop, like pick your favorite U.S. unjustified intervention in the world, right? Like should
What? Russia has supplied armaments to countries that we've invaded or threatened invasion to many times. Does he remember what the Cold War was? Russia has specifically provided military support to other countries we were planning or actually did invade before. That was the whole Cold War. That was the entire Cold War. That was the thing. If Russia asks us for military aid, then why wouldn't we? Why not?
Should Gorbachev have done something to stop the invasion of Panama, for example? And that's not clear to me. I mean, like, given that escalated superpower tensions is really bad, given that even though it's extremely unlikely that there would be a direct war, it is a potentially catastrophic thing to mess with. That it seems like it could be possible both to say that that like Russia's actions are wildly unjustified, and also that having the United States play this kind of role in like sort of facing off over it, and
we're not facing off over it. We were asked to provide assistance to an allied country, and we did. We're not engaging in any pretext of potential military involvement.
Escalated tensions is still not what should be happening.
Right. I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? It's like, we'll never know. I mean, if it's unclear if the United States is, even if their intention is, the administration's intention is to avoid a war, it's unclear whether A, they have the ability to do it, B, whether their intervention makes it more likely, C, we'll never know one way or another, regardless of what happens. I mean, because...
And it feels like to me that I don't think they want war either, but they're not going to tone down the rhetoric or the, not even saber rattling, but I've been saying this throughout the conflict, the chest puffing, in order to ensure that war won't happen. Because I believe there's a perception in the administration that they took a hit on Afghanistan. And that's why we saw this, press conference from Biden that no one asked for about, oh, we assassinated the ISIS leader that you were so terrified about. I mean, no one knew his name, and the new one will emerge in a second, but we got him, and 13 other civilians as well. And now it's like, let's look really tough on Russia here. Even though my belief is that the average voter who has very little understanding of or care about what's happening in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I also wonder, like, I understand that the optics of the way that the pullout from Afghanistan happened, like, were really bad, but still, I mean, I think if it were, up to a popular referendum, the United States would have gone, like, left Afghanistan long before it did. I mean, I think the polling is, like, really clear on that.
Why are we talking about Afghanistan?
I wonder if, even as a cynical political calculation, it's actually, I mean, I guess this is what you're saying, Emma, but how much sense it even makes in those terms, right? Like, is it really the case, like, that that anywhere near the top of the list of reasons for Democrats to worry about the midterms, or whatever, is this perception of being not tough enough, in terms of projection of American military power abroad?
It's not. We're not using our military. It's the.
Oh, I think. I mean, I do think that Biden feels like, I came off as a little bit cucked because we got humiliated, as opposed to the actual exit. Because the American public, and certainly not the right, doesn't care one whit about Afghanistan. If we did, he would not have stolen essentially the Afghan $7 billion. Right. and taken half of it and then decided how we were going to deploy the other half in terms of humanitarian supposedly spending in Afghanistan. Nobody in this country cares about the Afghan people. I'm not, obviously not nobody, but the body politic does not care about the Afghan people. It's really just more about the same sort of rhetoric about Obama apologized in Egypt. He apologized like we look weak, and it is literally that sort of substantive, which is to say, not at all. It is completely and one of the things, and it's maybe there's a good opportunity to pivot to what's going on with the Democrats right now. One of the things that has always sort of this is their logic.
I feel like this is a very U.S.-centric analysis. I really don't think that the American government and Biden's response to the situation has been that motivated by internal pushes for political popularity at all, really. I don't think the average American cares that much about this outside of threats abroad. Biden isn't really fear-mongering about Russia invading America or whatever stupid bullshit they could pull. He's not pulling a Putin move and pretending that they're going to be invaded. Yeah, I don't know. Missile attacks in Donetsk? This is another repost. Wait, holy shit, that's a lot. Is that... The reply says 2003 Iraq? Yeah, this is bullshit. Yeah, yeah. And is this the same video? Yep, it's the same video. Fake news. From the same source. Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. I need to see this right now. Wait, this is from 2 days ago? I'm sorry, 1 second.
In terms of the financial instruments which our government is using right now to act against these illegal blockades and illegal occupation, we reviewed very, very carefully the tools at the disposal of the federal government. And we used all the tools that we had prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and we determined that we needed some additional tools.
And then, right after passing the Emergencies Act, almost as if by magic, they were able to crack down on it with the police. Pretty much immediately after. If you can believe it.
Tools. Now, some of those tools we will be putting forward.
To be clear, Ezra Levant is Canada's Breitbart guy. Okay, unless this is a deep fake, I still think the video is relevant.
Measures to put those tools permanently in place. The authorities of FinTrack, I believe, do need to be expanded to cover crowdsourcing platforms and payment platform and their payment providers. So that is something that we need to do, and we will do, and that needs to be in place permanently. Some of these other tools, like the sharing of information between law enforcement and financial services, and the requirement of financial services to be reviewing their accounts proactively, and the immunity from prosecution that we have provided to them in doing this. These are extraordinary measures that we absolutely believe are necessary in the current circumstances, that are having an impact. And let me also point out, having a peaceful impact. And the other aspect of the financial tools that I would point to as being really effective and important is being clear that insurance on trucks that participate in these illegal occupations and blockades will be suspended. So we didn't have those tools. I don't believe that those tools should be part of the toolbox of a government in ordinary times, but they are necessary in these extraordinary circumstances, and they are having a very clear...
Okay. It sounds like the things that she wants to extend permanently are the use of crowdfunding and crypto platforms within the purview of pre-existing financial legislation, and she seemed kind of ambiguous on the ongoing collaboration between police, the government services and banks with regards to banking oversight, which I think refers to the asset freezes. And she said that she doesn't think the suspension of trucking licenses should be able to be done without exceptional circumstances. If you guys don't understand what... Nothing frustrates me more than people who are like, hey, Vosh, I agreed with you on your position on the Canadian thing, but I don't think it's right for you to get so frustrated over such a minor thing. This is not a minor thing. This is exceptionally major. And all the conservatives right now who are saying this is like authoritarian, that this is tyranny, that people should be paying attention to what's going on, are right. You have made them right. You have so missed the mark that you have allowed conservatives to be correct about something. Hold on. Okay, no thread. All right, we got a bunch of links. Heavy shelling in eastern Ukraine videos. When did this come out? We didn't do a siege which prompted them to do it. Blame your fucking Americans. And Moody, if you're government, all it takes is a fucking protest and a couple hundred truckers for you to go full fucking 1984. That's on you. Fuck you. Never rejoin my community, okay? Email me with all of the money that you've ever donated to me over the course of my entire channel's history so I can not refund it to you and laugh at you, okay? Jesus, fuck. Imagine being such a fucking Canadian exceptionalist that you're going to blame us because protesters were fucking prompted your government and your people to support shit like that. Oh, they got millions from America. What is millions? Millions of oh, sorry. Oh, sorry it took the fucking bank account of one dude who works on Wall Street to bring down the fucking Canadian government. You deserve to be fucking annexed. Fuck you. All right. Anyway, what was I saying? I'm not mad. It's literally like saying blame jihadists for the Patriot Act. Literally. It's literally like saying that. You realize that, right? Dude, but Patriot Act's not America's fault. Blame Saudi Arabia for funding the 9/11. Except 9/11 was way the fuck more significant than the protests you had to deal with. All right. So anyway. New Russian deployments of armored equipment and troops near Ukraine 26 months ago. Okay, we've seen these photos. These are old. Deploying more armored equipment and troops. Okay, this looks new. Closest 10 miles to the Ukrainian border. 10 miles. First it was 100, then 50, then 30, then 20, now 10. Okay. Vosh bingo. True. Flight tracking radar. Okay. This is an RAF jet. Heading north. What are you doing? What's going on? Where's that flight path taking you? You gonna turn? These are headed for Cyprus? I fucking hope so. Their base is on Cyprus? Okay. I fucking hope so. Yeah, there's no way an RAF jet would fly to Ukraine. I'm being a goofy boy. All right. Let me see if we can select only for military equipment. Would you have been okay if U.S. had used the Emergencies Act on Jan 6 protesters? No. Literally the day of January 6th, I was saying that I don't want any more security expanding apparatuses being passed by the government because I'm not a fucking idiot and I don't have all my lefty principles instantly blown the fuck out the nanosecond a protest happens. I'm not a liberal. I don't allow the lack of civility to compromise my political positions. Let me see. Okay, I don't know what that does. View multi. List view. Can I filter? Filter, apps, social press, data history, subscription plans, commercial services. I want to see if I can't find... I want to see if I can't find any way of selecting only for military. I'm probably not going to find anything useful. They would turn off their transponders, wouldn't they? What is this? Alyssa, 38, a media relations specialist, poses with a gun for a picture at her home near Kiev, Ukraine, February 19th, 2022. Okay. Well, I mean, that's nice and all. A little propagandistic. They found, like, a cute girl. Also, what is this hardware here? Can anyone identify this rifle? Shotguns are pretty cheap, but that rifle looks like it might be more expensive than your average AR. I don't know what, like, I don't know what the... This is... It's a SCAR? Oh, it is? AR of some type? Alright, never mind, I'm stupid. I remember there was that one photo that was posted a while back of that old lady holding a rifle, and the rifle was, like, a really nice... really nice one. You know what I mean? It was, like, some propaganda shit. Use this one to search for military. Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. What gauge is that? I mean, aren't shotguns either 12 gauge or 20 gauge? Aren't those like the standard gauges? It's probably 12. Isn't 20 normally used for like deer hunting or whatever? Or 10? Sorry, 10 gauge shells weren't in Fallout New Vegas, so I don't know about them. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see any listed military jets flying over Ukraine. Again, they would have their transponders off if they were doing anything truly sussy-wussy. Hold on. Is this the stuff that was reported in the RT, or is this the thing that was from Iraq? Nice. Here's a okay, here's the Reuters article that photo came from. Reuters. First image of the fire that broke out after a possible hit in the center of Donetsk. Nice. Very nice. This is from about half an hour ago. Very, 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 very nice. Italian UAV helping out our boy Forte. Coming in hot. Yeah, they're a while out. I'm not going to be there for like an hour. Forte 10's doing a little skippy right here, see? A little back and forth. It is, by the way, the position that Forte 11 is taking here is explicitly more aggressive. Or at the very least, more on edge than the position that it took yesterday and the day before when we were looking. Before, it was just kind of in the area, but now it's very explicitly keeping at the necessary range to monitor a few miles into Russia's territory. Russia's giving warnings out to citizens that terrorist attacks may happen close to the Ukrainian border. It's happening. This is from 8 minutes ago. Donetsk, Ukraine, February 21, which is what it is over there. A blast was heard early on Monday in the center of the city of Donetsk, which is held by Russian-backed separatists. So this is the what they were referring to with this fire that broke out. Yeah, define it. What do you mean, the Jews? Chill. If Forte 11 is so good, where's Forte 12? It'll come out. Don't worry. Fuck. Where's the, here it is. There's a lot of shit happening over here. Yes, Dr. Will, we have. Any more recent news? News live, last 7 hours ago. Wait, that's not right. 7 hours ago. News has come out since then. There we go. There are now 2 Northrop Grumman RQ-4 UAVs airborne at the same time, Forte 11 and UAV GH-000. Ah, yes, and here's the other one, the one that was just linked by chat, heading on over. Sussy tweet, but it says Russian troops are firing at Luhansk. We'll give it a look. Way out there. Forte 11 is on task this evening above Ukraine. Drone is paying heavy attention to the Belgorod area. U.S. officials. Okay, we saw this. RQ-48 is a surveillance drone. Well, yeah, we're not sending, like, bomber drones over there. From 6 minutes ago, hashtag Ukraine soldiers in Lobachev, north bank of the Siversky Donets River, are reporting Russian troops are firing in the direction of Luhansk. That's just a report. We'll see if anything comes of it. Oh God, why the cat battle? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Dude, like, every fight they have, Artemy will win, because Artemy's much larger. But then Pigeon will, like, scream. Like that. And then the moment they're separated, she'll run back up and bap him. She's like the constant instigator of the battles she can't possibly win, you know? So she's a crybaby? Oh, she can't help it. She's dumb. Looks like the Russian cruiser Marshal Ustinov is shadowing the Truman CSG in the Mediterranean. We'll see. We're not tracking naval stuff at the moment. So tiring. This is the gun I shot? This is the gun you shot? The 10-gauge pistol you were referring to? I'm sure that was an odd weapon to fire. Okay. Very, very odd. You're the teacher that shows up when the victim punches the bully back for the first time. Well, no, Artemy wins every time, so it's more like Pigeon will go up and, like, bap his side, and then he'll, like, trample her and, like, bite her neck, you know? So, Pigeon is definitely not inflicting any damage on Artemy. Just an, you know. Oh, hello, CEO of Raytheon. Vosh, thanks for shilling our interests in Ukraine and continuing the fear-mongering. Although I'm not seeing any Mr. Vosh on our payroll, please submit your personal information to sellouts@raytheon.com. Thank you. I bet you spent quite a lot of time thinking that up for the excellent drop. Just, I hope, you know, meme response aside, like, I hope you can reflect on what's taking place right now and understand that covering the very real shit that's happening is not fear-mongering. It doesn't matter. Next time, donate for the meme. Because you're like the CEO of Raytheon, right? So you should be giving me money. Gotcha, German in disguise. Russia ordered the attack. When did this come out? This came out a while ago. Also, don't do that shit. Don't say Russia ordered the attack and then link an article saying U.S. intel adds to fear Russia is readying for military action. Don't say that shit, okay? The article you're linking and the header that you gave it are two different things. Base Ukrainian polls about resistance in case of invasion. Yeah, I saw this. Apparently, like 1/3 of Ukraine is ready and willing to fight. I hear the babies. Oh my god. Berman, you have to catch it.
Bosch bad, Bosch bad, Bosch bad.
Yeah? Yes. Violence. Yes. Ooh. He can't really wrestle Pigeon, you know, because Pigeon's so much smaller. So he has to wrestle my arm. Ooh. Sorry, we'll get back to Ukraine in a second. How we doing? Look at him. It's like he's hugging me. Ooh. How are you guys doing? He's gone. All right. All right. Ah, he got me. Good job. Good job. Good job. Ooh. All right, let me wash my hand. Of course, you can never really just wash one hand, because you have to get the other hand wet in order to wash the first one. He is licking his butthole. All right. Let me see. Explosion in Donetsk. Yes, I'm hearing quite a few reports of an explosion in Donetsk. Let's see. No, Kakenzi, it's okay. It'd be a lot of effort. Why do you think Russia has telegraphed this invasion so far ahead? Appeasement seeking? Yeah, I think they wanted concessions. I think Russia wanted the Donbas region. Maybe more as well. In addition to a receding of NATO lines. But they're not getting it. So yeah. I think the obvious play up was an attempt at intimidation, and the fact that we've had all these sloppy, hasty attempts at manufacturing an excuse for invasion are a testament to the fact that the initial plan was not to invade. Okay, updated from 27. Yeah, so this is that attack on Donetsk. Hey, got my hand. Oh right, Reuters. I need to create a Reuters account. Fucking video, mainly audio. I believe we've seen this. Yes, this is the Some American leftists unironically believe that the U.S. is the only country that engages in the manufacturing of consent. Yeah, no, legitimately. I keep telling, it's like some trauma left over from the Cold War, you know? A ton of lefties, like, legitimately cannot fathom any geopolitical analysis, which is just not, like, America's barely involved here, man. It's Russia and Ukraine. So because America's not involved, they have to make America involved. They have to center America, which is funnily a pretty Western chauvinist thing to do. But okay, yeah, sure. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine, countries with long-standing conflict, a history of such, is actually about American war, you know, profiteering. Just always make it about America, you know? Satellite images. Shows a Russian armored battalion heading south from Soloty as part of a large-scale movement from the garrison. Gotcha. A tweet from one Mr. The Surfs TV. Very true. I feel like a lot of the people who at one point or another recommend the book Manufacturing Consent seem to have no self-awareness when their consent's being manufactured. Okay, to be fair, the kind of people who defend Russia 24/7 are not the kind of people who read Chomsky. Every time you say lefties, I feel like I'm watching Destiny. Are you not a lefty? I am the only lefty. Okay? I'm the only leftist. All right? There are red fascists to my right. There are rad libs to my right. I am the only lefty. True. What about Doe? Okay, Doe might be more lefty than me. Fucking theory posting all day like a fucking nerd. I'm especially worried about the flamethrowers. Well, they are flamethrowers, so... What? 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 That's it? You're going to put a fucking outro on that? Assholes. Hold on. Let's learn a little bit about this. And by learn a little bit about this, what I actually mean is find a cool YouTube video where they demonstrate. There it is. Well, that looks perfectly normal. Wait, how is that a flamethrower? Isn't that just a regular explosion? Thermobaric flamethrower system.
Красная куртка! Куда я купил?
Okay, nice move. It was on fire and it was thrown. That is true. It's thermobaric. It uses high pressure and heat to maximize damage. Okay, thermobaric. Oh, I know what that word means, because I never had sex. Oh, if you look up thermobaric, one of the first results that come up is the TOS-1, the launcher that we're looking at. Thermobaric, containing a charge of fuel designed to ignite and combine with oxygen. Yeah, okay, so it's like a big flame poof. TOS-1 feels like kind of a funny term, you know, like TOS, but yeah. Yeah, it's basically like a high-pressure firebomb launcher, I'm guessing. Hold on. Okay. From just a few months ago. Some of the most terrifying weapons in the modern battlefield, heavily armored, loaded with a rack of incendiary or thermobaric rockets. The system is meant to kill or crush any soft target in its path. As such, the Soviets didn't really consider them to be regular artillery pieces, but rather a heavy flamethrower. Cool. Alright, Russian jerk-off military porn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it seems bad. Okay, it looks stupid when you're seeing it in slow-mo. Yes, that seems... So this would just be like, what, 8 city blocks deleted? Wait, is this not literally Metro music? This is literally the music from Metro. I fucking love war, want to fucking kill people for money, destroy cultures and history. Goddamn right, Shu. Don't we all? You know, it really is a shame that there's not some sort of uniting existential threat that we can fight against with our military. Like, we fight against each other because we're all humans, you know? But like, what if instead there were just like void beasts that came from the North Pole? Okay, like they're just really bad and just like, fuck it, yeah. Then we could look at stuff like this and go, yeah, this will keep us safe, you know? Like, yeah, this will fuck those void beasts up. Fuck yeah, you know, like aliens or ghosts or something. Fuck them up, yeah, you know? They have to be like evil and unthinking. So the aliens would have to be some kind of like corrosive hive mind. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. Morally uncomplicated, all right? I want military equipment to be used in conflicts which are as morally uncomplicated as the plot of like Doom Eternal, okay? I want like ethics professors to walk in like smoking a giant cigar and some students like, is it really right for us to build these weapons of destruction? And the ethics professor just like grabs them by the face and like just like smashes it against the desk and takes a giant yeah. And then walks out, and that's ethics. We did it. Nice and uncomplicated. Nanomachine Son. You know, I've never played Metal Gear Revengeance. I really want to, though, because that game seems to have created basically some of the best memes. I should play it. I gotta play that game. I haven't played any of the Metal Gear games. Okay, so anyway, in my personal, uninformed opinion, it would be bad to be somewhere in where the smoke is. Inside of this area is the place you don't want to be. I'm also just guessing based on the Wikipedia description, but if these are thermobaric, that probably means they create pressure voids, right? Like there's a concussive blast of air that would shatter windows well within any area of the explosion, and then it would be a low pressure zone on the inside that would cause a kind of whirling firestorm if anything caught flame. That's just a guess. I think it's probably worse than what the explosion radius seems to be. You can see the shockwaves on the ground. Let me look closer and turn the fucking noise way down. I want to see that overhead. Jesus fuck, dude. I can hear it even with my earbuds out. Exactly, it rips the air out of the building and everyone inside suffocates. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, you can see the shockwaves. Oh yeah, you can really see them. Wow, I didn't see them before. The pressure wave will tear your organs and you'll suffer from internal hemorrhage. Yeah, maybe you would, because you're not built different. That'll show that empty field. Okay, there are people in chat who seem outraged at the idea of wasting ammo, but you guys do need to know that testing and demonstrating new weapons and munitions is just a pretty standard part of building things that explode. We do need to test it, and if you're testing, and you might as well have a camera there, right? This graphic explains the TOS-1 at 345. I'm just curious, you know. I'm just 345.
The TOS-1, which destroys the body of the rocket, dispersing and igniting thermal
ammunition that we use with this vehicle is 220 millimeter thermobaric rockets.
Do you think the US has better tech? Oh yeah. There's no military on Earth that has better technology than us. They may have newer equipment than them, but on the whole, if you take a look at the entirety of our military, nobody else comes close. We are remarkably advanced in this respect only.
The fuse detonates the charge, which destroys the body of the rocket, dispersing and igniting...
Not when it comes to artillery? Yeah, because Americans don't believe in artillery, because artillery is fucking 20th century shit, okay? We don't believe in artillery because we have fucking satellite-coordinated missile strikes, okay?
Thermobaric agent. There's no need to physically destroy the fortifications as the agent flows into them, suppressing enemy manpower with pressure and temperature.
Which has the range of 6 kilometers, and which is very important. The shortest range is only 600 meters from the flat.
Jeez, that's pretty close.
If we have a look at other design features, we can see that the launch pod is equipped
2 pieces in total. Terrain mapping assigned to the crew by the commander.
Nice. How a single Swedish submarine defeated the US Navy. Okay, listen, I'm not trying to engage in any fucking warfare jingoist bullshit, okay? The only point that I'm making is that in terms of the modern military equipment, the US is unrivaled. Our money does go somewhere, you know.
This episode of Real Engineering is brought to you by Brilliant, a problem-solving website.
Okay, at this point, we're just like watching video. Yeah, okay. When was there a US-Sweden war? It's ongoing and very quiet, okay? Artemy, how you doing? Are you mad that I locked you in here so you wouldn't bully Pigeon and thus make her scream? How you doing, Artemy? Artemy! Ooh, he perked up when I said his name. His tail went up. Artemy! Artemy! I made him happy by saying his name. Little dumbass baby bitch. Okay. Okay, so we learned a lot about that particular kind of explosive. We were this was from a stream like a month ago, I think, but we were looking at videos and like the United States literally has rocket correcting guided bullets now. How fucked is that? That's a real thing. A special type of bullet fired from a special type of sniper rifle that can make course corrections midair to correct its course and land on a pre-designated target. Yeah, the smart bullet shit. No, that's real. That's actually real. That's not a joke. I imagine that it's like pretty expensive and maybe not worth actually using, but yeah, look at this. Really quick. 2-second departure, okay? We saw one of these before. Yeah, guided bullets are a fucking thing. Oh, yeah, DARPA. They're called DARPA bullets, I think. Here. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Look at this. Just, I'm gonna mute it because I don't know if that music's copyright. Look at that. What the fuck? These are tracer rounds so you can see their path in the air. Look! The red line is the arc that it would have taken based on where the gun was pointed, and the green is the actual like designated target. That's fucking wild. Literally aim hacks. Literally cheating. Actually cheating. Yeah, you can just fire any bullet in the air from like from the Pentagon, and it'll just like spend 18 hours making its way over to whoever you want to kill. Wild stuff. Yeah, sweet revenge for Chinese aimbots at last. That project got canceled this year due to it being more expensive per round than missiles. Ha! That makes sense. Just because we can do it doesn't mean that it's reasonable. Like, why bother being able to do it like a precise snipe with like aim-assisted bullets if you can just fire a rocket at the general area and get the job done, you know? I gotta let him out. Oh, yep. Locked him in here so he'd stop bullying Pigeon.
Oh, that's fine.
Gotcha. Because no one cares about collateral damage. I think that if you wanted to, like, actually assassinate a person with, like, precision aiming, it might be better to just get a sniper who's good at his job instead of one who needs rocket-assisted bullets, you know? Like, if you actually just need to take out one guy, I'm pretty sure that, like, our like, modern snipers are pretty good. They kill people from, like, miles away. Yeah. It's gotta be some other way of doing that. What if you're on a rocking ship or something? I have no idea what kind of situation you would be in, where you would be on a ship that's rocking, and you would need to engage in a precision sniper attack on a target, but only that target, and not damage its surroundings. I suppose that might conceivably be a thing. No, that happened. The Somalian pirates. I don't know, man. I'm sure the Navy can snipe pirates, yeah. I don't know. There was a Canadian who killed someone below the horizon line, satellite assisted. Dude, that's so fucking rad. Like, killing people's bad and everything, but like, Jesus Christ. Imagine sniping at distances where you need computers to help you overcome the curvature of the planet. What the fuck? Fucking insane. Jesus Christ. USA Simplemau? Oh, that was Canada, and I hate Canada. Oh, whatever. It's called artillery calculations. Okay, but there's a difference between artillery, which fires at an arc, like is supposed to fire at an arc, and sniping, which, while it does fire at an arc because gravity affects bullets, that's not like how we normally think of it, you know? That's not something we normally like think of as in like the day-to-day operation of a conventional handheld firearm, you know, is the curvature of the earth. Oh yeah, President Sunday. Also, sometimes finding dead ends in research is really helpful because you never know what you're going to find that'll help you in parallel research. Or you might find something that makes it not a dead end in research, you know? There might be some avenue through which something feels like it's a dead end for years and years, but eventually you discover some technology that makes it viable, or that makes something else useful viable. Curvature of the ice wall that holds in the ocean. Right, yes, of course. Hold on. Live updates. Accept and close. Kiev preparing offensive across entire contact line, LPR says. This is from 6 hours ago, and also is probably Russian propaganda. Here's DARPA's new space weaponry demonstration. Okay, as long as we're on this track, it's only a minute long. Oh, wait, no, this is Command and Conquer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice meme. You say space weaponry demonstration, but like, I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, Russia is arresting protesters who are protesting against the war presently. Yeah, we saw this video. Sad stuff. They're gonna die in prison. Putin will kill them personally. You wouldn't just use a Tomahawk missile targeting the Dundas dude in the ground, or you would just use one. Really no reason for the U.S. military to use ground-based launchers instead of very specific circumstances. Well, yeah. There's a lot of stuff the United States doesn't really have to deal with because we have, like, air superiority, right? Like, in terms of the conflicts that we plan on engaging in the future, the stuff we feel the need to prepare for, the idea that we have air superiority is kind of like an operational assumption. So I think we kind of work around that because we do have air superiority and water superiority. What's that old saying? The largest air force in the world is the U.S. Air Force, and the second largest air force in the world is the United States Navy. It's true. The U.S. Air Force entertained the idea of dropping 20-foot-long, 1-foot-wide tungsten rods from orbit. Yeah, the rods from God. Yeah, this was like a big meme for a while. Totally makes sense, though. Like, in terms of the physics, you know? Kinetic weapons, yeah. It was so ludicrously expensive, even the U.S. military would go for it. Yeah, how expensive would it be to ship those rods up there? Isn't it like $3 million bajillion per pound to get stuff into space? 20-foot long, 1-foot wide tungsten rods would be like unimaginably. You would have to burn so much fucking fuel. Oh my god, yeah. Well, here's an article on it, and the photo they use, I think, is demonstrative of the intended goal here. The point would just be that you drop 1 billion pounds of tungsten from the sky, and it'll just accelerate and hit the ground hard enough to fucking fuck you up. It would not, however, look like this. This is an artist's rendition. It would not literally create an explosive shockwave that would encompass, you know, an area the size of a nation. Sadly. No radiation, at least? Yeah, true. Those were outlawed, by the way? Well, as I understand it, you can't put weapons in space. Currently, there are international treaties. Law? Yeah. You can, but not nukes? Oh, you can only just not put nukes in space? Oh, you're right. It's not a weapon. It's just some tungsten rods. You're right. My bad. It's not a weapon, though, guys. It's just a satellite. Okay, let me just run through these fucking jerk-off military videos so we can move on back to Ukraine.
For up to 500 years. It's a gun, but more importantly, a complete sighting system that let anyone reach out. Well, not this one. This is the 5.56 model. It's a highly modified AR-15. This guy's good for up to 500 yards, and anyone can use it. Plus, and this is equally as crazy, the system can live stream video to connected smartphone.
What?
On one hand, it's pure science fiction. It's simply astounding. But then it's also kind of scary. I hit a target 500 yards away, bullseye, my very first try.
There's this zoom.
Yeah, get Streamlabs integration so you have donos popping up in your fucking sniper reticule.
That'll zoom out and give you a point of reference.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you can zoom out, and then come down, that first berm right there, and then you can zoom back in.
Sure, I got it.
And then the red button there you go.
Dude, would you guys dono for the Twitch plays sniping? Yeah, like we could live stream this. You know what I mean? We need to equip our brave Ukrainian soldiers with this equipment so we can get live streams of them defending the fucking fucking East Ukraine.
So you place your tag, little more eye relief, just
that would actually be very gruesome.
Great tag. Now go ahead and squeeze the trigger all the way down. To where that...
High donos let you pick targets, yeah.
Damn.
That's it, huh?
That's it.
Now, this isn't just a scope, it's a complete system, right?
Correct. So it's a Linux-based network tracking scope. We have a guided trigger that's connected by this, what we call a trigger link. It's got 3 gyroscopes, 3 accelerometers, Wi-Fi server.
This tech is actually super outdated. Okay, man, whatever. 2015, live streaming sniper footage to your fucking smartphone sounds pretty futuristic to me, but okay. Dude, the sad fact is, here's the real tragedy, and pardon me if I sound like a LARPer as someone who has no intentions of ever getting in a fight in the rest of their life, okay? It's that warfare used to take skill, man, okay? Like, at first, war was like dudes with spears and swords and shields, and like you had to be pretty good at, you had to be able to swing some of that stuff around, okay? And then people came out with guns, and it's like, all right, well, you have to aim the gun, but soon you won't even have to aim the gun, okay? What are you going to do, okay? We're completely getting rid of anime fighting. You guys realize that in 100 years, when military engagements are entirely done through drones and like satellite guided bullshit, like what is going to be like the cool dude? First we had cool dudes who did like karate, and then you had cool sword dudes. And then we came out with guns and they were like, okay, we can still make the Matrix. How do you make the Matrix when the weapons everyone uses are drones? How the fuck do you do that? That's not cool. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Yeah, war is just Death Note now. War is just Death Note, except instead of writing the name in a book, you just like type coordinates in a big computer that cost $1 billion. And it's just and someone on the other side of the planet disappears. Then, and I hope, man, dude, people in the future are going to feel nostalgic as fuck when they're watching anime, because they're going to be like, oh my god, we don't have any of this shit anymore. Oh my god. This is why we should bring swords back. We should just listen, okay? People say drop the nukes. I say drop all of it, okay? All post-gunpowder weaponry, gone, all right? Everything, just get right back to the swords, okay? I want to see dudes in fucking modern camo running at each other with katanas. This is better. This is better, okay? Doing it. Yeah, just do. We're doing it, Dune, all right? Absolutely. 100%. Planes with swords? Yeah, the planes aren't a weapon. They just can't have, like, weapons on them, right? And then you just have, like, giant, like, helicopters deploying dudes with, like, Zweihanders. Absolutely, okay? Can the katana still live stream? Yeah, we still have modern tech as long as it's, you know, in the spirit of the old, what about a gun with a sword? No. No. That's too close to gun, okay? Isn't this the plot of Warhammer? It's close. It's close, you know. It's in the ballpark. The helicopter literally has blades? Yeah, well. What about chainsaws? No. Wait, actually, hold on. Okay, wait, quick question. If you had modern tech, but could never use anything that wasn't a melee weapon, you know? Would people start inventing chainswords? Would, like, highly expensive, like, $100,000, like, chainswords be superior weapons to regular conventional swords? Like, with all the modern tech that we have, like if we really had, like, okay, Pentagon, you're going to spend $10 billion researching into this. You don't think even with, like, the R&D department of the Pentagon working on this, like, they wouldn't find some way of making some kind of chain sword? You just have laser swords? No, we can't make laser swords. I remember reading that chainsaws are very impractical as swords because the chain breaks easily. Yeah, but I'm talking about one actually made for them. You can make a plasma sword? You guys aren't working with me. Chainsaws get clogged. I know that. I'm saying if the R&D department were willing to work on it. Okay, so maybe it's not like a chain sword, you know? Maybe it's just like some kind of, I don't know, a blade with a belt that runs along it, and it just, like, I don't know. It's like always, you know, a chainsaw is meant for cutting down trees. It's not a weapon. Okay, just like a buzzsaw, like a bandsaw. Yeah. Like what about, like, yeah. What about, like, okay, what if you had, like, two plates of a sword, and on the interior you had, like, a rotating band where the band is kept internal of chain of buzzsaw blades that run through it. I don't know. Again, I'm just spitballing. I'm just saying you put the entire technological, you know, science-minded bullshit behind this of the modern world. There's no way we could do this. No chance at all. I feel like we might come up with something cool. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. Maybe. All right, we've ignored the Ukraine conflict for way the fuck too long. We should probably get back to it. No bows either. You know, I'm pretty sure that back when bows were invented, or, like, when bows started being used more, like, frequently for like general warfare, they also complained that, like, now anyone can kill. Bows were used before swords. Yeah, but for a while, weren't they not used in conventional European warfare? Maybe I mean longbows. I think I mean oh, crossbows. Yeah, crossbows. Yeah. Because anyone can fire a crossbow. To be a good archer, you actually have to, you know, learn how to do that properly. It's not easy. But a crossbow is effectively just a gun with a more contrived reloading mechanism. So, and you have to pay more attention to the wind and shit. Crossbows are harder to prime. Yeah, you have to be really strong to load a crossbow. But you have to be really strong to, like, fight in a war in general. So, alright, hold on. Plane flying from St. Petersburg to Turkey right over Ukraine could be used as some kind of sushi Russian shit. Let me see. Automatic crossbow. Were Chokanu or Chokanu even used that much in China? Wait, hold on. We have a person in chat who's definitely been a long-time fan, even though I can see right there next to their name that they joined the site within the last 24 hours. Advosh, I studied journalism in South Africa, and I must say you are inventing a genre of streaming called war porn. I have no clue what leads to the total lack of empathy of what we lose from war propaganda. Was a fan, not anymore, thank you. I really don't think I've invented the idea of live covering breaking news on ongoing conflicts. But I appreciate you giving me the credit on that one. Thank you. Name me in the history books. This is not what war porn is, by the way, but yeah. I don't know what I'm doing here that conveys to you a perceived lack of empathy. Yes, I've invented war coverage. Man, I really do like porn. I'm inventing all new kinds of it. Miss McCrinkle, I get to say faggot. You can't say faggot. Only I do. Because I know I've sucked dicks, okay? I don't know if you've sucked dicks. I don't even know if that would make you gay. Also, some dicks are on women. How confusing. This. God damn it, what is the fucking Ukraine conflict tracker? I always forget what it is. Oh wait, the person who's definitely been a long-standing fan of mine continues. Advosh, now that I have your attention, can you actually share 3 sources of news you trust, or is it just Wikipedia and Google search? They're happy to have my attention. Do you actually think that's how level-headed, serious people understand anything about everything? No, I trust RT, Sputnik News. It really is funny how angry people get that I read Wikipedia, and then you like, oh, so what media do you trust? And they just deep throat like hardline propaganda that with no adherence whatsoever to reality, you know? The people who get the maddest about Wikipedia are the people whose arguments are most easily defeated by basic available information. That's the consistent thread. Apart from like snotty teachers, the only people who dislike Wikipedia are people whose arguments are so shallow that you only need Wikipedia to tear them apart. And so often I do. Do you know how many times I've had to like dig into source documents or into like journalistic research or into like research articles themselves to find out the counter arguments to the positions people I dislike hold? Basically never. When I do that stuff, it's for fun. When I do that stuff, it's because it's for personal betterment, all right? Not because it's necessary. Wikipedia is generally all you need to push back against a lot of these people because their arguments are that bad. Research stream when? Well, we were going to do a research stream on a few things, but if nothing else, I feel like we've gotten a lot of research in on all this shit related to Russia and Ukraine. Also, where is the conflict tracker? I asked for that. Did somebody link it? Live UA map. Okay, that's what I thought it was, but I literally Googled live UA map and it didn't pull up. It kept trying to show me like COVID tracking stats. All right, no new info on that. I'm seeing a lot of raiders in chat. Oh, fine, that's good. People are mad. People are here. These are empty parking spaces from an hour ago at those bases 10 miles from the border. We'll see. I want to see them cross over into the border. Short clips of Russian tanks with added anti-javelin armor near UA border. Yikers. Yikeroni. What the fuck is that music? Advosh, I study Wikipedia too, but not to understand current affairs. Wikipedia needs time to get best quality because of its pure research. Oh, guys, have we used Wikipedia once to take a look at anything going on with Ukraine and Russia right now? I don't think we have. The only thing we've pulled Wikipedia up for is looking at the statistic models of the various bits of armament for weapons. Yeah, like, what are the details on this weapon? Yeah, but apart from that, we haven't. Because you're right, Wikipedia doesn't get updated live. Mostly just looking at, like, breaking news off Twitter or whatever. But a lot of the shit you can't trust, so. Why do you laugh things off without countering me with a fact? What are 3 sources you trust? I don't know what means what you trust. 3 sources that have the lowest bias? All sources have a bias. You should always take that into account. As in trust to fairly reliably deliver information, I mean, I would just go with standard, like, Reuters, Associated Press. Those 2 have disappointed me the least. Nah, even NPR has disappointed me more. But, like, they still have biases. They're just, like, I guess, a little more neutral in their presentation than a lot of other stuff. Yeah, and of course, Russia Today, naturally. Yeah, no, there's no news outlet that you should ever trust uncritically. Everything should be trusted critically. I've gotten news during this from Russia Today. Russia Today is extremely biased. It's state media from a state that's gearing up for a war right now. But that doesn't mean that you can't get information from them. What matters is having the critical insight, the media literacy necessary to understand biases and to appropriately interpret information while being aware of them. The only lacking information you should ever really, like, be concerned about is an inability to parse the biases of the sources you are using. That's the thing you should always be worried about. You know, I never knew Russia Today had a tag called Russia and Former Soviet Union. I feel like that's a bit telling. Interesting. Plane avoiding the no-fly zone that's over the Black Sea. So that means that the no-fly zone is definitely in effect. Let's check their route. That couldn't be them explicitly avoiding it. However, it's been hours, and there are no planes that have flown over this Sea of Azov. So I think it's safe to assume that the no-fly order is in effect right now. What is this tweet from Squirrel? Oh, God. Hold on. Wait, the same person. I like arguing with chat. Advosh, I come in peace. Your first reaction was hilarious, but I am an actual fan who approached you. I'm glad you find it funny. Now, I just disagree your approach to breaking news. You say you trust Reuters. Can you please talk about Reuters' coverage of the conflict? Is it supporting your claims? What? I don't... Do you think trusting a news source means that you defer to them? What is that? I don't understand the relationship between these variables. I'm sure that if I looked at Reuters, they would not say things which contradict what I have said concerning explicit statements. I don't know what I've said. What? Okay, I don't understand. This is some, yeah, not really a legitimate line of inquiry. All right, Squirrel, let's remind me why, even though you have good takes sometimes, you have bad takes here. Or let Noam Chomsky too. Let's just lower my opinion of people.
Quid pro quo, that NATO would not move 1 inch to the east. That was the phrase that was used in the interchanges.
No, they didn't get it on paper. It doesn't matter. We don't base international agreements on errant statements made. You need to have it on paper.
Meaning to East Germany. And on that condition, they went forward. NATO immediately moved to East Germany. When Gorbachev vigorously protested, naturally, he was...
Wait, hold on. I thought that the agreement was to not move into East Germany until after the Soviet Union had pulled its forces back. But there was an agreement that East Germany would be a part of NATO because West Germany was, and West Germany and East Germany were going to unite. Yes, this is an old interview. Clearly, he's much younger here. you know, relatively speaking.
Was informed by the United States that it was only a verbal commitment. It wasn't on paper. The unstated implication is if you're naive enough to think you can make a gentleman's agreement with us, it's your problem. They didn't say that.
Yes.
I'm saying that. But the NATO moved to East Germany under Clinton.
Wait, that is literally how negotiations work. Both sides will say things and pose ideas and try them out, you know, like, hey, maybe this for this, maybe this for that. But what matters is what's finalized at the end. Yeah, obviously. You can't, you can't. Can you imagine if everyone treated all errant comments made between all diplomats as international law? It would be fucking insane. No one would know what anyone said ever. People would be losing meeting notes. Like everyone would be saying everyone else said everything everywhere. It'd be fucking chaos, yeah.
Moved right up to Russia's borders just a couple of weeks ago.
Not here,
U.S. Military equipment was taking part in a military parade in Estonia, a couple hundred yards from the Russian border. Russia's surrounded by U.S. Offensive weapons. Sometimes they're called defense, but they're all offensive weapons.
Okay, this is really dumb. All weapons are equally capable of operating in an offensive and defensive fashion. But given the fact that Russia is a nuclear power, no country is going to invade them. It will not happen. So these weapons exist in a defensive capability.
And the idea that the new government in Ukraine that took over after the former government was overthrown, last December, late December, it passed a resolution overwhelmingly, I think something like 308 or something, announcing its intention to take steps to join NATO.
Yeah.
For no Russian leader, no matter who it is.
Okay, yes, Cat and Z. The Iron Dome is a pretty exclusive defense. Yes, most weapons can be used in an offensive or defensive capacity, but yes, some are exclusively for defense.
Could tolerate Ukraine right at the geostrategic center of Russian concerns joining a hostile military alliance. I mean, we can imagine, for example, how the U.S. would have reacted, say, during the Cold War if the Warsaw Pact had extended to Latin America and Mexico.
The Cold War isn't happening anymore, though.
And Canada were now planning to join the Warsaw Pact. Of course, that's academic because the first step would have led to a violent U.S. response and wouldn't have gone any further.
Well, no. So a better example of this would be, what if America kept on, like, invading Latin America? What if we kept invading and, like, fucking with Latin American countries, and then some of the countries in Latin America were like, okay, yeah, like, can we, like, join the Warsaw Pact and have, like, local troops here? So that we cannot be fucked with. Can you imagine lefties taking the anti-Warsaw Pact stance in there? We would be in the wrong if we did that. Yeah. If there are countries in Latin and Central America that wanted to, like, be part of a defensive group of another, isn't that basically what Cuba did? Well, yeah, the whole moving nukes in thing was a bit different, though. Honest to God, at this point, I don't even know if it matters where you place nuclear bases because we have hypersonic missiles. Like, we can hit anywhere in the world with nukes. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's mostly about first strike, but America and Russia both have dead man switches. So why would it matter? There's no way in a nuclear exchange for Russia or America to wipe the other one out entirely without being destroyed themselves. The mutually assured destruction thing is very much fully in effect for conflicts between nuclear armed nations. This feels directed at you. The comment response. Really? All right. As noted in this thread, John Mearsheimer is the detail. Oh, I've seen this YouTube video. Now, you can disagree with Chomsky, Mearsheimer, Steve Cohen, all others who share that view, but dismiss them as tankies who are ignorant of the matter. and instead appealing to some BreadTube streamer hack skimming over wiki pages. Wait, this is explicitly targeting me. If I respond with "eat my shit and hair," will I get blocked? Probably. There we go. We're being a little passive aggressive. Let the ratio begin. That's not going to be a ratio. They block literally everyone who replies to them. I've DM'd them before. We've talked extensively in private. I know everything about everyone. I know everyone. Thank you. What do you think about Mearsheimer? Man, I don't want to... This video is like an hour long. You know, actually, just fucking... Let's just watch this for like fucking 10 minutes so that I can eat some protein bars. Because I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry right now. Okay?
All right. Am I...
So this is in 2015. This is after the people of Ukraine ousted the prior corrupt pro-Russian government and then held an election, had a new guy, and now the 2014, you know, whole Donbass separatist bullshit is happening. But it's 7 years before.
My aunt, University of Chicago, the student organization that I co-founded in 1988.
Because it's in Western Asia. America's core. Talk a little bit about the West's response so far to the crisis, which is just, in my opinion, making a bad situation worse, and tell you what I think should be done, and then finally wrap up with some discussion of the consequences. So let me start with some preliminary comments. First, with regard to America's...
Also, I don't think I've ever called Chomsky a tanky.
Core strategic interests. For me, core strategic interests are areas of the world where you're willing to fight and die. And in my opinion, outside of the Western Hemisphere, which is of enormous strategic importance to us, there are only 3 areas of the world that really matter. 1 is Europe, 2 is Northeast Asia, and 3 is the Persian Gulf. And it's very important to understand that since this country got its independence in 1783, Europe has been the most important area of the world. Even though the Japanese attacked us at Pearl Harbor, we had a Europe first policy going into the war.
We're at 1.2 speed already.
We had a Europe first policy throughout the war. And it's in large part because the great powers in Europe are more important than the great powers in Northeast Asia over time. Of course, the Persian Gulf was an important area because that's where the oil is, and oil is a critical resource that matters greatly in the international system. So those are the 3 most important areas outside the Western Hemisphere. And again, since the beginning of this country, Europe has been number 1.
We are up to 1.3.
You want to understand that we're undergoing a fundamental shift of great importance. Asia, because of the rise of China, is going to be the most important area of the world for the United States. And Poland is right. States. This one says, if you very difficult for us, broke out on February. Henry Kissinger and maybe a handful of other people, they're to the West. The way we are in the process of, or if you're part of the leadership in Beijing, don't like that in getting leaders who are pro-American. But again, you can see the strategy here: NATO expansion, EU expansion, and promoting democracy. Say a bit more about NATO expansion because it's so important. NATO expansion took place in 2 tranches. The first one was in 1999. That's when you get Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary incorporated into NATO. The second big tranche was in 2004. And that's when the Baltic states, you can see Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania up top, Romania, Bulgaria, these are the light brown countries. That's the second tranche of NATO expansion. Now, the Soviets made it clear from the mid-1990s they were adamantly opposed to NATO expansion. But number 1, they were too weak to do anything about it. And 2, it didn't involve the states that were right on their border. I mean, there's no question, as you can see from the map, that Latvia and Estonia are on Russia's border, and Lithuania as well, if you want to include that little enclave between Poland and Lithuania. But the fact is, these were very small states. It was early in the game, and the Russians were willing to live with it. But then the big trouble starts. And it comes in the famous Bucharest summit, NATO's Bucharest summit in April 2008, where at the end of the summit, a declaration is issued which says, NATO welcomes Ukraine's and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership in NATO. We agreed today that these countries will become members of NATO.
If only.
The Soviets, the Russians made this perfectly clear. This was unacceptable. Russia's deputy foreign minister said, Georgia's and Ukraine's membership in the alliance is a huge strategic mistake, which will have most serious consequences for pan-European security.
What a fucking... What a slimy fucking rat, dude. From Russia's deputy foreign minister, hey, Ukraine and Georgia's decisions to join NATO will have serious consequences for pan-European security. Mafia bullshit.
Putin himself said Georgia and Ukraine becoming part of NATO is a direct threat to Russia. You all remember that there was a war between Russia and Georgia in August 2008? That war was a consequence of this, because the Georgians thought we were sending them a signal that they could get uppity with the Russians and we would back them because they were going to become part of NATO. That's not what happened. And you know what happened. The Russians clobbered the Georgians, and Georgia is in deep trouble today because it thought it could become part of NATO. So you want to remember that April 2008 summit, very important. That declaration, very important. And then what happens is you have a war. So those are the deep causes, those three strategies: NATO expansion, EU expansion, and promoting democracy. What about the precipitating cause? The key events leading up to the coup. It's the coup of February 22nd, 2014 that's of enormous importance. That's what really throws the crisis into gear. Just think about that word, coup.
Man, I gotta say, dude, it really is, like, insane how much of the modern left is brain rotted by Russian propaganda. It's actually fucking wild. It's unbelievable. This video is 6 million views, by the way. Calling it a coup is a big RT red flag, by the way. We'll get there.
Orange Revolution, promoting democracy, the coup, February 22nd, 2014. So the question is, what causes the coup? It all starts.
I don't like the term coup here, because a coup usually implies that a rival political bloc within a country takes over, but that's not what happened. They ousted a corrupt leader who was killing protesters, and then they held another election. They didn't oust all of parliament. They didn't force their own leader in. In that respect, it's actually a pretty remarkable, political event. The idea of protesters rising up not to install their own government, but rather to oust one corrupt leader and then allowing the pre-existing democratic process to continue. There was an interim leader, though. Yeah, but that interim leader wasn't like some crazy dictator or some like massive ideologue who like fucked over the system in favor of his people or whatever. It was honestly a pretty cool thing what happened. Not to say it was perfect, but... No, why'd you mute that person? I saw they were complaining about me. Hold on. Stalk. Taurine Night. Invalid query. They got muted? No, they'll say it again in 3 minutes.
Starts in November of 2013. At that point, Yanukovych, President Yanukovych, who's the head of Ukraine, is negotiating with the EU to form an association agreement that brings the EU and Ukraine much closer together. It's a step in the direction of incorporating Ukraine into the European Union, or to put it in slightly...
Wait. Vosh, does this mean you're not an isolationist then? If so, that's based as fuck. I'm not an isolationist at all. 0%, okay? The world has already been carved up by superpowers. Geopolitics is not going to be made better for America's absence. It will only be made less American. The goal is to constrain the worst excesses of our foreign policy while promoting the things that matter. And in this case, all we're doing is selling arms to an allied country about to be invaded, which to me seems like a pretty hands-off way of responding to the situation.
Different terms incorporating Ukraine into the West. The Russians make it clear that this is unacceptable. The Russians are willing to do a deal that involves the EU, Russia, the IMF, and Ukraine. But the idea that Ukraine is going to do a deal exclusively with the EU and the Russians are going to be left out in the cold is not something that Putin is willing to countenance. He puts significant pressure on the Ukrainians. He offers them a terrific deal. And as you can imagine, the EU is not offering Ukraine a particularly good deal because you know how much corruption there is in Ukraine. And the EU wants Ukraine to eliminate that corruption, which the Ukrainians really don't want to do. So what Putin does is not only make it clear that that deal is not going to happen, but he offers a sweetheart deal of his own. So Yanukovych, on November 21st, says no to the EU. This leads to a series of protests. The Ukrainian government, truth be told, under Yanukovych, overreacts to the protests. which causes them to spiral out of control. And in January of 2014, you can see there, January 27, 2000.
Bit of an understatement. He tried to pass down hyper-authoritarian laws that would have turned it into a police state. So that was bad.
In 14, you have your first 2 deaths in the protests. These are the Maidan protests. And then in the February 18th through February 20th time period, lots of people die. It's really messy. And what happened?
I really like how the street clashes bit here never actually says the number of protesters killed. It just says clashes leave X number of people dead. You know, the conflict between Germany and Poland left millions dead.
What happens is that a number of European foreign ministers, the German foreign minister, French foreign minister, they fly to Kiev, and a deal is worked out to have elections that will, in effect, remove Yanukovych from power.
The laws were identical to laws used in the US and the ones in Canada. You react to them differently. I'm permanently banning you. I don't care if that was a joke. Was that a joke? I don't care. Go read up the laws if you want to. I can't believe that's so fucking disrespectful. Jesus fucking Christ. You can look them up if you want, man. They were insane. You guys remember we were looking them up when we were talking to that guy, the one who I screamed at? Fuck, man. Wait, I'm not gonna ban. I'm not gonna ban. Because I'm not like Putin. I'm better than that. Wait, I might ban this person. Vosh, I really think your takes to Ukraine are really fucking bad. It's so clear the separatists in Donetsk and Luhansk want to secede from the Ukraine. You guys should be helping them, but instead you're just super handsome and your hair looks really floofy today. You're playing with fire, Rainbow. You're all playing with fire, you know that? These are dangerous times to be a chatter. 2 most dangerous places in the world right now. Number 2, Donbass region. Number 1, BGG. Now you keep that in mind.
But the protesters refused to accept the deal. And there are significant fascist elements among the protesters.
Oh my God.
Armed, right? There's killing on the Maidan. And as a result, Yanukovych flees for his life to Russia. And this all happens on February 22nd.
Oh my fucking God.
And, oh, did I not have that slide on? I'm sorry. One of the problems with this lectern is you can't see. I'm sorry, that's the slide that has all the key events. Oh gosh, sorry. I have 2 slides up here, so I lost track of the fact. So here are the key events after the coup. On February 23rd.
That's all he's saying about the so-called coup. Nothing about police crackdowns, nothing about the fact that Russia was telling the Ukrainian leader to kill protesters and crack down harder. Nothing about the laws they were trying to pass. Nothing about the number of protesters who died. Nothing about the fact that it was an overwhelming, like, popular ousting of the... Nothing about the snipers. Just, yeah, nothing. Just whatever. Just, yeah, leader fled for his life. How do people listen to this shit and not think...
Parliament votes to repeal minority language laws in the East. This is basically the Russian language.
Okay, this stuff is bad, by the way. There was a massive nationalist reaction, which led to the legitimate suppression of East Ukrainians who were considered more Russian-aligned after the fact. I will not defend this.
And then on February 27th, Russian units begin seizing checkpoints in the Crimea. On the 28th, additional Russian forces begin moving into the Crimea. The Russians didn't conquer or invade Crimea. Actually, the Russians didn't invade Crimea. They were already there because they had a leasing agreement. There's a naval base at Sevastopol, and the Russians were leasing that naval base from Ukraine. So they had military forces there. So when it says Russian units begin seizing checkpoints on the 27th, those were Russian units that were already there. Then additional Russian forces begin moving in on the 28th. And then on the 6th, the 16th, and the 18th, you have a scenario, you have a handful of events that lead to Russia incorporating Crimea.
A handful of events that lead to them incorporating. Jesus fuck, dude.
After that, conflict breaks out in eastern Ukraine. And although we do not have a lot of hard evidence that the Russians are physically involved in eastern Ukraine, I think it's quite clear that they are physically involved, that there are Russian troops there. How many is very hard to tell from the outside. I think it's very clear that the Russian government is going to great lengths to make sure that those pro-Russian forces in eastern Ukraine are capable of maintaining a certain amount of independence. And I'll talk more about this in a second. Okay, understanding the Russian response. What is the Russian response? Two parts. First is they took Crimea and they're not giving it back. Crimea is gone. Second is what they're doing is not trying to conquer Ukraine. There are many people who say the Russians are going to go on a rampage, they're going to try and reestablish the Soviet Union or a greater Russia, and so forth and so on. That's not going to happen. Putin is much too smart for that. You remember what happened when the Russians invaded Afghanistan? You remember what happened when we invaded Afghanistan? You remember what happened when we invaded Iraq? You remember what happened when the Israelis invaded southern Lebanon? You want to stay out of these places. In fact, if you really want to wreck Russia, what you should do is encourage it to try and conquer.
Wait, then why did we go into Afghanistan after Russia failed? Wait, you really think that a nation state wouldn't try and engage in unsustainable imperialist conquest just because history shows they can't? Hitler invaded Russia.
Conquer Ukraine. Putin, again, is much too smart to do that. What Putin is doing is he's basically in the process of wrecking Ukraine, and he's telling the West in very simple terms, you have two choices. You either
okay. The international school of thought the international relations school of thought this guy subscribes to, it sounds to me like he's basically doing the IR version of like economics 101. The idea of like everyone is like a rational agent, and by rational agent we don't mean acting in self-interest, we actually mean acting to optimize self-interest based on like perfect information or whatever. Realism school of thought. Neo-realist, it's all about rational choice. Listen, here's the thing you gotta understand. And I'm right, like always, okay? Are you ready for it? It's that no matter how much they try to convince you this isn't the case, okay? Everyone in power is a fucking psychopath. They're not smart, at least not as a rule. They're not rational, at least not as a rule, okay? Countries are kept more or less stable simply through the fact that there are a lot of them who hold the keys to power, okay? That's it. It's as simple as that. Because having a balancing force with thousands of different corporate leaders, elected leaders, non-elected leaders, military leaders, who all have conflicting interests, keeps something a little bit stable. But the fewer and fewer people are on the top, the more and more, unstable it grows. And Russia does not have a tremendous number of people at the top. So to be clear, you believe people are naturally irrational? Depends on your definition of rational. If by rational you mean in the economic sense, attempting to maximize self-interest, then I do believe humans are naturally rational. If you're talking about, do I think that humans will naturally come to the best conclusions? No. Not even close. Oh my God, no. You couldn't possibly believe that after doing my job. Or watching me do my job, to be honest with you. We very obviously, the vast majority of people are brain fucked. I don't think people in power are any different. They might be more ambitious and maybe more intelligent, but I don't think they're any less brain fucked.
Off, right? And we go back to the status quo ante before February 22nd, 2014, where Ukraine is a buffer state, or you continue to play these games where you try and take Ukraine and make it a Western bastion on our doorstep, in which case we'll wreck the country. And they are, of course, now in the process of wrecking it, right? And they're going to keep this conflict going for as long as they have to. That's the basic game here. Again, two steps. One, took Crimea. No way they're going to ever let Crimea become a NATO base. And remember, the name of the game here is to make Ukraine part of NATO. Not happening. And they're not getting Crimea. We've taken Crimea. We're keeping it. Number one. And number two, you want a frozen conflict or you want to wreck Ukraine so that it can't become part of the West. Question number two here is what motivates this? What motivates this is that Russia...
Okay, I'll say one more thing. Okay? You know what you guys need to do? Read historical articles detailing the life, the mind, and the thoughts of European monarchs. Okay? Now, European monarchs were, for their time, literally the most educated people. Period. They were raised by tutors from birth and had a court of well-kept scholarly academics who would inform them nonstop. These people were psychopaths. They were fucking psychopaths. Thank God they didn't have nukes. Thank fuck they didn't have nukes, okay? even if you take away them being inbred or whatever, even the people who didn't have, like, congenital problems, they were insane. They were insane. Absolutely fucking psychotic, man.
Is a great power, and it has absolutely no interest in allowing the United States and its allies to take a big piece of real estate of great strategic importance on its western border and incorporate it into the West. This should be hardly surprising to the United States of America.
Keeping up with any updates posted in chat.
The Monroe Doctrine basically says that the Western Hemisphere is our backyard, and nobody from a distant region is allowed to move military forces into the Western Hemisphere. I can tell from looking at the audience that most of you are old enough to remember the Cuban Missile Crisis like I am. You remember how we went stark raving crazy at the idea of the Soviets putting military
What IR school of thought do you subscribe to? The correct one.
forces in Cuba? This is unacceptable. Nobody puts military forces in the Western Hemisphere. That's what the Monroe Doctrine is all about. Can you imagine 20 years from now a powerful China forming a military alliance with Canada and Mexico and moving Chinese military forces onto Canadian and Mexican soil, and us just standing there and saying, this is no problem. We're all 21st century people, and worrying about Chinese forces there is what 19th century people like Vladimir Putin worry about. Of course that's not going to happen. We're going to maintain the Monroe Doctrine with regard to China just as we did with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. So nobody should be surprised that the Russians were apoplectic about the idea of us putting Ukraine.
He's correct here in that Americans would probably react to that the same way Putin has reacted to NATO moving closer to Russia's borders, but it would still be wrong. It would still be unacceptable because they could never invade us. If any country ever engaged in a land invasion of America, we would glass the planet. The world would end. Like, you know?
On the western side of the ledger. And by the way, they told us, I gave you the quotes, in the wake of the Bucharest summit. I told you what happened in August 2008 with the Georgia war. The precedents were there. The rhetoric was there.
Oh, and the equivalent here would be, the equivalent here would be us invading Canada because we've heard talks where China might want to put, like, their own defensive pact there.
They told us, but we did not stop our efforts to make Ukraine part of the West.
Realism is descriptive and not prescriptive. Yeah, this is why I got out of political science, because nothing infuriates me more than people whose language is chock full of biases, acting as though the information they're delivering is simply an impartial, straightforward analysis of the situation. That shit pisses me off. The framing this guy has used has been slanted in a number of very notable ways, but the theory of international relations he's employing is supposed to be purely descriptive. So he shouldn't have any biases in how he presents it. It should just be a statement of fact as is. But in reality, descriptive statements can be prescriptive by implication. Framing what happened in Ukraine as a coup rather than an ousting of a dictator, talking about how people died rather than police killed protesters. You can frame information in a way which is factually correct, but still presents an implied prescriptive bias. And that's the problem that I take with attitudes like this. And funnily, this is one of the things that critical race theory and critical legal studies are meant to address. The false presumption of unbiased analysis in the legal system. The idea that you're being simply impartial and descriptive when you go over like legal documentation because, it's just a fact of the law. It's the same bullshit that people like Amy Coney Barrett do when they talk about how they were a constitutional originalist, Like, oh yeah, dude, I don't have any political biases. It's just a complete coincidence that all of my expressed political positions are conservative and that all of my objective interpretations of the original will of the founding fathers lead me to conservative conclusions. Bro, it's just a coincidence, dog. Dude, it's just like a coincidence. I fucking hate that shit, dude. There's no such thing as a purely descriptive form of political engagement. Everything is prescriptive, either by implication or explicitly. And I prefer explicitly because I'm not a coward, personally.
And the Russians responded. Was it surprising? For some reason, President Obama and virtually all of the elites in the West were surprised. I guess this is because they're 21st century people, right? And they think that balance of power politics doesn't matter anymore. If you think these people in Washington and most Americans are having trouble dealing with the Russians, you can't believe how much trouble we're going to have with the Chinese. I'm very popular in China. I go to China quite often. And I usually start my talks by saying it's good to be back among my people. Because when I'm in China, I'm intellectually much more at home there than I am in Washington. Because in Beijing, much like in Moscow, you're dealing with 19th century people like me. Whereas in Washington, you're dealing with 21st century people. I think the Chinese are going to eat our lunch, right? Talk a bit about the conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom is that Putin is the main cause of the crisis. Some say he's either crazy or irrational. Angela Merkel was making this argument for a while. He's bent on creating a greater Russia. And
I think the language he's using here indicates that he believes Moscow and Beijing are both full of scholars and politicians who adhere to older doctrines of geopolitical engagement, spheres of power, that sort of thing. Whereas America has gone past that idea somewhat.
Bears marked resemblance to Adolf Hitler. Say a few words about each of these. I know a great deal about Adolf Hitler. I've written and I teach extensively on Nazi Germany's behavior in the 30s and during World War II. The idea that he bears any resemblance to Adolf Hitler is laughable in the extreme. It's hard to believe that serious people make that argument. The idea that he's bent on creating a greater Russia, I think if he could do it, he'd do it. He can't do it. Russia's a declining great power. And as I said to you before, if they were to try and create a greater Russia by invading Ukraine and by invading the Baltic states, they'd be jumping into the briar patch. In fact, again, if you want to...
But Adolf Hitler jumped into the briar patch. Wait, you're saying Putin wouldn't engage in these invasions because they'd be unsustainable and his economy would falter. That's what happened to Adolf Hitler. He did that too. He had a few successful invasions, and then the economy stalled, and his, forces got pushed back. Yeah, Mussolini did too. Authoritarians with expansionist aims actually quite often overreach and cause quite a bit of damage doing so.
Wreck Russia, what you should do is tell them to try and create a greater Russia. It will lead to no end of trouble. I think Putin is much too smart for that, and he is in the process of wrecking Ukraine. I want to make that clear. And he's wrecking Ukraine because he's basically saying to the West, you can't have it, and I'll wreck it before you take it. Is he crazy or irrational? I don't think so. I think he's very strategic. And I don't think he's the main cause of the crisis, as I said to you. Another set of arguments associated with the conventional wisdom. This is that the United States is a benign hegemon seeking to promote European stability, seeking to promote stability in Asia, all over the globe, and so forth and so on. There are some countries like Japan and Germany, for sure, Poland, who view the United States as a benign hegemon. There are many countries out there who do not. Iran is one, China's another, and Russia's a third. They just don't see it that way. And because they don't see it that way, you should understand that when you take measures, you meaning the United States, that you think are going to be interpreted as benign, the other side will not see them that way.
This is just a straw man that gets brought up a lot in conversation with lefties, but I don't think anyone reasonable are suggesting that Ukraine being a part of NATO wouldn't be an extension of American geopolitical power. Like, obviously. But the point here is if you're talking about this ethically, what Ukraine wants should be what Ukraine gets. And if Ukraine wants to be aligned more with the EU and a part of NATO and also not to be fucking invaded, then that should be something that we promote. But yeah, the argument isn't that like America is benign and Russia is evil. Both are acting in their own self-interest, arguably. But one's self-interest in this case is much less destructive to people.
See them as threatening. This gets back to my point about democracy promotion. We believe democracy promotion is an unalloyed...
Political realists like this guy don't care about ethics. They say they don't care about ethics. They pretend they don't care about ethics. But the language this guy is employing is very obviously slanted in a way which gives people greater prescriptive power in some directions over others. That's the point.
Good. We can't understand why people like Putin and the leaders in Beijing don't understand this, but they don't understand it. And if you don't recognize what other people think, you're incapable of putting yourself in their shoes, you're going to get yourself into a heck of a lot of trouble. And of course, that's exactly what happened here. And then another argument is that Putin's behavior proves that it was wise to expand NATO eastward to try...
Ethics don't matter in geopolitics, tough. Actually, I think that ethics matter in literally all things that everyone does when it comes to making prescriptive statements, because prescriptive statements and ethics are kind of, well, they're really close together. They're very, very well aligned, actually. So what? So lefties should never make any statements on geopolitics? Our invasion of Iraq? Like, we shouldn't say that's wrong? Like, come on.
To include Ukraine and Georgia, right? What's very interesting is that there is no evidence that we thought Putin was aggressive before the crisis. There's no evidence that we thought that. There's no evidence that we were talking about expanding NATO because we had to contain the Russians. Because again, NATO expansion was driven by 21st century men and women. They believe balance of power politics is dead. That's what happened here.
What? No, this is literally just bullshit. At this point, Russia had already engaged in multiple adjacent crackdowns. This feels incoherent to me.
Do you understand? Putin is a 19th century man, right? He does view the world of balance of power in terms of balance of power politics, as do we when it comes to the Monroe Doctrine in the Western Hemisphere. But in this case, in the case of Europe, we were thinking like 21st century men and women. And we thought that we could just drive right up to his doorstep and it wouldn't matter, right? We did not think that Russia was aggressive. What happened here is that after the crisis broke out on February 22nd, we then decided that Russia was aggressive. We then decided that Russia was bent on creating a greater Russia.
See, if he was actually only concerned with a realist analysis of the situation, then why is he so insistent on framing Western concerns on this issue as two-faced, inconsistent, naive, and contradictory? If he was only describing what people are and what they did, then it wouldn't be framed in this package, which is very clearly trying to, like, the literal title of the video is, "Why is Ukraine the West's fault?" This is an ethical question. Like, this is this isn't just some straight-faced, unbiased delivery of information. This is a narrative being constructed. Anyone who believes otherwise is a dupe.
It was after the fact. By the way, this is...
It's clearly biased, but don't you admit you're biased in this argument as well? Yeah, absolutely. I have never pretended that I'm not biased. I'm crazy biased. But in this respect, I think I'm right. And I think that his biases are meant to deliver a particular political agenda, whereas my biases in this case aren't contradicting existing evidence. But some of the shit he's saying here is just, like, pretty bad. Have I watched Babby's First International Relations by Historia Civilius? No, I have not. Do you recommend it?
This is why President Obama and virtually all of Washington was caught with their pants down when this crisis broke out after February 22nd, because they did not see it coming. Talk a little bit about our response. We're basically doubling down. We're getting tougher and tougher with the Russians. That's our strategy. And that's exactly what you'd expect if you're going to blame them, given that we're incapable.
If you're going to blame them for their military incursion.
Blaming ourselves because we never do anything wrong. You all know that. All the problems in the world are caused by everybody else, never by the United States, because we're a benign hegemon. Well, if we're the good guys and they're the bad guys and they're misbehaving, they're bent on creating a greater Russia, oh my God, this is the 1930s all over again. Any sort of concession to Putin is Munich, October 1938. Can't do that. So what you do is you double down. You get tougher and tougher. Then this brings us to the question of whether we can succeed or not.
These are straw men.
Because you're playing a losing hand. Right? And the reason you're playing a losing hand is because this is a competition between economic considerations and security considerations. The basic mindset of people in the West is that you can punish the Russians economically and they'll throw their hands up. My argument is when security considerations are at stake, when core strategic interests are at stake, and there's no question, ladies and gentlemen, in Russia's case, this is a core strategic interest, countries will suffer enormously before they throw their hands up.
That's not untrue, but notice how he's not saying what we did in response, only that we're doubling down, and B, he's not being clear what he means when he says core strategic threat, because he still hasn't made it clear the objective fact that NATO cannot invade Russia.
Right. So you can inflict a lot of pain on the Russians, and they're not going to quit. And they're not going to quit because Ukraine matters to them. And by the way, Ukraine doesn't matter to us. You understand there's nobody calling for us to fight in Ukraine. Even John McCain, who up until recently has never seen a war he didn't want to fight, right, is not calling for using military force in Ukraine.
Yeah, nobody wants to.
What John McCain is saying is that Ukraine is not a vital strategic interest for the West. That's what he's saying. It is a vital strategic interest for the Russians. They've made that perfectly clear.
That's a misreading. Hold on. Whoa. That is wrong in his own framework. Just because America isn't willing to commit troops to Ukraine does not mean it's not a vital strategic interest. What if it's because Russian troops are closer and we both have nukes? Two countries can both have a strategic interest in the same region, but one country must know that they can't get directly involved because doing so would be brinksmanship between two nuclear powers. I'm sorry, that does not track within the framework that he's put forward.
And not just Putin. right? So in terms of the balance of resolve, it's all on their side. And I showed you that slide up there that depicted how much economic leverage the Russians have because of all that natural gas going westward.
We skipped that bit, but they do have
We're
quite
playing
a
a
lot.
losing hand here. But let's assume that I'm wrong. Let's assume that we're playing a winning hand and that we are capable of
Realists don't account for nukes because they literally have a 19th century mindset. Oh God, you might be right.
backing Putin into a corner. And we're getting close to pushing him off a cliff. Is this good? You're talking about a country that's got thousands of nuclear weapons. The only circumstance, really, under which states use nuclear weapons is when they're desperate, when they think their survival is at stake.
That's true.
So what you're talking about
Now,
is putting
at least.
Putin in a situation where he's desperate. And if you go home and Google Putin and nuclear brinksmanship, you'll be reading all the articles that come up for the next 2 years, right? Because he's making it clear that you're fooling around with his core strategic interests. And again, he's got thousands of nuclear weapons. So you're putting yourself in a position, right? You're putting yourself in a position where you're willing to risk a possible nuclear war over a piece of real estate, Ukraine, that is not of vital strategic interest to the United States. Again, it's
So what are we supposed to do? If this is the framework that you have, piece of real estate, if the framework you have then is like just you can never, ever, ever fuck with Russia because they'll just nuke everyone. This is appeasement. He said earlier that this isn't appeasement and it's totally not like Hitler, but I'm failing to understand how this isn't appeasement. Essentially, just hope that he will stop doing the bad thing.
not of vital strategic interest to us. By the way, and this will be my final point on this, what's truly amazing about all of this is that we were talking about incorporating Ukraine into NATO.
That is the conclusion, establishing spheres of influence. Okay, listen, I need you guys to understand this. This guy right now wants you to die in apocalyptic hellfire, all right? If this guy's political prescriptions, if this guy's narrative, his mode of analysis, is one which leads to all the world should just be divvied up between the superpowers, whichever countries have the nukes to defend themselves, and countries should not commit to strategic assets that they're not willing to end the world over should it be challenged by another country with nukes. This mindset will end the world. I think that he's actually misrepresenting China quite a bit because it's really obvious that China's attempts at becoming a superpower have been predicated largely on trade blocs and economic hegemony, as opposed to Russia's, which are literally just about military expansionism, which is a relatively 19th century mindset. I feel like China has advanced significantly in that respect and has a pretty modern, even maybe more modern approach than we do to the way in which they extend geopolitical power. But make no mistake, guys, do you guys want to live forever in a world where smaller countries that don't have nukes are carved up by larger countries that do, and that there's never any way of remedying the situation ever? Because any country that has strategic assets that they're willing to die for, it just has like the ultimate nuke button. Like, no. Very, very clearly, nuclear colonialism is not the solution to the world's problems. I have no idea what kind of fucking psychopath would think that it is. Very obviously, the way to solve the world's problems with regards to nuclear proliferation is to A, promote democracy, to B, make the interests of the government more or less aligned with the interests of the population, which C, does not want to be nuked to death, whereas the ultra-wealthy either as individuals may not care because they're psychopaths, or B, because they're Possadists, or C, because they're anti-natalist, or D, because they just built themselves an Elon Musk space shuttle to Mars. So we promote democracy, and then we promote economic interdependence, okay? And that will significantly decrease the likelihood of war. This attitude that he has, I think, is a very, very destructive one. Very destructive.
NATO, when we have now acknowledged by not taking military action over Ukraine that it's not a vital strategic interest. You understand that when you incorporate Ukraine into NATO, you're giving them an Article 5 guarantee, which says you'll come to their defense if they're attacked. You only give Article 5 guarantees to countries that are of vital strategic interest, like Germany during the Cold War.
Like Estonia? Is Estonia of vital security interest to America? I mean, don't get me wrong, I've heard Estonia has some cool stuff, but I mean, I don't think they're essential. But yeah, that's the point. Small countries shouldn't be bullied by big countries. That's a good thing, I hope.
What were we doing? Thinking about giving an Article 5 guarantee to a country It's not a vital strategic interest. It just shows you how discombobulated American foreign policy is these days. And of course,
I like how reality doesn't conform to this guy's analysis. So his response isn't that his analysis is faulty. It's that America's doing reality wrong.
the Ukraine crisis is just one of many messes that we've made. As you know, we have the Midas touch in reverse. There's
How did we
nothing
make
that
it?
doesn't go south. Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Ukraine. I could go on.
Oh, yeah. Iraq and Ukraine. One country we invaded with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and another country we didn't at all. We did nothing like that. What the fuck? Dude, how do people listen to this shit? If anyone out there is capable of coming on here and defending any of these positions, but like, they can't, man. Squirrel was defending this shit on Twitter, but Squirrel doesn't do live stream chat, so that's never going to happen. Like no one can defend this. I will win a debate on this against anyone. There's no human on earth I would lose this to, okay? We need to fucking Voltron this shit. Put all the greatest realist international relations scholars together. Merge their bodies into some kind of fucking 20-person homunculus, okay? And give them a mic, all right? Give me something, all right? I don't understand. I don't get it. Debate Chomsky? I don't want to debate Chomsky. He would talk like one word a minute. I would feel bad. Alt History Hub? This is true, though. This is true, though.
So the point I'm making to you is...
Wait. NATO creep after 1990 was crucial to popularizing expansionist sentiment in Russia. I think you can recognize that fact without giving justification to Putin's actions or making a specific policy. Yeah, okay, but I don't think... Like, what you're saying is an authoritarian government used the information available to them in order to manufacture a narrative to engage in expansionist logic. Would you then use that as a defense of them? Like, can America do that? Like the invasion of Iraq? Well, you know, 9/11 was crucial to popularizing expansionist sentiments in America. Like, if you want to have in a purely descriptive sense, the expansion of NATO may have contributed to Russia's behavior, you can, but like, that's like, as far as I'm concerned, that's like saying, you know, well, objectively speaking, the low cut of that woman's skirt did contribute to her getting raped and killed in an alleyway. Like, you can play that logic if you want, but as a man concerned with ethics, as an upstanding, ethics-loving guy, I'm actually really concerned with what's right and wrong, not just which things lead to which other things.
I do not think that this is going to work, but if it does work, I'm not sure it's a good thing. I had some quotes from the New York Times that really capture what we're doing. I won't leave them up there, but they make it very clear that we're playing hardball with the Russians.
That's the problem. Realism doesn't take into account ethics. Yeah, I know.
Version of the Obama.
Except it does, because this guy's presupposing certain ethical conclusions by saying that government should act in the self-interest that he seems to think they're not currently acting in. He is making prescriptive statements. He literally just said that America is fucking up by not doing or by doing certain things. He's clearly prescribing stuff. It's just the thing that he cares about is making the world conform to his batshit fucking international relations model and not, you know, preventing the harm of civilians. His ethical principle is post hoc maximizing the resemblance between his international relations model and the world. And mine is, you know, ideally promoting human well-being and also animal well-being, you know.
Administration's thinking on how to deal with this crisis. Now, what should be done? My view is we should create a neutral Ukraine, which is a buffer state between NATO and Russia. Basically, what I'm talking about is going back to the status.
No, realism is focused on limiting war. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. They say it is, while he constantly downplays Russian military aggression, but it's not.
Status quo ante. Before we got this foolish idea in our head that we could peel Ukraine away from Russia and make it part of NATO, make it part of the EU, make it more generally part of the West. We should work to create a situation where Ukraine is neutral, and it's a buffer state.
There's no such thing as a neutral buffer state next to Russia.
Simple or simplistic graphic, depending on your views, right? This is how I think about European security. This is what you want. You want NATO to include France, Germany, and Poland. You want Ukraine as a buffer state, and then you want Russia on the eastern flank of that border state.
Tens of millions of people.
This is not what you want. You do not
no
want
freedom.
a divided
Okay.
Ukraine where Western Ukraine is in NATO, Eastern Ukraine is in Russia, and the Russians and the Americans, who hate each other at that point, are eyeball to eyeball on the Dnieper River. Not a good idea. How do you get to this end? Very simple.
Yeah, does
Explicitly
Ukraine get
abandon NATO
a
expansion.
say in this?
By the way, NATO expansion is dead. I've talked to countless policymakers.
It's about preventing war between great powers. Realists are totally fine with war if it's a great power attacking whatever small powers they want. So here's the question no one has been able to answer for me. What happens when Ukraine's buffer state status gets fucked over by Russia just invading them, and then they conquer Ukraine, and now Russia is once again eyeballing NATO countries? Buffer states don't happen. There's no such thing as a real buffer state. You realize that, right? It doesn't actually work anymore. Buffer states have to be able to defend themselves against both sides. You think Ukraine can defend itself against NATO and Russia? It doesn't work. They'll just conquer the territory. It's like with North Korea. Yeah, but North Korea has nukes. So it can defend itself against invasion. Also, I'm pretty sure that if North Korea ever actually did anything to disrupt Chinese interests too much, like China would just kind of like quietly replace it. Where should NATO expansion stop in your opinion? I don't care where it stops. I really do not think that NATO like causes harm that wouldn't be caused by the autonomous militaries of these countries. It's a defensive pact. Asking this again, Vosh, do you think Russia would be invading Ukraine if Ukraine wasn't on the road to joining NATO? Sort of feel like this important? Yes, 100%. Absolutely, without a doubt. I think that the existence of NATO and its potential expansion is just a pretext that they're using, but Russia is very clearly comfortable lying to build support for their military engagement all the time. If this was genuinely just about NATO, why the constant false flags? Why the constant dishonesty? No, I do not believe in what is essentially geopolitical victim blaming, where one set of countries doing things that are morally right is actually wrong because that leads to the other countries doing something that is morally wrong, you know? Ukraine has a right to be in NATO if it wants. Russia does not have a right to invade if they want. Yeah, Ukraine only wants to join NATO because of Russia. That's the thing, guys. Remember, NATO doesn't pose a threat to Russia. Why don't they invade Belarus? Because Belarus is a puppet of Russia. Why would they need to? NATO cannot invade Russia. The only actual thing they're worried about blocking off is economic access. But guys, Ukraine choosing to trade with the EU instead would also block off economic access to Russia. So even then, a buffer state doesn't work for Russia because autonomous decision-making that Ukraine can engage in, even if they're not part of NATO, would be sufficient to fuck over Russia. You understand? So hypothetically, if every country but Russia was in NATO, would you see it as a threat in any way? To Russia? No. In effect, all that would be is a shared, like, trade bloc. They couldn't invade Russia. No country can invade Russia. It cannot happen. Even economically? Yeah, of course economically, but the economic threat's happening anyway. So many white names in chat, yeah. All right. Yeah, the number of white names in chat is an economic threat to me. True.
Makers who say this, it's dead. But what we have to do is explicitly abandon it. Say it is not happening. We have to fashion an economic rescue plan for Ukraine that includes Russia, the IMF, and the EU. This, of course, is what Putin wanted to do in 2013, and the EU said no, foolishly. We want to go to great lengths to guarantee minority rights, especially language rights in Ukraine. This gets back to those maps that...
Oh, now this guy cares about ethics. Oh, wow. Earlier, he didn't really care about any of the ethical implications of Russia's behavior, but now when the United States or the EU or NATO does something that he thinks is morally wrong, he's keen to point it out. That's crazy.
That I was putting up that show that this is in very important way is a civil war. And what we have to do is dampen down the conflict inside Ukraine.
Oh my God, I can see all the people who are new to chat. How do you call NATO a defensive pact when, oh yeah, don't spam or the bot will mute you, when Libya and when Yugoslavia? That's why I said I don't think they do anything that their constituent nation states couldn't do on their own. Trust me, if there wasn't a NATO, do you still think that the European nations wouldn't have intervened in Yugoslavia? Don't be ridiculous, okay? And with Libya, likewise. NATO is just a framework through which they engage in this action, but they could have done it without it. I don't think NATO as an institution did anything to facilitate that behavior. The only thing NATO explicitly facilitates is the defensive clause. But all that shit still would have happened. Like England, France, what have you, these countries engage in imperialist action with the United States all the time. They don't need NATO to do it. It still happens. Yeah, France was the most aggressive in Libya.
We have to give the people in eastern Ukraine a lot of autonomy, and we definitely have to protect minority rights. Are we going to do any of this? No. And I'll talk more about that in a second. Consequences. And this is my last slide. Will there be a new Cold War? No. Russia is not the Soviet Union, and as I said to you before, we have a potential peer competitor on the horizon who could be of proportions we've never seen before. The Chinese threat, once it materializes, is going to be something like we've never seen. We're going to have our hands full in Asia. Europe is not going to matter. And Russia is going to be with us. The balancing coalition against China is going to be South Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Taiwan, Singapore, India, and Russia. The Russians will be with us. And that's another reason this whole policy.
Wrong. Yugoslavian bombing campaign was specifically meant to give justification to the continued existence of NATO after Yeltsin. I genuinely think that would have happened either way, and just doing it under the frame of NATO was a way for them to maintain the posture of NATO being some kind of essential European peacekeeping force. I genuinely think that what happened in Yugoslavia probably would have played out the same way. Also, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I get so fucking sussy. I get such sussy vibes from people who talk about, like, as though the thing that went wrong in Yugoslavia was NATO. I gotta tell you guys, okay? Pretty objectively, NATO was maybe, like, the 8th worst thing happening in that part of the world at that time, okay? Just, it's very, like, by a large... significant metric. I don't know. People overstate this shit. Yeah, the genocide was a little bit bad. It was a little bad. It was a little not good.
Policy is so stupid, right? What we're effectively doing is driving the Russians into the arms of the Chinese. There's a great strategy. We need the Russians on Iran. We need the Russians on Iran. We drive the
I'm
Russians.
gonna kill myself. Aren't you a utilitarian? If you acknowledge that NATO expansion has provided cause for Russian expansion, shouldn't you oppose it on moral grounds? No, that's not how utilitarianism works. That's like saying that we should promote all women wearing burqas so they get raped less often. Maybe there's another cause. Maybe appeasement isn't an effective way of dealing with dictators. We made a mistake back in 2008 when we backed off Ukraine in the way we did. We should have been more explicit supporters of Ukraine from the get-go. No, like, this is appeasement logic. Well, don't you think, like, Hitler claims he'll stop if et cetera, so should we? No. Also, Russia would have fabricated pretext anyway. They lie about everything. We should never, ever trust Russia. Ever. Never trust Russia. Sorry, 2014, not 2008. Never trust Russia, okay? Ever. They lie about everything all the time. Their government policy is to lie. What? They don't need NATO expansion. If they wanted to, they could convince their population that NATO is expanding anyway. Also, NATO doesn't even fucking threaten them. No. No.
Russians close to the Iranians. You saw where they just sold the Iranians S-300 anti-aircraft missiles. We need the Russians on Syria. We need the Russians on all sorts of issues. We don't need to have a fight with the Russians now. We're not going to have a Cold War. Will the United States still pivot to Asia? Yes. All we need is one big crisis out there. It's coming, probably in the South China Sea, sooner rather than later, if you've been reading the newspapers. And once that happens, we will focus laser-like on Asia, because that's a peer competitor. Russia is not a peer competitor. What are the implications for NATO? This gets back to the previous question. I think that NATO is in serious trouble and will disappear as a functioning alliance over time, in large part because I think we're going to pivot to Asia. What are the implications of all this for our Asian allies? It's a very interesting question. I was in Japan in December of 2000.
The French say President Macron, President Biden, and President Putin held a joint call tonight where Macron proposed a summit between Putin and Biden, which the French said the two agreed to in principle. It can only be held if Russia does not invade Ukraine. Okay, that's not very much. They agree to have a summit in principle? That's pretty weak.
2014. And the Japanese, like a lot of people in Asia, number one, wonder whether we're going to be there for them, right? Because they see us causing trouble over Ukraine. They see us picking a fight with ISIS. And they say if the United States is fighting ISIS, dealing with the Russians over Ukraine, are they going to be able to pivot to Asia? And then furthermore, they say, even if the United States does pivot, can we trust them? If you look at how this gang operates in Washington, it does look like the gang that can't shoot straight. Do we want to depend on them? If you're Japanese and you're depending on the American security umbrella, especially the American nuclear umbrella, don't you scratch your head and say, can I rely on...
I'm so sorry. This guy might have access to information that I don't have, but what the fuck is he talking about? How does us having people fighting ISIS mean Japan wouldn't trust us? We don't have a... What? Japan's all the way across the Pacific from us. That's the whole other... I don't... Maybe there's something here that I don't get. I don't know.
Washington in a crunch with the Chinese over the Senkaku or Diaoyu Islands? Not clear. So I think this has not been good for our relations with our Asian allies. What are the implications for Iran and Syria? As I said before, remains to be seen. We need the Russians on Iran. We need the Russians on Syria. And
he's saying the U.S. can't fight two battles at once. What battles? Who's going to invade Japan? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Does Japan even have nukes? No, I don't think they do.
You take a stick and you poke the Russians in the eye, and you continue to poke them in the eye, they're going to look for ways to retaliate. And I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere down the road they don't play ball with us on Iran. We don't get a deal with the Iranians. It'd be interesting to see what the Russians then do. See if they're interested in maintaining a sanctions regime. And Syria is a total mess, as you know, and if there's any hope of resolving that, the Russians are going to have to be involved.
They briefly had two.
It's going to be hard to get a lot of cooperation, given what's going on over Ukraine.
They're our first strike weapon. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. They don't need to have nukes. We have nukes. In Japan. That's true, yeah. Wait, who's going to invade Japan? We have nukes in Japan. China? China's not going to invade Japan.
Is Crimea lost to Russia for good?
Wait, we don't have nukes in Japan? Wait, I'm pretty sure we do have first strike capabilities in Japan. Just a second. Japan, U.S. base, first strike. Somebody in chat said that, and it reminded me that I'm pretty sure that's true, but... let me see. U.S. nuclear weapons in Japan. Stored secretly following World War II until 1972. Oh, no, we pulled them out? Okay, gotcha. We removed them, okay. We still have nuclear subs in Guam? Okay, gotcha. It doesn't really matter. Our missiles can reach across the world. I don't know. It just seems dumb. I don't think anyone's going to nuke Japan. Seems dumb.
Yep, it's gone. Gone. What are the implications for Ukraine? This is in many ways the most important part of my talk, and I'll just take 2 or 3 minutes, then we can go to Q&A. When I give this talk, many people in the West...
Vosh, by your logic, there will never be a war, non-proxy war between great powers. I have no idea what you mean. How involved do you think NATO was in the attempted false flag of the Ukrainian kindergarten? Not. I don't think we have NATO troops in the Donbass region, because if we did, somebody would have caught them on video, and Russia already would have used this as a pretext for invasion. So...
I think that there's sort of a deep-seated immoral dimension to my position, because I'm blaming the West and not Putin, who certainly has authoritarian or thuggish tendencies. There's no question about that. But I actually think that what's going on here is that the West is leading Ukraine down the primrose path. And the end result is that Ukraine
He only said thuggish because Putin is black.
is going to get wrecked. And I believe that the policy that I'm advocating, which is neutralizing Ukraine and then building it up economically and getting it out of the competition between Russia on one side and NATO on the other side, is the best thing that could happen to the Ukrainians. What we're doing is encouraging the Ukrainians to play tough with the Russians. We're encouraging the Ukrainians to think that they will ultimately become part of the West, because we will ultimately defeat Putin and we will ultimately get our way. Time is on our side.
Hold up. David Martin of CBS News, a superb reporter I've known for decades and worked with at the original Newsweek for many years, who I trust totally, says Putin's just ordered Russian forces to invade Ukraine in its entirety, with reserve units following to run an occupation. So the meaning of the word just is really gonna... I mean, do we mean that the order just came out, or the message, or are we about to get reports right now? We'll find out, but I'll keep this tweet up.
And of course, the Ukrainians are playing along with this. And the Ukrainians are almost completely unwilling to compromise with the Russians and instead want to pursue a hardline policy. Well, as I said to you before, if they do that, the end result is that their country is going to be wrecked. And what we're doing is, in effect, encouraging that outcome. I think it would make much more sense for us to work to create a neutral Ukraine. It would be in our interest to bury this crisis as quickly as possible. It certainly would be in Russia's interest to do so. And most importantly, it would be in Ukraine's interest to put an end to the crisis.
If it is happening right now, do you think it'd be fun to have this guy's audio up in the background so we can hear him talk about how as long as NATO's not in Ukraine, Ukrainians will be safe? While we're like going over. Hold on. I need an official confirmation of some kind.
Crisis. Thank you.
We'll listen until... Oh. Q&A then.
They have a microphone for you.
And there stood Hans Morgenthau, right before you, for those of us who knew. Okay, so many questions and points. First, point of information. When you talk about the gang in Washington, you need to make it clear, hopefully, that you don't mean only the present gang. You mean from at least 2008 forward, right?
Yeah, I mean the whole Washington foreign policy establishment,
right.
Republicans, Democrats. As far as I'm concerned, the Republicans and the Democrats on foreign policy are like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I mean, for anybody who thinks it matters whether you get Hillary Clinton or some Republican, you're living in a dream world. There's just no meaningful difference between them. They both have the Midas touch in reverse.
That leads to my second question. Is anybody listening to you and Stephen Cohen and partial, what's the one I want? The Kissinger, partial Kissinger, Stephen Cohen, and you. Is anybody listening that we could hope to vote for or support?
No.
I don't know, no one. So, and I'm going to give this up in a moment.
No.
But, so there's no one. So we really do.
Keep in mind it's at 1.4 times speed. This guy just talks slow.
That's it, right? Okay. I mean, there's no enlightenment in store. We can't even look toward
Can I just say something, just in response to your question? I believe that since 1989, the United States has been by far the most powerful state on the planet. And for those of you who believe we live in a unipolar world, you're effectively saying that we are the only great power in the system. And given that tremendous amount of power that we have, we're really free to go out and do all sorts of foolish things because it doesn't blow back on us in any meaningful way. The United States is a remarkably secure great power. So we're allowed to pursue these foolish policies. And in that context, it's very hard to make arguments against the establishment that carry the day. I think what will happen if China continues to rise is that it will force the United States to think more strategically. Because when you live in a serious threat environment...
Yeah, you guys keep linking me tweets which relate to an earlier statement from today, talking about how the U.S. intelligence sources claim that they've been given the order to invade. But that's not the same as the CBS guy saying they've just been told to invade. News of unidentified U.S. intelligence sources in Ukraine, otherwise known as Russia can invade in 45 minutes. I think this is the same thing. The article is old. The post is new. Keep calm.
The point I'm making to you is that the United States does not live in a serious threat environment. We're an incredibly secure country. We're the most secure country, most secure great power in the history of the world, and we're more secure today than we have ever been in our entire history, despite all the rhetoric that you hear from Washington and in the media about how dangerous the world is. This is just not a serious argument. It's not a dangerous world, right? We are incredibly secure. We have a peer competitor. It'll force us to focus the mind, much the way it happened when the Soviet Union was there, Nazi Germany was there, Imperial Japan, Imperial Germany.
Really enjoyed your lecture. I have two questions briefly. It's hard to take issue with the goal of a neutral Ukraine, but some years before the crisis broke out, I used to listen to RUI, which was Radio Ukraine International on shortwave.
Wait, this is different. Guys, this isn't just on a convoy. This is in its firing position. It's off the road, and the soldiers cleared the snow. That's got to be facing Ukraine right now, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, no, wait, you're right. This is daylight. It's daylight here. If it's daylight, then it can't be recent, right? Yeah. Okay. Old footage. Not really just parked. I mean, yeah. Most of the vehicles we've seen have been in convoys. Well, all of them have, actually. Power outages in Donetsk. Article, tweet, anything. Reports that Biden Putin has accepted the summit. Soak Done left. I think that we're about to be engaged with things significantly more important than that video. Literally anything can tweet. Anyone can tweet anything. Continued reports by DPR channels of shelling on the western edge of Donetsk. Reports of power outages in the north of Donetsk. All the reports that we've seen so far, and by reports I mean tweets, thank you, have been of the Ukrainian forces shelling. Why would they initiate the conflict? Maybe they decided to just get it over with. If the invasion's going to happen, force the issue now. That's possible. Definitely does a lot to justify Russia's position after the fact. Probably the false flag, we'll see. Interesting, but probably not immediately interesting. Macron proposes accepted by both parties. No, this is the same as before. By accepted, they mean agreed to in principle. Yeah, White House has not confirmed a summit. This is misreporting. This person should be shot in the back of the head, whoever tweeted that. Old. French created Macron's big calls. I don't respect the French and I don't care. Same tweet as before, shot in the back of the head. Latest on this conflict. No. 5 kilometers off Ukraine border. According to this, 5 kilometers? I believe we saw this one. This is a repost. So difficult to see. It's so difficult to tell. Yeah, this is the tweet that I'm looking at right now. So the reason why this is meaningful is because this is being A, presented from a person like with actual news credentials, and B, they're citing another person of decent news credentials. This isn't just some random tweet. We will see. This could be off. We will see. We're not going to know in real time. We're going to know several minutes after the fact, I think. Let me see any updates. Give me the flight tracker map. I want to see what our favorite drone is doing. No new updates from the live UA map. Forte 11 is still en route. Same holding pattern as before. Anything new? Same holding pattern. Any change? Wait. No, same pattern. Same pattern. Yes, Anyfen, that's an older source. Belarus cut off their cameras on the borders. Wait! No, say 24 hours ago, please. You're killing me over here. You're killing me over here. Still bad that they did this. Yeah, so 48 hours, because it's from the last day. They're still off, yeah. 3 minutes ago, Politico shelling has happened, but Russia has not invaded by ground. The shelling will happen before. 3 minutes ago, you say? Stop the shelling portion. Stop short of an invasion. Many would predict on Sunday. Experts with potential day for invasion. This is saying past tense. Their 20th is a different 20th. Biden and Putin accepted meet. No, again, they haven't. This is misreporting, and this person should also be shot. Breaking urgent. This is from 2 minutes ago. Heavy artillery. Let's see if this is a repost. I can't tell except for the audio usually. That audio doesn't sound old to me. This sounds new. This is new, for sure. How far off is that? What was that flash of light? 1, 2. About 1, maybe 1 1/3 second by the speed of sound? How far off is that? About 1.5 miles? Okay, let's just say 1 to 3 miles away. Just a very broad... How would the audio sound old? If I remember it, if I recognize the audio from a previous video. The videos all look the same because they're being taken in pitch black. Isn't this the one from Iraq? No, it isn't. Pentagon and U.S. officials, when is this from? 5:09, 6 minutes ago. Describe the worst case scenario they now believe is likely in Kyiv. Terror, 1 to 2 weeks of constant rocket attacks, street fighting, hunt for anyone who supported the democratically elected government Zelensky, i.e. kill lists. Prominent account reporter says alarmist tweet is just bad timing. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, is this real? How many people are we going to have to shoot in the back of the head? This info is about 1 day old. He just made this tweet at the worst possible time. Jesus Christ. So I'm guessing then that even though for some reason this information has only been held, or is only being released now, what they're referring to right here is probably the same stuff that the U.S. intelligence was referring to when they talk about how they believe Putin has committed to an invasion. I'm guessing it's the exact same piece of information then. I still want to know more about the dozens of artillery shells fired into the Donbas region from the Ukrainian forces that we saw 3 tweets on. I want to know about this. Sokdun left, I will ban you if you post that video again.
Тогда мы можем принять другую программу. А какую вы почувствуете? 4 часа утра, 22 февраля. Я бы хотел, чтобы 22 год был бы годом мирным, но я люблю правду. 75 лет говорю правду. Это будет год...
This is that far-right politician who people were saying gave a time which implies that they know the specific time of an invasion, right?
Не мирный. Это будет год, когда, наконец, Россия станет снова великой страной, и все должны заткнуться и уважать нашу страну. Иначе они нам заткнут рот и будут истреблять русских сперва в Донбассе, а потом в Западной России. Поэтому...
I don't know if we can trust anything this guy says. This guy comes off as irrational to me without me being able to understand a word he's saying. He's the leader of the most ultranationalist party in Russia. Yeah, I don't know how much I'd trust this guy. Kinda hard to say. Why do people keep linking this? The most recent update is from 53 minutes ago. Oh, no, wait. Why is that one at the top if it's 53 minutes ago? If this one's... Okay. Ukrainian military alleges separatists in the east fired in their own territory to falsely accuse Ukraine. Okay, so this might be the dozen or so artillery shells we saw. The Ukrainian Joint Forces Command has alleged that Russian-backed separatists launched heavy armament fire against their own territory in an effort to falsely accuse the armed forces of Ukraine and further escalate the situation. Barrage ban at 9 p.m. local time Sunday. No, 9 p.m. local time Sunday was a long time ago. No, this isn't in reference to the most recent firing. It's already Monday over there. It's what, Monday 2/19 or 1/19? 3? Oh, 3 already. Wow. 3:19 a.m. I will continue as I have before until daybreak. Jesus. The barrages might continue for days. Yeah, but past a point. The critical difference here is determining if it can be proven, if it can be sufficiently proven that the shelling is being done by Russian machinery, Russian ordnance. Additionally, if they begin their shelling, it's not going to be in the Donbass region. The Donbass region is primarily controlled by separatists. If they really begin the shelling is going to hit Kyiv. It's going to hit, well, everywhere else. Good link. Good link, good link, good link. 5 minutes ago, U.S. claims Russia has ordered final preparations for invasion. Russia on Sunday rescinded earlier pledges to pull tens of thousands of its troops back from Ukraine's northern border, a move that U.S. leaders said put Russia another step closer to what they say is the planned invasion of Ukraine. Residents of Ukraine's capital filled a gold-domed cathedral to pray for peace. For proper emotional effect, I wonder if I can find a video of this. Residents praying for peace. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a video of it. Okay, we have a lot of links to look at here. We have a lot of links. Hold on. Stop. We'll look more at this in a second. Heartbreaking. Leaving a restaurant in Kyiv tonight. The waitress grabs my arm. Are you leaving Ukraine? My husband thinks we should leave, but we have 2 cats and we can't leave them. I wouldn't call it panic, but it feels like previously chill Kyiv is now very nervous. Yeah. Alarming footage of Russian tanks and military. This is from 11 minutes ago. Check to see if this sounds new. Okay. All right. That's certainly not something we've seen before. I'm leaning towards this being fake or not relevant here. I do not believe this is relevant. I think this is fake news. Yeah, there were so many tracer rounds, and also the audio feels like it should have blown out the sensors. Yeah. Yes, it's very old, yeah. Also, I think we would know if this was happening. This is fake news bots, man. My bad for posting this. No worries. I was told by US Intel Putin had already ordered the invasion for 15 minutes from now. Okay, well, this post was made 8 minutes ago. So we have 9 minutes. Wait. I can't do math. 7 minutes. Vosh, remember the sun is up in Ukraine right now? No, it's not. It's 3:23 a.m. over there. The sun's not going to rise for 3.5 hours. This would be an ideal time to invade if one was going to. Kyiv live cam, all quiet on the front. The nanosecond anything hits Kyiv, we will know it immediately. We will know it immediately once anything hits Kyiv. It's a major city. Kind of chilling seeing it like this, isn't it? It might not look like this very soon. There, now it's live. It was like 6 seconds behind. Go, car, go. Beep, beep. It's eerily quiet. Would you want to be out of the house at a time like this? Is this live footage? Yes, this is live footage. What do you think they would most likely target in Kyiv? I think they would just destroy the city. They would begin shelling with missiles, rockets, artillery, and bombs East Ukraine and move their way inward. But they would probably also target strategic positions early on as well. In terms of Kyiv, there's no scenario here where an invasion of Ukraine does not bring about significant losses of life in Kyiv. Would this not be a war crime? Damage to civilians is an inevitable component of any engaged military action, but Russia's already committed explicit war crimes so far, so let's just say yes. Yeah, they would do indiscriminate bombing and alienate the world, of course, Vosh, big brain. Wait, I'm sorry, are you familiar with literally anything Russia does? Well, I'm sorry, you seriously think Russia would refrain from indiscriminate bombing because they're concerned with the appearance they have in the eyes of the rest of the world? Ah, yes, dude, of course. Very optics-concerned Russia. Jesus Christ. Vosh, is it possible Russia can invade Ukraine without any loss of life? We've literally already found they have kill lists. I feel like they can and would. They aren't monsters. Why would you... How do you invade a country without loss of life? What are you talking about? What do you... No, they back Assad. They've backed chemical weapons attacks on his own population. What? Do you know how nation states work? All nation states will drown in the blood of the civilians they kill. Every single one, including Switzerland and Canada, okay? And Russia is a particularly bad nation state, okay? Every nation state will gut innocents if it gives them any strategic advantage. And Russia is an especially bad nation state, okay? There is no reason to believe that they would hold off on mass civilian casualties. Here's an article highlighting how Russian mercenaries act in Syria. Oh yeah, if you guys really want, yeah, you guys can look at this shit if you want to. Here's a large article. Russian war crime. Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Here's just some Ted Cruz trying to score political points. I don't care. Okay, we've already seen this. Apparently, the Michael Doherty tweet saying 15 minutes ago was a joke. What the fuck? You will send me any reason to believe that, or I will instantly ban you and also find you in real life and enact vengeance on you for saying this. Why would you ever say that without posting a link? Wouldn't there be less conflict if Russia and Ukraine were united? How wonderful a world that would be. This Michael Doherty guy works for the American Enterprise Institute. He's a neocon. Okay. Yes, the forces in Syria have had horrible civilian casualty counts. I don't think that if Russians invade, if it's a full-on invasion, my guess is that the total casualty on the side of the Ukrainians, combining their military and their civilian forces, would probably be around the ballpark of, I'm guessing between 250,000 and 500,000. That's my guess. I have a feeling that the Ukrainian military is going to lose a lot of people, and that's going to be disproportionately heavy towards the military side of things. Also, we're talking long-term occupation. No, come on, dude. Well, considering the fact that a third of the Ukrainian people have said they'd be willing to fight like Russian occupation, I don't know. It has the potential to be an incredibly bloody conflict. In total, or in a certain amount of time, in total, like the long-term consequences of this, however it pans out. Don't forget Kharkiv, most closer to Russia, population 1.4 million. Yeah. Talking and action aren't the same thing, though. Oh, okay. Man, I'm getting a lot of... Mr. Cosmo, you've had a lot of dumb shit opinions. We see a lot of people... I'm happy to have new folks jumping in here to share their opinions, but I ask you to think for a little bit, please. I genuinely don't think that an estimate of around 250,000 or slightly, or like possibly more, in an invasion scenario is that unlikely, assuming they commit to a full ground invasion. The guy said people in the comments of this Reddit thread. 1 second. What is this? In Luhansk, he hears explosions. Is it okay to start a war without the warning first? I have no idea what, like, Reddit comment I'm supposed to be looking at here. Hold on. Oh, here's a church holding a prayer for Ukraine. French president. No, 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 no. Agreeing in principle to Ukraine's summit is not the same as agreeing to the summit. Stop with this link. Stop. If you've been watching the stream, stop. Stop, stop, stop. They agreed in principle. That's not the same as them agreeing to the summit. In principle doesn't mean anything. If it meant anything, they would have just done it. Yes, it's been 15 minutes. See if that prediction was accurate. 15 minutes, guy says, if not now, then in a few hours. Fucking hate these people, man. Debated. Putin on brink of invading. U.S. intelligence says final plan. Biden convenes. Yeah. Has Vosh looked at RT's response to the news of Putin's orders? Maybe link it? Possibly? Source from Sputnik, but it could be useful. Yeah, here. Untrustworthy media ahead. 2 people killed as Kiev forces shell Luhansk People's Republic. We still don't have any confirmation on this. But there have been multiple accounts that have claimed that Ukraine-aligned forces have shelled Luhansk recently. This is the same report. 2 people were killed as a result of shelling of the LPR by armed forces of Ukraine on Sunday evening, according to the representative office of the LPR and JCCC. Here's the source from Reuters. Thank you. Oh, wait. If Reuters is already reporting on it, then this is probably referring to some earlier incident. This is probably referring to shelling from earlier. How could it not? Oh, God. We have too many fucking things open. Okay. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. RA News is a Russian state media corp. Yeah, I just want to know if they're referring to artillery shells that have been fired recently or artillery shells that were fired earlier in the day and it's only now being reported on after the casualties were confirmed. Ukrainians explicitly said they won't attack anything in the east. Yes, that seems to be their policy, and it's one we should trust them on, too. I think the bombing of a major civilian center is less likely, as Russian forces have never been directly linked with those committing those atrocities. Well, this hasn't happened before. This like massive ground invasion, 200,000 troops built up on the border. Like this is we don't really have like a strong precedent for you know, for this behavior. It isn't like some, you know, pithy little intervention or whatever. Grozny? Yeah. I don't know enough about it. Will be Russia, it will be the Wagner Group or some shit. The Wagner Group would get decimated by the Ukrainian military. No. This is a full-on modern military versus another full-on modern military. The Wagner Group or any mercenary groups would get atomized by fucking Ukrainian integrated support or whatever. They need a real military. Loud TikTok video from 2 hours ago. From a few hours ago. Oh, we've seen this. No, this is what they said. This is what you said was from Iraq. Was this not from Iraq? Was this actually from Ukraine? Is this the artillery shelling that they're referring to? New news. From 4 minutes ago, White House says Biden will on Thursday participate in a virtual G7 leaders meeting to discuss the ongoing situation with regard to Russia and Ukraine. Okay, Thursday is kind of a while away from now, I gotta say. Is this new? I guess we'll find out. This is a meme. This is old. We've seen this. We've seen this one. Doing a wheelie. Russian vehicles rigged for airdrop operations. We've seen that. White House attributing a cyber attack in Ukrainian banking systems to Russia. Let me see. This is from 20 minutes ago. Wide-scale cyber attack in Ukrainian banks and government websites this weekend, which may signal it's postponing, or pre-positioning, sorry, postponing would be an ideal for a potential invasion. Okay, here we go. This is the origin of that footage. It's the Ukraine war in 2015. Russian rocket artillery hitting Lugansk. Cool. Great. All right, we have some commentary here on that tweet we looked at. Meanwhile, major news from a reliable CBS News journalist. He's their national security correspondent and has had that position since '93. He's as good as they come. Looks like Howard really poorly worded David's report from earlier today. Doesn't make the report wrong. It's just an awful way to word that the news is about 12 hours old. Okay, this person should, you guys guessed it, be shot in the... You can't be irresponsible with stuff like this, dude. We're literally possibly hours or days away from war. The timing of this tweet, nothing here mentioning that it's in reference to previous information. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. This is this guy's fault, by the way, not David Martin. This person right here, this fucking person right here who works for RCP for some reason. This person either didn't know that the information referred to stuff that was 12 hours old when it was posted, or they didn't care enough. Could false reports of war incite a war? No, it wouldn't incite a war, but like, holy shit. Can you imagine a time where accurate on-the-ground report, or accurate, like, timely reporting is more important than this? What time period, like, what incident is it more necessary to be clear about stuff like this? This is literally the most important time. Yeah, we're already fucking swimming through an ocean of misinformation right now. And stop reading tweets, Vosh? The fuck kind of response is that? Well, this guy who has a fucking official news correspondent position. I don't need to read tweets to get his opinion. He's on the news. U.S. aircraft in Ukraine. We know about Forte 11. Shots outside Luhansk. 122 millimeter howitzers. Let's see. CNN correspondent now. More links to look at, as always. Many old pictures and videos from Donbass being shared now. Be aware of this. I don't assume people are doing it intentionally because a lot of videos look the same at night, but there is an active effort to spread disinfo. This is true. This is horrifying. American officials who have had access to some of the Russian planning say that it calls for overwhelmingly intense fire. We were told to expect tens of thousands of casualties in the opening days. We return now to Forte 11. We have some very ballsy, a very ballsy commercial liner. Looks like they're making a landing in Kyiv from Warsaw. Good on you. Apart from that, the only 3 flights in operation are this one, heading towards Kyiv, as to be expected, and we have this one right here, heading from Warsaw to Odessa, which is where? Where is Odessa? Right there. Okay. Yeah, right there. Okay, so they're landing. Large explosion north. Okay, one moment. Look at the small jets on the Russian side of the border. Commercial. At this point, we're only going to see commercial lines here and the drones they want us to see. My guess is that the reason... this is just a guess. Can anyone in chat tell me whether or not this is dumb? My guess is the only reason Forte 11 is has its transponder on is because we do not want pretext of like hiding drones in the area. We want to make it clear that we are explicitly observing the situation so Russia can't accuse us of covert, noisy surveillance, So my guess is the reason we can see Forte 11 is because they're deliberately trying to indicate that they're not trying to hide its presence. Or they're incompetent and forgot. I doubt that's the case. They're probably also less likely to shoot down a drone that's transmitting because they know it's not trying to hide. Yeah, crab stove, true. It's smarter to be loud about it. This is from 4 minutes ago. Overnight in Lugansk, dogs are barking. Howitzers of 122 millimeters are shooting on the outskirts. Already, this makes me feel like this is going to be disinfo. I have no way of deriving anything from this, I'm afraid. Putin has accepted a in principle, a meeting with Putin. Yeah, with Biden. Okay, yeah. Here's the recent alert. Single large powerful explosion north of Donetsk reported by the DPR channel 1 minute ago. Do we have any more information on this? Is there anything more on this? This is from 4 minutes ago. CNN. 5 minutes ago. Satellite imagery shows Russian ground forces dispersing to positions close to the Ukraine border. How close? Okay. Smoke supposedly coming from Russian embassy in Kiev. Speculation of document burning? Hold on. This is from 4 days ago. Come on. Here's another person saying large explosion reported north of Donetsk from a person with a GigaChad bio, which makes me really not trust it. I want more information on this. From 5 minutes ago, Russia appears to be continuing preparations for a full-scale assault in Ukraine very soon. I want a source on this. No, this means nothing, yeah. Russian propaganda about children killed by Ukraine. From Save Donbass people, of course the people who live in Donbass, being absolutely pro-Russian, had to resist. They want to live in peace and speak Russian. Why are they being murdered for that on the eyes of the whole civilized world for almost 8 years? Who will respond to the murder of these children? Nice. 1 like, but this will probably get reposted to 1 million places. Hassan liked it. Yeah, Hassan was the 1 like. No, it was Hermias 1, actually. So, the more you know. Ugh. The drone changed paths? Did it? It did a little bit, but it could just be following a reasonable deviation. U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter in Poland seems to be doing something. Call sign Duke 44. All right, Duke 44. What are we doing? Oh, wow, you're right. That is pretty close to Ukraine. Are they in the air right now? 0 foot altitude. They're not in the air right now. They're parked. Or, landed. Yeah, sitting on the ground. Taxing at 0 knots. They landed a while ago. I don't think there's much of note there. Drop the they-them army. Ukraine's they-them army has already been supplied as much as it can. America and NATO have already given Ukraine a fuck ton of weapons and estrogen, okay? They're ready. Let me see. Serbian MP from ruling party echoes Russian propaganda. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. This does look fucked up, but it's kind of hard to tell without context. Another drone orbiting off of Sicily. I don't believe in Sicily. Will the estrogen make them stronger, smarter, or both? Actually, it will make them stupider and weaker. But they'll have bimbo energy, which is a very powerful fighting force. Man, Forte 11 is single-handedly holding down the entirety of East Ukraine. We saw Saxy Jacks. Fuck. These goddamn commercial airliners, man. From Leipzig to Kiev. Who the fuck? I just want to know, man. Who in Germany on the 21st of February 2022, who would want to go, oh, damn, dude, let's go to Kiev. That sounds like a great time. I'm actually on that flight, Vosh. You go. You go, girl. Shopping! Rainbow, thank you very much for constantly refreshing tweets with Donetsk and Luhansk in them. Thank you very much for staying in the trenches. Oh, this is a cargo plane? Well, I feel bad for the pilot. Germans on their way to Ukraine, not a great plan, historically true. Look at RCH 102 and RCH 795. What are they doing? We're looking at Ukraine, man. If you want to make me look past Ukraine, you can. It's really genuinely incredible because you can actually see that conflict is going to break out soon just by looking on the map, man. There are planes, even though it's like 3 a.m. over there, there are planes all over the place. And there's just one big conspicuous gap, and the only plane in it is a fucking drone. Look at all the planes over Turkey. I think that Turkey, first of all, the Middle East sees a lot of air travel. And Turkey is also considered one of the like great flight lanes, right? Doesn't it have something to do with wanting to fly over land, not water? Right? They want to avoid the Black Sea. It's something about flight plans, air currents. I don't fucking know. It's too complicated for me. More heavy artillery in Donetsk. Let me see. This is almost certainly something we've seen before. I don't... Duke 44 is back on the air. Oh, shit! Duke 44? Duke 44, what's up? Uh, 1,400 feet. Isn't it crazy that modern technology allows us to follow U.S. Army helicopters with this degree of precision from anywhere in the world? That's crazy, man. What are you doing, Duke? Going over Rizowska Street? Just having a good time over Rizowska Street? They're going so fast. We're zoomed in to like the Google Maps directions level. Ah, yes, here it's Strefawa. There we go. Oh, we're going. Oh shit. Oh shit, we're zooming now. Oh, he's booking it. Hold on, picking up speed. Don't try to pronounce Polish the names; they're unpronounceable. But they're my people. What pronouns does Duke 44 use? Duke 44 is non-binary, thank you. He knows we're watching. Oh yeah, Duke 44 is being tracked by 2,000 other people right now, by the way. Can we here follow? Can we get like a smooth follow? That's not really smooth. They're going the wrong way. They're watching my Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare rating video. Nah, I think it's the Pokemon one. Dude, police would love the video where I talk about how I want to fuck Suicune. Alright. Alright, no, Goobin aside, I don't think that Duke 44 is going to be leading the charge into the Donbass region. Yeah, Forte 11 is the most tracked flight right now. #1 worldwide. 10,500. About as many people who are watching the stream, a little more. So it's really kind of like 20,000 people are following Forte 11. If you had to show one video in your catalog, the world leaders to stop the Russian-Ukraine conflict, what would it be? The one where I call the guy a liberal. The folks over at Non-Credible Defense are also in a parasocial relationship with Forte 11. Is there a subreddit for this? This is over 1,000 upvotes. Okay. Whatever you say, man. Holy shit. Fuck, dude. That is so fucking funny. New emote? I'm not making an emote from this. There's a fandom for everything. This isn't just a fandom of a type of drone. This is a fandom for a specific call sign designation of a specific drone flying its route in preparation for the Russian-Ukraine conflict. This is not just the plane. This is this specific one plane and the route it's taken. That is fucking wild, man. Yes, and she's beautiful. No, Forte 11 is a boy, okay? We established that. We've been calling him he. Check the rest of Non-Credible Defense. You know, we're on the brink of war. I feel like I'm being irresponsible. Is this gonna have porn in it? Okay. What is this just people talking about like ongoing conflict or something? Credible defense without the rules. Okay, so credible defense is. Oh god, this subreddit must be insufferable. Non-credible defense. Wow, this sure requires some very specific knowledge that I don't have access to. We do have a pretty advanced intelligence apparatus.
Contact by the jet.
What the fuck am I looking at? Okay, I don't... Fucking... Oh, wait, I agree with this. As the progressives and tankies search the prison, 1/3 of Ukraine's 44 million citizens saying they'll fight, 900,000 reserve personnel, 215,000 active duty Ukrainian troops, thousands upon thousands of militia members protecting Ukraine. And then we got the Azov battalion. That's pretty true. That's pretty true, man. How credible is 1980s Chinese anti-armor training? What? What is that guy doing? Oh, he's holding down the hatch? Okay. Well, I guess maybe that would work. This is in-sub fighting. And this is copyright, and also, again, very specific knowledge. Fuck modernizing, how could we demilitarize this? Oh my god, fucking true. Dude, can we get civilian aircraft carriers? I don't know what they would carry. Maybe like ice cream or something? Aircraft carriers are so fucking dope, dude. Big, like, cruise ships are so stupid and ugly looking, and aircraft carriers are so cool looking. What if they just carried, like, ice cream? How about housing? Yeah, sure. So, I would love more coffee. It might happen tonight.
Okay, so you're staying.
I have to stay. Oh, thank you for offering to make coffee before starting.
Okay.
Yeah. Aircraft carriers were used as clubs in China. That's awesome. Copyright. Fuck, dude. Wait, these memes are actually really... Wait, hold on. Can I check top by week? That's got to be all Ukraine stuff, right? Or like mostly? How credible is this Tinder convoy I had? Okay. The Virgin Forte 11. Oh no, the Forte 11 is the bad one here. Virgin Forte 11 over Ukraine. Russians have had a SAM aimed at it since it took off. Puny compared to glorious RQ-180. Zero stealth capability. No attempt to even hide from the general public. Can be seen by autists using a flight tracker. Nicknamed the Global Hawk. Lame as fuck. As opposed to the Chad RQ-180 directly over Moscow. Nicknamed the Great White Bat after a giant yet still stealthy creature of the night. Largest drone in the world, still the stealthiest aircraft ever designed. Literally only 2 pictures of the plane exists. The Russians don't even know it's there. Can see directly into Putin's bedroom. True! Literally true. Permanently push Ukraine towards NATO even more. Give NATO the opportunity to sell more military hardware to Ukraine. Light your currency and stock market on fire. Push otherwise neutral European countries toward NATO. Spend God knows how much money moving troops around for the bluff. What a bitch. True! Kharkiv cam is down. Wait, really? No, it's right there. Oh. Okay, that looks like a connection issue, not a I've been destroyed by artillery issue. Imagine dying in a sunken submarine after being detected and torpedoed by an SH-60 Seahawk, operated by a 19-year-old TikTok Zoomer who names their Seahawk imposters. Dude! That is fucking incredible. We have Amogus equipment decals. Oh my fucking god. Sierra 1 sus. Saw them venting. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I saw this on fucking Twitter for myself. The war will begin in 2 days. Ukrainian girls aged 17 to 19 to come to Turkey for their safety. There is place to stay. The beautiful can live with me. This is the least creepy Turkish man. I'm sorry, folks. It's coming out now. I'm also racist against the Turks. All right? Least creepy Turkish man. Which means Hassan is worse than this. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is Hassan, the least creepy Turkish man. On his ult. Most feminist. Are Turks a race? Shut up. Is that the stage we're on right now? We're just looking at the fucking Wojak memes? Wait, why is Germany angry? Because Russia gives them gas? Ah, yeah. When is Germany not angry? Okay. Germany only gave 5K helmets? Wait, really? All Germany contributed to the armament of Ukraine was 5,000 helmets? Jesus. That's fucking pathetic. Oh yeah, this is good. Whoever came up with these Russian false flags. True! You guys remember the car bomb yesterday? Where they're like, oh, hey, this car that costs $8 is totally a car bomb. And it's next to this bridge no one cares about. And they were gonna, like, totally blow it up to, like, hurt people because they're evil. Now let me just wheel the car away with a soldier standing right next to it and then detonate it hours later in the dead of night when no one's around to see. Thank you. Absolutely incredible. Germany fucked itself and can't do anything to stop Russia. It won't even shut down the pipeline. Okay, I am not familiar at all with what Germany has or hasn't done. I'll look into it later. This is from my sub. Look at how cute Forte 10 is. You so fucking precious when you smile. We fucking copyright. We stan a drone. Hit it from the back and drive you wild. Look at him. No copyright. Fuck you. Incredible though. Can you find the F-35? This guy can't. Okay. Stupid fucking. Oh my god. This... How accurate is this, though? Pro-Russian imperialists will look at this and say, that truck isn't moving. God. Fuck, dude. They'll simultaneously say that the truck isn't moving and also that that post is committing a genocide against its own people. Fucking All right. Okay, we stop. We have to stop. Not wrong. Copyright? That's not copyright. That's that song is from Mario 64. Video game music's good to use. This is so fucking true, dude. Perfect head pat zone. Fuck, I'm getting tired. I'm not really built for long-term streams. Duke 44 has landed. Nice. Reports of more shelling. Let me see. Okay. DPR channel reporting more shelling in the Petrovsky region of Donetsk as of 5 local time. Fuck, it's 5 already. Oh no. 4 a.m. in Ukraine. Wait, hold on. Analyst. 5 local time, but it's 5 in Russia. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm just saying is all. Oh, they're still doing it. They're still using Russian time zones. DPR channel reporting the southern part of DPR is fighting all the time. I assume it means shelling. I want to see the DPR channel. What are they referring to? Do they mean a Telegram channel? Or like internal radio communication that we couldn't look at? The DPR and LPR have changed to Moscow time in 2014. Wait, really? The Donbass region is using Russian time? That's wild. Can you imagine if during the Civil War the Confederacy had adopted their own horizontal time zone? That would have been funny as fuck. All right, what am I looking at on the flight tracker right now? Telegram channel linked here? Okay. Forte 11 is continuing its regular rounds, it seems. No changes there. Odessa has 2 flights outgoing, 1 flight incoming. They all look civilian. There's a flight that's looks like it's coming into Kiev? Cargo. It passed by Kiev, but oh, I see. It's doing its taxiing right now. Wonder what the weather's like over there. Have I seen the Separatist Telegram channel? Let me see. Can I look into the Germany thing? We can look at that video. Okay, let's look at these. Some people linked stuff. View in channel. I've never trusted Telegram. I can't see this in channel, so I can't use it. Okay, more heavy artillery fire. This is from Rumble. I think we've seen this. We've seen this. Night battle, heavy MGT of the DPR in Donetsk. Ukrainian agents blocked in the Republican capital. Members of the group tried to resist. This is almost certainly misinformation. Oh, yep. This is the fucking... This is one. Woo! This is one of several false flags that they have put forward. I can't view this without Telegram. Here's Donetsk News Agency. So Donetsk News Agency, I assume this is a pro-separatist, Russian-backed bit of media. DPR has announced the evacuation of civilians. First of all, women, children, elderly citizens. Mass departure. Ukrainian aggression prompts civilian evacuation, yeah. Kiev plans offensive in Donbass supervised by U.S. advisors? Dude, yeah? You'll say anything, man. Ah, yes. Our top generals are in Kiev right now, getting ready to supervise a military incursion into the Donbass. Yes. Chad, USA. Yeah, we're everywhere, baby. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Ukraine is invading Ukraine. The ominous pink gauze on the floor in Donetsk must be happy to getting so many interviews today. Hey, you follow me. This chatter linked their own tweet. Get out of here. Ukraine being puppeted by the USA is a huge talking point of Russian media. Yeah, Russian media and the online left. Because they, whenever they talk about what, you know, is happening in Ukraine, rather than framing it between the two people who are most relevant, or the two groups most relevant, Russia and Ukraine, they make it, they don't even talk, really, they don't even talk about Ukraine, do they? Like, they ignore Ukraine's existence entirely. They just make it about Russia and, like, America and NATO. They never talk about Ukraine. Actually, I want to continue watching that video. Oh, Rainbow, gotcha. Hold on, I wanna finish that video. Forte shot down Vosh. JTuber, I'm gonna give you a chance. Okay, JTuber, that's your own tweet. I can see the Twitter handle. I will only ban you for a month. Because I'm being merciful. He said he's sorry. Well, that's why it's only a month ban, because I knew that they would be sorry. Sorry, folks. Given the circumstances, I'm sure you can all understand why I am in absolutely no mood for memes or for deception.
Wave, and they were fairly open about the cultural crisis within the country leading back a few years before this. As I look at, say, the former Czechoslovakia, do you see a possibility of two neutral states formerly known as Ukraine as non-viable, and if so, why?
Yeah, if you look at what happened in Europe after World War II, Yugoslavia broke up into a series of remnant states. Czechoslovakia, as you pointed out, broke up into a series of remnant states. And the Soviet Union itself broke up into a series of remnant states. And that's because inside of those territorial boundaries, you had different nations that wanted their own states. Serbs, Croats in the case of Yugoslavia, Czechs, Slovaks in the case of Czechoslovakia. And we know that there were probably 15 or 16 different groups inside of the former Soviet Union. So the question is, inside Ukraine, do you have a similar situation between the people in the East and the people in the West? I think if you look at the survey data, it still shows that the clear majority of Ukrainians in both the West and the East want to maintain the integrity of Ukraine. They don't want to split Ukraine in half.
That is.
I think we should do everything we can to maintain that attitude among the Ukrainian people. My great fear is that as time goes by and the animosity continues to grow, that you may reach a point where there is a lot of sentiment to just break Eastern Ukraine and Western Ukraine off from each other and end up with two Ukraines. But I don't see that happening now.
Second and final question. As we look at parts of our recent additions to NATO, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and look at where their political systems are careening, has NATO lost the moral imperative for its reason to being?
Well, I mean,
ethics.
What we tried to do
from
with
this
NATO
guy?
Expansion and with EU expansion and with democracy promotion was to turn all of Europe into one giant security community in which all of the member states were liberal democracies that were hooked on capitalism and deeply embedded in these institutions and would therefore obey the rules that define the institution. And
wait, that is absolutely a good thing. Look, I'm not a big fan of capitalism or nothing, but what you're describing right now is the mechanism by which peace has reigned in Europe. Yeah, the idea that all of these countries have shared geopolitical and trade interests because all their economies would be ruined by engaging in military action towards each other, that's a good thing. That is good. You know, you can have capitalist countries that are isolationist and still get into wars with each other. One example would be Russia. Not isolationist, but clearly it's beefing with a capitalist country to its west, Ukraine. I mean,
we would all live happily ever after. That was the goal. And I think everybody understood that Western Europe looked terrific on all of those dimensions. And what we were going to try and do is extend these institutions eastward and consolidate democracy in countries like Hungary and Poland, and we were going to make them look more like Western Europe over time. We had some success, and there's some failures. And if you talk to most people who study Europe today and spend lots of time over there, they're quite pessimistic about where Europe is headed, not only regarding Eastern Europe, but also with regard to Western Europe. And I'm not sure in 25 years what it'll all look like. I mean, in my opinion, the biggest issue is demographic, and that is that the Europeans have not been making lots of babies for a long time, and as a result, they're going to have to import lots of people. And these are countries that do not have a rich history of integrating people in a smooth way, much the way the United States does. And it's no accident, I think, that you're now beginning to see the rise of far-right parties all across Europe because of all of...
See, this is where this logic leads. Allowing brown people to immigrate into your country is what leads to Nazis taking power. So you shouldn't do it. This is what happens when you abandon ethics and all like everything that leads to anything else suddenly becomes justified, you know? Seriously, this is what I mean. He was saying, okay, well, NATO involvement in Ukraine isn't wrong, but it will lead to Russia, acting aggressively. So you shouldn't do that. Okay, well, it's not wrong to have brown people in your country, but if it leads to far right group rising up, yeah, especially since a lot of those far-right groups in Europe are directly funded by, or at least in communication with, Kremlin. It seems a little odd.
The immigration. So one could paint a pretty bleak picture about Europe's future, but the counter to that would be, we've now got all those countries, like Romania, right, like the Czech Republic, like Slovakia, embedded in these institutions.
Hillary Clinton said this exact same thing. This might surprise you. I'm actually not a huge fan of Hillary Clinton. Just in case anyone was curious about this, I actually fucking despise Hillary Clinton. So, I don't really consider her to be a torch carrier for the socialist front. Personal opinion of mine. Guys, you ready for my hot take? Okay? This is bullshit appeasement, okay? Right-wing populists will manufacture whatever bullshit they need to achieve power, okay? If they actually were only brought to power because of the existence of immigrants who are brown, then why do they need to lie all the time? All the time. I've responded to plenty of European right-wing propaganda which followed the Syrian refugee crisis, and overwhelmingly, it is completely dishonest. They will lie about refugee murder rates in Germany. They'll lie about crime. They'll lie about rape gangs, Muslims in the UK. They lie about all of this. If there really is a one-to-one, why do they need to lie at all? Yeah, why lie? This is appeasement, straightforward, okay? The goal here is not, don't do stuff that'll make the far-right populists mad. The goal here is to eliminate the far-right populists. Impose material conditions which prevent people from falling down, the racism hellhole. And the thing that's especially irritating is the conditions for far-right populism we're talking about here are literally just these economies being gutted out by neoliberalism. Right-wing populists have always found comfort in the presence of economic tumult because that's what they use to radicalize people, all right? It's as simple as that. If it weren't for people with dark skin immigrating over to, if it wasn't for the Syrian refugee crisis, they would have blamed the Jews. They already did that, didn't they? They would have blamed gypsies, Romani people. We know this from World War II and from Nazi Germany. It's not as though Germany was like this massive immigration hotspot for brown people. They wanted power and they found a scapegoat. And you will never be able to rid the world of their scapegoats without doing their genocides for them. They'll blame these groups. They'll blame the gays. Hey, right-wing populists are also galvanized when gay people are given the right to marry. So let's take that away, huh? Why not, huh? Sure, why not? Let's just take everything away. Let's just do the job of the right-wing populists for them. After all, the only way to prevent right-wing populists from wanting to take power is to simply achieve all of their goals beforehand. I despise this way of thinking. And I think this directly leads to appeasement, and I think this directly leads to supportive attitudes towards far-right groups.
Institutions, and these institutions will go to great lengths to combat.
Oh yeah, and if this is the case, then why are largely ethnically homogenous Eastern European nations more racist than ethnically heterogeneous nations in Western Europe? Why are countries like Hungary, which don't see anywhere near the same amount of brown skin immigration as countries like Germany, full on fucking far right or whatever? This connection, this idea oh, you can't do a good thing because then bad people who would lie to come to power will say that it's bad and they'll come to power. Like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Those tendencies, and in maybe a more incremental way, facilitate the spread of liberal democracy and capitalism. We'll see whether that happens or not. But people today are nowhere near as optimistic as they were in the early 1990s, when it looked like we had the wind at our back and everything was going to play out over time in favor of the West, and especially in favor of the United States. You all remember.
Man, I wonder what happened in between the Clinton administration and 2015 that would have.
Frank Fukuyama's very famous piece, The End of History, right, which I think reflected that optimism.
That's true.
When the Soviet Union was losing the Cold War and about to collapse, but times have changed.
Okay. You said, quote, we're going to have our hands full with China. And so just two questions. What kind of a time frame are you thinking things might start to really happen in that direction? And can you just paint a few scenarios of the sort of things that you think might happen when we have our hands full with China so we know what we can look forward to?
Yeah. I think when you think about China at this point in time, there are three situations that stand out. One is Taiwan.
Wait, somebody in chat right here says, Mearsheimer, the guy we're looking at, here argues powerful U.S. Jews tricked Cheney into Iraq war. Okay, does he actually say that?
Marketplace of ideas, that's...
I would be very surprised if he actually said that. All right. Open transcript. Rumsfeld and Mr. Cheney, both Cheney and Rumsfeld are firmly entrenched in U.S. ruling elites, and I doubt anyone would claim... No, I don't think you can ascribe anti-Semitism to that. The idea that Rumsfeld and Cheney are in bed with American elites is just kind of a statement of fact. Cheney. Yeah.
Two is the South China Sea, which has been in the newspaper a great deal over the past few months. Chinese basically claim that they control all the South China Sea, and as you know, they're building airfields on reefs in the Spratly Islands, and we've told them that's unacceptable, and their neighbors, the Vietnamese, the Philippines, think that's unacceptable. So the South China Sea is a potential flashpoint. Taiwan is a second flashpoint, and the third flashpoint, which was in the news earlier this year and for much of 2013 and 2014, are those rocks in the East China Sea. The Japanese call them the Senkaku Islands, the Chinese call them the Diao Islands. As I was saying to you folks before, I was in Japan in December of last year, December 2014, and it's really quite amazing how worried the Japanese are about China. And part of it is sort of for realpolitik reasons, but it's also because the Chinese say those islands, which the Japanese consider to be sacred territory, really belong to China. And the Japanese are greatly fearful that as China gets more powerful, it'll take those islands. So those are the three main flashpoints at the time. There are other possible scenarios that we worry about. The Korean Peninsula is one, because the Chinese are allied with the North Koreans, we're allied with the South Koreans. China and India, they have a border conflict, so we go on and on. But those are the big three. Now, your question about the time frame is an excellent one. I used to say that it'll take another 10, 15 years before China becomes powerful.
Oh, hell yeah. Manny and Bo hitting it up with the goddamn sick-ass fan art. This slaps, dude. And I have a fucking robo-arm. Which I do in real life, of course. I just don't show it to you guys. I would respond more extensively, but I'm tired and also live streaming, so you'll just have to... Oh, this is from Oliver Alexander, that person who is talking... who's using separatist time zone. Oh. The audio's new, so's the video.
Около 10 минут прошло. Вы слышите, что ситуация не только лучше не стала, но и наоборот усугубляется. Разрывы все сильнее и сильнее, все ближе и ближе. Не то, что без брони здесь находиться небезопасно.
Translation?
Нашли укрытие сейчас. Сами слышите, какая ситуация. Все чаще, интенсивность огня постоянно возрастает. Конечно, это не передать через камеру, но вот воздух вибрирует, это ощущение.
Replay, please. I know Ukrainian. Chat. He's saying the rounds are getting closer, the bombardments are getting more intensive. We have found shelter, scared to be without armor.
Не то, что без брони здесь находиться небезопасно. Нашли укрытие сейчас. Сами слышите, какая ситуация. Все чаще, интенсивность огня постоянно возрастает. Конечно, это не передать через камеру, но вот воздух вибрирует, это ощущается даже вот кожей. Слышите, лают собаки, просыпается поселок, потому что сейчас тишину попросту разорвали вот эти залпы.
The air is vibrating. Jesus. Well, I will admit that of the videos we've seen, this one seems like a relatively convincing one. The idea that a civilian would flee and that we would hear explosions in the background, but they wouldn't want to go outside to go get, like, a good angle, makes a lot of sense to me. Impossible for me to say, of course. Ah, he put both time zones in this tweet. I don't know how I feel about this guy as a source. Some weird belligerence here. Not sure where exactly in the Donbass, but this guy's a Ukrainian Marine on the point of contact in eastern Ukraine, despite what pro-Russian sources have been saying. The last hour has been very quiet. So this person is a Ukrainian Marine, and despite claims of massive shelling, he is saying that it's quiet. Well, the Donbass region is pretty large, right? I mean, it's possible for there to be shelling in one area, but for it to not to be heard by people elsewhere. I don't really know what the audio range is for artillery shelling. How many miles out do you have to be from a place that's being shelled? I guess that probably varies tremendously. Okay, this is the propaganda video again, I think. Okay, yeah, this person... You guys keep looking at this. This person right here is just posting fake news. They're just posting any video. Like, what is this? Jesus, it's raining sideways. Yeah, it's fake.
Powerful enough
Star Wars.
for this problem to manifest itself? I'm not sure about that. I think it's possible. It's not likely. I'm choosing my words carefully. I think it's possible that you could have a conflict involving the United States and China over the South China Sea or over the Senkaku/Diaoyu Islands in the next year or so. I mean, those problems are on the front burner, and it's basically a zero-sum game. I mean, either the Chinese own the...
How nutty would it be if the Russians were blind firing, then checking Twitter to see how close they get so they can adjust their firing? Dude, that'd be funny as fuck. If they're blind firing rocket salvos and they wait 2 minutes to check Twitter and TikTok to go like, all right, okay, that building, all right, we were a bit off. We were half a mile east. All right, bring it over. Yeah, that's cyber warfare right there. They want to drop Ukrainian internet, but only after they have their fucking, their angles right.
Senkaku Diao Islands, or the Japanese do. So we could have trouble out there much sooner than I have anticipated up to now.
You talked about this from the point of view of logical international relations. What do you think of the internal pressures on these countries? Putin has a historically restive population, highly nationalistic, and in major economic troubles now. He may be responding to pressure from his own population to deal with this. On a smaller scale, we see Netanyahu responding to his population, settlers and so on, and disrupting part of the Middle East. Do you see that happening here with the radical right, say, and the neocons influencing Washington policy?
I think just with regard to the United States and the neoconservatives, I think the neoconservatives have been one of the principal driving forces behind America's foolish foreign policy since 2001.
Well, I agree with that.
As I said before, when I was talking about the Republican Party looking like the Democratic Party, there's not a lot of difference between the neoconservatives and the liberal imperialists. The liberal imperialists are the aggressively oriented Democrats, and the neoconservatives are the aggressively oriented Republicans. But they look a lot like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. So the neoconservatives matter for sure, and they mattered during the George W. Bush administration because he was a Republican president. But it's not just the neoconservatives, right? And the fact is that you have a foreign policy establishment here that is interested in intervening all over the world. You have a foreign policy establishment that's filled with people who believe that we have a right and a responsibility to intervene all over the planet. And that leads to unending trouble when you don't have the magic formula for winning the wars that you get into. See, the problem that we have is we have this interventionist foreign policy that leads to us losing all the time. It's really quite remarkable. But just with regard to your point about ideology, I think you do not want to underestimate how important nationalism is, both in the Chinese context and in the Russian context.
Okay, here's the thing that I don't get, right? Okay? Back before we developed a modern military, geopolitical regions were determined largely by where you were capable of physically moving your forces to. That was what determined the reach of your empire, right? Like if there are countries right next to you, that shit's within firing range. But if it's on the other side of the world, then not really. Then we developed like colonialism, and England, France, Portugal, Spain, they all controlled like piecemeal parts of the planet everywhere. And since that point, the world has only gotten easier to reach no matter where you are. So with that in mind, how can this guy believe that peace can be achieved by affording all the nuclear superpowers their strategic interests in the region without recognizing that different countries are going to have different strategic interests no matter where they are? Proximity is not as relevant as it used to be. America, any modern country really, could enact a full-scale invasion on any other country on Earth. It's not impossible for us to do. So what's to say that Russia doesn't take Ukraine and then just decides that other countries in the area are its strategic interest? Like, why would it have to be something next to it? I don't understand this way of thinking. All right, what are these? Let me see. All right, we're linking. Oh, we've seen this. Okay, this is Howard Feynman. Instead of deleting their old tweet now, just posting a new one with no attention whatsoever, pointing out that the report was in line with prior intelligence models. Here is a person from the Ukraine Crisis Media Center replying to this person right here, saying that Putin is not a realist. imagine that I would agree with quite a lot of this, but it seems like it would be a bit dry to go over. Oh, this is a direct response to the article which this video was named after. This is actually... Mearsheimer and the so-called realist consensus on Ukraine hardly seems correct. This approach to the Ukraine conflict makes unsupported assumptions about the nature of Russian interests, the West's support for Ukraine, and Russia's reasons for intervening. Russia's position as Ukraine's single greatest security threat is now well established. The realists also overstate the West's commitment to Ukraine. Mearsheimer and other realists have misjudged Putin, his goals and motivations. Far from being a realist policymaker, Putin is a myopic autocrat. Instead of enhancing Russian security, Putin's illegal annexation of Crimea and intervention in eastern Ukraine have put Russia's long-term status as a unified state in jeopardy. Not only have his actions mobilized NATO and injected new vigor in the alliance, they also call into question Russia's future control of minority regions. It is true. There is no future for Russia in which these land acquisitions are like a path towards great prosperity. The great prosperity they could have had would have been in transitioning effectively into like a modern neoliberal state. He doubled down? Oh god, what are you guys linking? Nice meme. 2 9K330 Tor short-range air defense systems. 5 miles from the border. 5 miles from the border. That's definitely within firing range. Yep, they've got that Z. According to Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, tonight... Okay, this is from 5 hours ago. At around 9 p.m. local time, Russian artillery shelled civilian areas in Luhansk. Okay, yeah, false flag operation. DPR, this is 3 minutes ago. DPR channel just claimed there are alarming reports of a possible breakthrough of the Ukrainian military by the LOC near Mariupol. Again, no evidence, but possibly the start of a major false flag event. They just uploaded this video too. Oh boy.
Обстановка лучше не становится. Сейчас я
Translations.
выхожу из поселка, туда, где оставил машину, и буду выезжать. Помимо того, что продолжается массированный обстрел, появились еще перебои с интернетом, поэтому очень тяжело загружать видео. Мне удалось созвониться с знакомыми, которые проходят службу здесь, на Мариупольском направлении. Поговорил с ними, попытался выяснить, что происходит. По их словам, все, что сейчас я слышал, похоже на то, что Украина совершила прорыв линии фронта.
He's saying the internet is getting spottier and it's hard to upload updates. Internet's acting up, it's hard to get out a video. Okay. Saw this. Ah, there we go. Most consistent lefty. Situation is not better. I will leave because artillery barrage continues. Internet is bad. Can't reliably upload video. I'm at Mariupol direction. Ukrainians made an offensive. So this video claims the Ukrainians have made an offensive. Okay. So he is saying Ukraine has attacked. Okay. Russian drone made a major U-turn and turned off its transponder. Russian Antonov AN-124 did a hard U-turn and turned its transponder off at this position near Ukrainian border. Oh god, that's quite the time to turn your transponder off. Right after U-turning back. Oh, okay. Towards Belarus, admittedly, not Ukraine, but... Oh, this isn't a drone? Okay, not a drone, sorry. Russia 224th Flight Unit State Airline Flight. Is that military or is that just government? Recon. It doesn't look like a recon plane. It's kind of fat? I don't know. Military cargo plane. That makes sense. Russian state media now reporting that Ukrainian military fired at a residential building in the LPR, according to reports from the Republic. Okay, it sounds like another false flag is being engaged in right now as we speak. Video posted saying Ukraine has broken through the lines and that things are getting more dangerous, while Ukraine soldier posts on Twitter that everything's quiet. Now they're saying that a residential building has been fired at. It's coffee and protein boys for me today, lads. Wiki article for the plane we just looked at? I do, thank you. I mean, I do want to look at it. Antonov AN-124 Ruslan. Large strategic aircraft, 4-engine, the world's heaviest weight production cargo airplane, second hardest. Yep, cargo aircraft. Fuck. Guys, a cargo aircraft going dark after doing a U-turn back towards the conflict zone is maybe the worst imaginable thing. Hold on, I have to use the restroom. Bombs? Not bombs. Bombers look different. I would think paratroopers. Is this paratrooper viable? Is this a thing? 90 minutes till sunrise? Let me see. Probably. No, it's a massive cargo jet. I don't know what the logistical requirements are for that plane was heading home. Why would its transponder go off? Oh, no. Sorry, guys. It went off the radar a while ago. It says so here from 4 hours ago in this Reddit post. Don't worry about the plane. It's so difficult. So difficult to keep up. Yeah, wherever it's going, it already landed. I literally saw it went off like 4 minutes ago. Wait, are you saying it's gone off twice? No, it went off radar again. Oh, it's happened twice? Okay. If that's happened twice, then it's probably it's got to be dropping something off at the border, right? It was in the air like 10 minutes ago? Shit. Okay, then it's definitely dropping something off. What do you think? Paratroopers or equipment? Supply drops? What are we talking? Could you could be anything, I guess. Any kind of equipment, yeah. It's a pretty big plane. Tanks with the parachutes? We will know if they drop tanks with parachutes into Ukraine. We will quickly find that out. We will be made aware of that with exceptional speed. Yeah, no, probably not paratroopers. Looks like Forte 11 is not looping back, heading somewhere new. Forte 11. Can I get, where's the tracking option here? Normally there's like a window over there. Is there a button I can press to open up the... Well, I guess I can follow it manually. Wait, map controls hidden. No, I want the map controls. Click on the map to hide. Map controls fit. No, okay, whatever. Great question, Jin Suresh. Fuck, God damn it. I got coffee in my beard. Ugh. It's been known to happen. The antenna teleported to India? What? Forte 11 also increased about altitude to 50,000 feet? Okay. Cargo plane did go back on the radar for a bit. Another from Sicily? You have to tell me why I have to care about any of these planes. Military planes take off in Europe all the time. Paratroopers don't use jet planes. Also, I don't think they use transponders at all. It's part. Yeah, it's probably not paratroopers. Probably equipment of some kind. Translation of the soldier talking in that one video recently, Vosh. I trust my chat for translations, but sure. Yes, Russia compiling kill lists once they get into kill or sent to camps. Lovely. Yeah, Ukraine has made a breakthrough in the front line. Oh, what is you doing? Well, keep an eye on that. Hold on. We almost finished this damn video.
Alluding to the Russian case, but let me just say a few words about the Chinese case. And this is why, getting back to this gentleman's previous question, I worry so much now about Japan and China getting into a shooting war over the rocks in the East China Sea. The problem that the Chinese face is that communism, which is the governing ideology, no longer has much legitimacy. And they've had to find a substitute ideology. And by almost all accounts, the substitute ideology is nationalism. Right? And at the core of Chinese nationalism is what's known as the century of national humiliation.
Hold on, sorry. I just checked YouTube. YouTube chat's been a cesspool all stream, no doubt. Has Vosh been doing this fear-mongering for 7 hours straight? I know all these people are like fucking brain drones that get all of their info directly from the Gray Zone or Jimmy Dore, and they're utterly incapable of independent thought, but the fact that so many people are acting incredulous at covering breaking news on an ongoing conflict is incredibly telling, you know? That they pretend to be like surprised by this in concept.
Chinese nationalism emphasizes that between roughly 1850 and 1950, that 100-year period, China was humiliated. And it was humiliated by the European great powers, the United States with the open door policy, and especially by Japan. And the Chinese are really just angry about this. And because nationalism is so important for legitimizing the rulers in Beijing, right, this whole theme of national humiliation is front and center. Well, if you have a crisis over some islands in the East China Sea, and that crisis involves Japan mainly, but also the United States, and you're talking about the two countries that have humiliated China during that 100-year period, the potential for trouble is great. And I know a number of scholars in China who are quite dovish, who really worry about crisis in the East China Sea spinning out of control.
Okay, I don't care about this shit anymore. Whatever. We were talking about Ukraine. He's on his own path now. Yeah, Forte 11's pulling out of there. Where are you going? Where are you going, buddy? Refill? Maybe. They haven't been doing this for that long, though. This type of drone, it's 36 hours of flight time, right? They haven't been in the air for that long, not even close. Of course, they also don't need to fly to capacity, or like fly to exhaust their, you know. Looks like it's just changing where it's loitering. Yeah, we'll see. Though, if the goal is to monitor the conflict, this area, I don't think, is as, well, no, I could be wrong. No, it could be. No, it looks like it's turning back. Maybe? We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure whoever's piloting this drone knows what they're looking for. I didn't know you can follow drones online. Normally, you can't. This one's letting us follow it. Yeah, there are troops at the Belarusian border. Forte 11 is a femboy? Yeah, I'm down for that. Do you think they know they have people watching? I am pretty certain that the U.S. Air Force probably knows about the existence of this website. Let me see. Ukraine, Russia, human rights. Yeah, we saw this. We just saw this. Pretty sussy and pretty wussy. They cut the transponder data to another plane in Russia. Look at the flight path. That cargo plane is up to something. Uh-huh. What would cause this? This is the same plane with the same call sign suddenly teleporting after going dark for a while from Belarus to India. It's spoofing its location. Do you think that's what it's doing? Is it spoofing? I'm pretty sure that's possible to do. Refresh the page. I just did. Before, yeah. Refresh the page. Okay, I'll do it again. There were 2 separate flights with a different call sign, but it says it's the same type of plane. Oh, loading data error. Can't fetch data for flight RFF9923. That cargo plane's probably doing something. Could be a bad transponder. I mean, it's a Russian military plane that was going intermittently dark while flying over it, what is going to soon be an active conflict zone. So I'm just going to assume that... I'm just going to assume it's doing something. Looks like it's flying to Kiev. Kiev. Civilian aircraft still in holding over a likely target. Huh? Oh, PS788. Maybe only Fax TV. Maybe. Is the conflict mostly in East Ukraine? Yes, that's where it's mostly centered. Well, this is civilian. Wait. It's still taxiing. Wait, how many times has it... It's holding? Oh, sorry, yeah, holding, not taxiing. It's been in holding for... at least 8 rotations. It's been on a holding pattern for an hour? That's a long time to be in a holding pattern, right? It says U.S. Air Force. No. That's the other drone. This is what we're looking at. Ukraine International Airlines. It happens? Okay, yeah, it happens. I don't know if I've ever been on a flight that's had to hold for an hour, but yeah, I suppose that stuff happens. There's probably also quite a bit of, how would you say, tensions. Probably people are, things are a bit frantic. Oh, view multi. No, I don't want multi-select. Okay, yeah, here, I want the regular. Holy shit, you're still live, isn't it almost 8 hours now? You know, compared to what the fine people in Ukraine are going to have to deal with soon, I feel like me streaming a little bit longer every day is, manageable. I'll watch it eventually, Vegar. 98. A flight I was once on was on hold for 7 hours? What the fuck? Okay, that's fucked up. Jesus. Okay. This 7B322 is landing in Kiev. That's how it is, Suresh. A child looks out of the dust-covered window of a train as evacuees leave the rebel-controlled city of Donetsk, Ukraine. Good luck, kid. As we learned earlier in this stream, Russia's about to send you to essentially a Siberian gulag because they don't actually give a fuck about you and you're just a pretext for invasion, so good luck. I hope your experiences make you a strong and empathetic person. Oh, propaganda, I see. Donbass reservists head to the front to confront Ukraine aggressors. Yeah. A young reservist in Donbass says goodbye to his family as they're evacuated to Russia, and he heads to the front line to protect his homeland against Ukraine. Yes. Very good, very good. Can you land? What's your altitude? Oh, 950 feet? No, you're right about the land. We can follow the landing. Hold on. We can see the strip right here. 825 feet. All right, come on. $750 feet. I'm rooting for you. Come on. We see the runway. Come on, don't crash. I don't know why you would, but 650. The calibrated altitude is probably delayed. Or it might not be defaulted to 0 at landing point. I want to see them slow down. Is there an estimated speed anywhere here? Ground speed 100 and... I see. 254 kilometers per hour. It's from sea level. No? Yeah, I don't know what the altitude is here. The default altitude in Kiev. 99 miles an hour. Oh, we're like a really fast car now. Oh! Calibrated altitude 0 feet. We have a confirmed landing. Just got to slow it down. Most dangerous part of a flight is the takeoff and the landing. So 64 miles per hour. We're at default highway speeds now in the US. 51 miles per hour. 43. I honestly feel like just following flights on this shit and narrating their journey would be like really good stream content. 25. We've seen Comrade Robin Hood. And it looks like 14 miles an hour. No accidents happening at that speed. It looks like we have a successful landing, folks. Congratulations. Call sign designates 7B322 or UBE322 has landed safely. Hopefully, everyone on board had a wonderful flight. Yeah, remember to stay seated until the plane comes to a full stop, okay? Yeah, we're just taxiing now. 13 miles an hour, just slowly coming along. I'm really confused. What is this? A brief departure from the horrifying reality of impending war. Good luck, you guys. It's going to be rough. I love modern technology. Forte 11 is turning around. So they're not returning to Kiev, it looks like. Well, not returning. They were never at Kiev. U.S. Air Force just departed from Cyprus. Homer 19, you say? Second most watched plane in the world. U.S. Air Force, what type of plane is this? Boeing RC-135U Combat. From Cyprus. I've always wanted to go to Cyprus. We're a while away from the combat zone, though. Where are we headed today? Intel plane? Oh, is this not Crete? Oh, wait, why did I say Cyprus? Somebody in chat said Cyprus. I'm a retard. I'm sorry. This is Crete. That's what it's called, Crete. Well, I have always wanted to go to Cyprus. I've heard it's beautiful there. Am I wrong on that? Isn't Cyprus nice? But it's one of those premier, you know, well-to-do European vacation or destinations. Cyprus is politically separated between the Greek and the Turks. All right, I got to be real with you, okay? Politically separated between the Greek and the Turks means the food there has to be fucking killer. Because Mediterranean food's the best food on the planet, okay? So the Greeks and the Turks fighting over it has to mean that the agitation has created literally the greatest food in all of humanity. And I need to try that shit. Okay? I need it. This is Cyprus. It's pretty. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be beautiful there. Okay, my vacation plans aside. The Turkish part is a nation recognized only by Turkey. Yeah, I would probably stay on the Greek side of things. Thank you. Pro-Russian propagandists getting paid overtime tonight. Ah, yes. Hello, Aaron Mate. Jokes aside, this ranks as one of the most cynical and offensive U.S. intelligence propaganda attempts either, up there with Gaddafi's mass Viagra pills. Hold on. Chat, I'm going to need you for a ratio on this one. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Imperialists. No. All right, chat. You need to help with this one, okay? We can't lose. I'm not leaving this page until the ratio has taken place, though I don't think I'll have to wait very long. There we go. And we've evened. And there we go. All right, chat. There we go. But don't stop, okay? Just because the ratio has been achieved, that doesn't mean that you stop afterwards, okay? You have to obliterate them. You guys remember when I told Ryan Knight that he has no bitches and he got actually mad over it? How fucking funny was that? That was the funniest shit in the world, dude. I want to see if I can find that Twitter exchange. Ryan Knight Vosh bitches Twitter. Is this it? Oh, yeah. Fuck, this was good. This was me peeking on Twitter. Just noticed the two progressives in Congress have unfollowed me, but all credit to Ilhan Omar and Ayanna Pressley who have not. It's a good thing, not a bad thing, to want progressives to take a bolder approach against corporate Dems who are standing in the way of progress. Y'all can laugh all you want, but when these accounts follow so few people, I think this shows who's open to dissent and fighting back against the establishment and who is not. I said, how self-obsessed do you have to be to believe a person's decision to unfollow you specifically is a sign they're not willing to fight back against the establishment? Ryan said, because it happened right after the Force the Vote campaign. And I can put 2 to 2 together, unlike you. Why don't you campaign up some bitches, Ryan? As he got fucking mad over this one, dude. He was he accused me of using misogynistic language. He was like it's like I would never say that because I'm not a misogynist. There you go. This is the energy I like to see from you guys. This is the wartime energy, okay? That's what I like. Keep it up, though. Keep it up. Don't get bored, all right? Listen, okay? You can never ratio a person too hard. India asking citizens to return and not stay in Ukraine. Yep. Yep. Everyone sees the writing on the wall. Explosions from 25 seconds, not sure if new. Let's find out. We're getting pretty good at immediately identifying whether or not these explosions are fake. You know, we don't know, but I feel like we're getting better at it. I feel like this is a useful skill for the kind of stuff we're doing. Video is new. I don't recognize this video. Well, this seems plausible. Nothing here screams fake to me. Seems like it's quite a while away from the explosions, considering we didn't even see a flash of light. Editor for Middle East News? Yeah, okay. Editor for Middle East News. This person's some kind of journalist then, not just a regular person in the Donbass region. It's not thunder? Oh no, well if it would have been thunder, we should have seen lightning, right? Or something. The skies didn't look that unclear. How can you tell the muffled booms apart? I don't have any experience with this sort of thing. I'm just kind of working off intuition. But I feel like I'm learning a lot from this, you know? Not to say that the impending invasion of Ukraine is some kind of growing experience for me, but it's I think it's valuable to be able to cultivate the ability to discern information which is obviously untrue from that which is more reputable. Webcam there sees and hears nothing. Was this the person we saw earlier? No. Fact checker exposing corruption. And they don't like the Russian government, which is a great indicator of their credibility. Webcam with audio from Mariupol, nothing heard or seen out of the ordinary. Who was claiming Mariupol was being shelled? Unconfirmed rumors, a breakthrough in the front line made near Mariupol. This was the claim made from that video we saw that you guys translated? Massive bombardment by... Yep, this video right here. Okay. Does anyone have a link to that live stream? Are you planning on streaming much longer? I will stream tonight until daybreak. Daybreak there. Not my daybreak. That seems unnecessary.
Ukraina.
Stream from Mariupol? There's the comment. Someone associated with the LPR DPR posted a video saying there was a breakthrough about Ukraine internet's been cutting out. Just false flag info. False info, a stab at a false flag. Wow, I sure don't want to listen to that audio. Mariupol is firmly under Ukrainian control. Yeah, I was just wondering if you would be able to even hear artillery shelling from there. But, yeah. Could get him, Sake. Mobile hospital in Belgorod with video? Hold on. Mobile hospital reportedly in Shibikino, Belgorod. Video of the hospital. Wait. This is from earlier this morning. Why do they add music to their important military videos? This doesn't mean anything to me. I can't say. Forte 11, it looks like it's returning back home. You'd think it would want to stay. It has the fuel to. The Z in the box is a designation meant to prevent friendly fire, G Squidman. It's done in wartime. Mm. Maybe it has night sensors while other drones/planes are better in daylight. Possibly. It could also be that they've decided the situation is being handled by the... Guys, this is not the only drone the United States has over Ukraine. Trust me. They probably have a dozen others, just ones they don't have the transponders on for. Forte 11's visible presence there is probably just an acknowledgement publicly that they're surveilling the area so that they're not accused of being deceptive should it be found out in the future. But they might be leaving it now to their covert satellites. Might also be heading to Crimea with that heading. Possibly. They'd have to turn. No, they're probably heading back. The direction they're on right now is pretty consistent with following the return path. Is the invasion of Ukraine by Russia imminent? It really depends on what you mean by imminent. All signs point to it being something that happens soon. I don't know if it'll happen within an hour, which could happen, or if it'll happen within a week. That could also happen. It's also possible that no invasion takes place at all, which at this point seems to me to be remarkably unlikely. But it's possible, and that's also the outcome that we should all be hoping for. Do you watch Euphoria? No, I've not watched Euphoria. That Euphoria, as far as I can tell, is a type of show that I know I'm never going to be interested in. Russian Navy in the Black Sea looks like they have landing craft. Hold on. This is from 2 minutes ago. No. This it's not light time over there. This is old video. Should sanctions be put on Russia now? That's what Ukraine has called for. Hassan says it's all just training exercises. No, he hasn't. Actually, what has Hassan's attitude been towards all of this in the past 24 hours? Has he spoken on it? If he had said that, I would have a clip of it. Oh, he's been offline 2 days? Okay, that might be for the best. Old photo, but they do have landing craft, yeah. New Oliver Alexander tweet beep boop. Thank you. So far in the past 72 hours, the DPR-LPR has poorly falsified a foiled chemical attack by Polish agents, sabotaged their own sewage treatment plant, blown up a stunt car that was meant to belong to Denis Sinenkov, faked a foiled car bombing attempt on a train bridge, poorly faked capturing 2 saboteurs after a firefight, shelled themselves for 2 days straight, launched 2 grad rockets into Russia. The idea that Russia just told these guys, hey, can you, like, false flag yourself really hard? And these fucking morons in the separatist region are like, okay. Like, that, the idea that Russia's not even directly controlling it, and the separatists are just like, shit your pants. Blow up this bridge. Light this building on fire. Like, it's just really fucking funny to me. Holy shit, that's so fucking funny to me. Oh my fucking god. Hit yourself in the face really hard. I'll take a pic and say a Ukrainian did it. Well, at least we know this account's not pro-Russian. Never trust any pro-Russian account of this situation, ever, under any circumstances. Pro-Russian Telegram channels say new explosions in Donetsk now. I cannot read that. Shit your pants. Russia had a point. More identified planes in the Ionian. Do you think we have a carrier there? No call sign. Being tracked by a good number of people. Oh, wait, this is noteworthy. This thing is in a holding pattern above. Both of these planes are in a holding pattern, it seems, directly above a spot of ocean. What do you think? They're just you know, doing a run over a battleship or something? What's that mean? Well, the fact that they don't have call signs and the fact that they deployed from what I'm almost certain is a military base suggests to me that they are military planes. And the fact that they're circling over that area, it could be an aircraft carrier, but if that's the case, they didn't launch from it. The purported beginning point of this path doesn't make sense. It's just a mountain road. That's not an airport or a military base. So it probably doesn't have the full info. Where was that other plane? Where was that other plane? Wait, did it go dark? Wait. Huh. USG Harry Truman in the Mediterranean. Yeah, you can't really hide the movement of an aircraft carrier, I don't think. You can see that shit from space. Fleet Tracker. Harry S. Truman. Wait, is that an aircraft carrier designation, or is this just a battle fleet designation? Is this a group of ships, or... That's a carrier strike group? Okay, gotcha. So this is enough... So the Harry S. Truman CSG carrier strike group contains within it enough firepower to annihilate half a continent. I'm pretty sure our carrier strike groups are large and strong. Practically, yes. I don't literally mean annihilate half a continent, but figuratively. Here, I kind of want to see what a carrier strike group is composed of. Does this website say what all of the... Carrier strike group. What's like a standard... Carrier battle group. Yeah, you always want to protect a carrier, right? Because they're like $1 bajillion. Operational formation composed of roughly 7,500 personnel. That is wild. Aircraft carrier, at least one cruiser, a destroyer squadron of at least 2 destroyers and frigates, and a carrier air wing of 60 to 70 aircraft, sometimes submarines, logistic ships, and a supply ship. That is fucking wild. You're learning so much about the military today? Yeah. Like I said, aircraft carriers are pretty. I just wish they carried ice cream. Ice cream carriers. Forte 11 is encircling. Yeah, it's pulled back. Returning to its launch point. Okay, goodbye, Forte 11. Harry S. Truman specifically belongs to Carrier Strike Group 8. Oh, okay. The group flagship is the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the Harry S. Truman. The other units in the group are the guided missile cruiser, Carrier Air Wing 1, and the ships of Destroyer Squadron 28, which contain how many? Oh, wow, 5. 5 destroyers to this one. Well, that's quite a large strike group. Nimitz-class aircraft carriers are huge. Yeah, they're kind of what I think of when I think aircraft carrier. Cost approximately $10 billion. Jesus. Holy shit. Pocket change? That's not pocket change. That's a measurable percentage of your yearly Pentagon budget in one ship. That is wild. And that doesn't count fuel costs, staff, payments. Fuck, dude. Okay, guys, I'll put it this way, okay? I'll put it this way for you. Elon Musk could only buy 20 of them. That's still a lot? Yeah. I know. 1/7 of Russia's entire military budget. Oh, oh, oh no, 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 no. Oh, oh, oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, this is why I'm telling you guys, I'm not being jingoistic when I say that the US military leaves every other military force on Earth in the dust. This is why it's really funny when people like Samira Khan say that the US military is no match for Russia because Russia has manly recruitment ads and we have gay people or whatever. There is nothing on Earth that even comes close to the US military. If you were to take off all nuclear weapons on the planet, I think the United States could reasonably hold down the country against everyone else combined. We wouldn't last forever, but it would be like a globally ruinous war. We are so ridiculously overbuilt. We are so fucking armed. It is unimaginable how fucking much money we put in our fucking military, dude. Oh my god. We are literally built different. We are literally built different. That is true. I see multiple comments in separatist Telegram groups that they hear both artillery launches and landings just a couple seconds later. Let me see if we have a tweet on that. Our spoiled rich femboy army would ragdoll Russia. Oh my god, what a great way of putting it. Our army is like the anime character who's like the femboy, who's like the Ojo-sama, like the cocky, arrogant, like prince or whatever, who wants to secretly be dominated, and Russia is like the weak, impotent, insecure strongman who like runs crying from the con. What am I going on about? I'm just horny. Look, let's move on. What were we looking at? Planes? Okay. How is he this stupid? Got long COVID from the COVID vax. All right, dude. Listen, if Jimmy Dore ever gets low on views or whatever, he's going to start smashing his arm into paste with a hammer and then make a video holding it up saying that he has had adverse effects from the vaccine, okay? He's a fucking weasel. Whatever, you know. Goodbye, Forte 11. Yep, it's going back. It's following the same path as before. Is there a reason why it's not saving a bit of time flying over Moldova? Do we not have, like, permission to fly over Moldova? Is it just, like, an air current thing? Is there some political reason that they're avoiding flying over it? Moldova isn't friendly? Moldova's pro-Russian? Okay, Moldova's a bit of a Russian puppet? Okay, gotcha. Interesting. I didn't actually know that. Transnistria is there, a breakaway region? I don't even know where that would be. I don't know anything about Moldova. Transnistria is basically a Russian puppet state? Gotcha. We get a reaction? What? The real reason Putin is preparing for war. No. Wow, new audio and video. Well, that's not good. I don't know. I can't derive anything from that. This is the Russian puppet chat was talking about? Transnistria? I thought Russia didn't support trans rights. Unrecognized breakaway state located in the narrow strip of land between the Dniester River and the Moldovan-Ukrainian border. Is internationally recognized as a part of Moldova. It has been recognized by only 3 other nation states. Abkhazia, Artsakh, and South Ossetia. So it's just a breakaway state? Post-Soviet frozen conflict zone. Okay, gotcha. The sun rises in 1 hour and 30 minutes over Kiev, more or less. They still think they're the USSR? Nice. What are you doing? PQ402, SQP402, what are you doing? Why is Biden yet to impose sanctions on Russia? The sanctions will cause serious political ripples. I think Biden is still just hoping Russia doesn't invade. You know? Aren't we all? Yeah. I will say, though, if the invasion is to take place, I want it to actually happen. These ongoing weeks and months of like, I'm not touching you, are frankly quite anxiety-inducing. If it is to happen at all, let it take place, because all that's going to happen right now is increasing suffering as this constant false flag manufacturing in the Donbass region destabilizes the area. Yeah, but that's exactly what Putin wants. Well, he wants to find a good pretext for war. Context, guys? Wait, what did I say that was clip-worthy? That if the invasion is to take place, it should simply happen rather than like this interminable ongoing buildup that leads to just more and more deprivation and suffering? That's not saying I hope an invasion happens. That's saying that I hope that if an invasion is inevitable, it doesn't get drawn out infinitely. It was like this for months before the Yugoslav wars broke out, yeah. Vosh wants invasion, true. Aaron Mate reply? Why would you reply to that? Pedo.help. Hold on. Chat, I need you one more time. There we go. Chat? There we go. Once more. We must never be ratioed by this man, chat. Forte 11 is heading back east? Okay. A DPR sniper destroyed a camera at Ukrainian positions. At Vosh, in the Telegram channel I'm in. Interesting. A camera which was being held by a soldier or a journalist, or a camera, like a camera mounted on a wall or something. I hate Aaron Mate's smug little smile. I do think it's funny, though, that the conservative line on me, like conservatives are so fucking terrified of me that this is like their united response. Glenn Greenwald did the exact same thing. It's the only thing they ever want to say or have to say. You know what I mean? How many times have you been called a pedophile at this point? If I was a pedophile, Aaron Mate would like that about me, so it probably wouldn't be used as an insult. It's easy mud to sling. Mythiconi, keep in mind, Aaron Mate postures himself as a journalist. So does Glenn Greenwald, okay? I think it speaks to how deeply unserious they are, that when they feel like threatened, their responses have all the social grace and posturing of like Sargon of Akkad and a burner Twitter account. You know? Yeah, journalist moment. Aaron Mate is just another thug for the Russian government. The only difference is that he does his work through extremely poorly written gray zone articles rather than like beating up protesters and insurgents in the street. That's the airport. Well, airlines. Nothing noteworthy here. Forte 11 pulled a U-turn. Wow, back in the action, huh? What the fuck are you doing, Forte 11? It's a fake out. Ooh, they're duping people. Duping people. Mid-air refuel. Maybe. It should have had enough fuel to keep going for a while. I think it was like 36 hours that it was supposed to be. Likelihood of invasion? Please stop asking me that question. Drone pilot took a pee break? Yes. From a pro-Russian Telegram channel somewhere near Donetsk. That was quite close. Seems like the video and the audio are from the same source. We had this little blur from the shockwave. I suppose that could just be video editing, but why go through the trouble? Yeah, you can hear the window rattle as well. Boy, I sure do love watching these videos where not a single fucking thing happens. You would be pissing and shitting yourself if you heard a guy... as a person who grew up in a neighborhood where whenever a car would backfire within a half-mile radius, everyone would go, oh my god, is that a gunshot? And it never was. I promise you that hearing artillery shelling a mile outside of the town you live in is actually pretty spooky. It's pretty big deal. Thank you, Rainbow Link, when you have it. Thank you very much. Private jet headed away from Moscow. The rich are getting out. Well, Moscow is not under threat. I don't think this is anyone fleeing. Oh. Okay, this isn't heading out of Moscow. This has been heading out of Moscow. Jesus. Hello. Oh, what are you doing up here? Hey! Flat Earthers, can you explain this flight path with your flat Earth model? I'm curious. Can you explain how this one works? I would love to know. They're just doing it for the memes. They're just flying in a circle for funsies. It's all fake, yeah. Part of the conspiracy, yeah. Isn't it crazy, though? It actually is crazy charting the spherical movement of a plane on an axis that you can't represent on a 2D map. Like, isn't that just kind of wild to think about? Because what we're actually seeing is this flying over, essentially over the top of the planet, that traveling north up to the edge of the world and down from is faster. It's heading to New York. Yeah, they're flying straight. This plane is flying in a straight line, but yeah. I think it's cool. Hold on, this was Rainbow was our local correspondent. So they're saying that the Ukrainians are saying a DPR sniper has destroyed a video camera. Oh, holy shit. I guess my question would be, why is there a video camera recording this video camera? This is a pretty direct shot. Maybe because they missed the first time? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It could be. Right now, I imagine that the Ukrainian armed forces have orders to be on the lookout for and to record literally any evidence of aggression, right? Like the Ukrainian government wants as much evidence on the table that Russia and Russian insurgents are aggressing. A second tweet beneath. Earlier, Petro Poroshenko transferred this and several other video cameras to the 10th Mountain Assault Brigade as part of his own PR campaign. After the rotation, they went to the 95th Brigade. Okay, it's interesting. Aaron Mate replied again. Oh man, he just can't he can't move on. I gotta fucking search through all this. The only time I've heard your name, I started for to watch when you advocate lowering the age of consent. I'm directing you to a resource that will be useful for you. Hold on. No. Not worth replying? Maybe not worth replying. Yeah, this is fine. Last one, okay? Last one. Chat, help me out. Also, he's lying right here. I've beefed with him on Twitter before, and he accused me of being anti-Semitic, I think. What was that for? His father or grandfather or something was a Holocaust survivor. But why did he say I was anti-Semitic? What was the context of that? Thank you, Neos Israel. Is roughly. Yeah. FYI, this live camera is 50 miles from where a lot of the shelling is happening. Let me see. You made a tattoo joke, I think. I don't know. Listen, folks, it's never anti-Semitic to say you fucked somebody's dad. You said you'd fuck his dad. Wait! He got mad the last time because I said I'd fuck his dad, didn't he? Wait, is this the second time? All right, well, You said love, though it's better? Yeah, okay. There you go. All right. Yeah, this is what I call moral consistency, all right? You said his dad had your name tattooed on him? Oh, that was it! I said that his dad had my name tattooed on him, and he was like, my dad was a Holocaust survivor, and the tattoo on his wrist, etc., etc., etc. Like total idpull shit. No relation, but... Alright, I don't think you can idpull this one, man. Unless he thinks it's anti-Semitic for a Gentile to love a Jew. Which, you know, I don't. Nice. Uh-huh. I don't... Oh, God. Flat Earthers, explain this. Alright, okay. Fuck, there's so many donos to go over, but I'm so tired, man. We've been streaming for like 9 hours. I'm really hungry. We have an hour and 20 minutes to go. We have an hour and 20 minutes to go before the sunrise. A sunrise in Donetsk in 45? Yeah, it doesn't rise right at the time. If they invade and make it to Kiev, I hope this statue makes it out. Well, that's a pretty sick statue. I can see, it seems like the kind of statue that a lot of, like, fascists or whatever would be into, because, like, holy shit, does it resonate with their fucking imagery, but it's also badass, like, objectively, so, you know. Yes, it does look like it's Warhammer. It literally looks like Sanguinus, okay? It literally looks like the fucking Primarch of the Blood Angels, we know. It matters to more people than you might think, Tyromaniac. Sanctions incoming? Well, we know sanctions will happen if Ukraine is invaded. Blast reported in rebel-held city as of 4 minutes ago. I'm afraid this is fake news, my friend. It's not this light there yet. Also, this is just a photo? Oh, I see. It's a photo of the area. Okay, it's not a video, I see. Blast heard in rebel-held city, okay. Whatever, man. What is this? Macron and Putin conform to push for ceasefire in Japanese Ukraine. What? In Japanese Ukraine? What? Was this some kind of strange typo or a bad translation? All right. Okay. Pick us from daytime, but these are on the border right now. Yeah. The music, man. Look at the statue of the dead of the Battle of Stalingrad. It's nice. Wow. That is a big fucking statue. Shame that it's just on a shitty hill instead of there being some kind of accompanying plateau or like a you know, like a field or something. But yeah, wow. Look, you're like the size of one toe. Jesus. Thanks, Ashtana. Ukrainian soldier in Mariupol says there's no offensive happening. This is from 10 minutes ago. Yes, this is the person we saw earlier. This is misinfo on the Mariupol front line. All has been quiet in the night. Should read over this person's Twitter. Total War Warhammer 3. I'll play it after I'm done. Here. Gotta have some food first, though. You can see sunlight in the Mariupol live feed. All right, well, if sunlight is beginning to peak over Ukraine... Oh, this person's followed by John Ossoff and Chris Hayes. He fought for Rojava too, by the way. Oh, is he based? Yeah, okay, fuck it, why not? British national, Ukrainian Marine, previously YPG. Yeah, okay. So I guess this guy just goes around fighting for freedom? Alright, fuck, dude, fuck, whatever. I gotta wonder, how do you just join? Do you just like, do you immigrate to Ukraine and you just enlist like any other person, or do you get to go up to the recruitment office and be like, okay, I'm like a special boy, all right? I'm a special boy. I'm a travel soldier, you know? Do they just show up there? I don't fucking know. Bring your own gun, yeah. Rare British Giga Chad, true. All right, if the sun is beginning to peak, then we might have time. Russian Space Force name. All right. Chat. It's been a lovely day of nervously analyzing all of the signs of military buildup as they take place. Here's my final assessment, bringing end to today. I'll read the donos at the beginning of the next stream. Here's my assessment, okay? From all the information we have presently, I'm very comfortable saying two things, okay? First, it is so unimaginably, overwhelmingly likely that Russia is going to invade Ukraine. Oh my God. The fact that it hasn't happened yet isn't really a sort of push from that point, because every second that passes is not a second in which no developments take place or in which we are brought closer to peace, but rather seconds in which Russia continues to make it more clear. You know what I mean? Like basically it's like a guy loads a gun, you know? It looks at you and says, I'm going to kill you. And you're like, oh my God, he's about to shoot me. But then after he's done loading the first gun, okay? He starts loading a second gun, still looking at you, going like, I'm going to fucking kill you. And you're like, oh my God, you know? And then he starts like fucking pulling out extra weapons and loading them subsequently. And he's like writing out like a statement on like giving credence to an alibi that he wasn't here right now. And the whole time you're like, but at no point during that process would I think it appropriate to go up to the person who's at some point in the near future going to be killed and go, dude, why were you so worried before about being killed, man? You thought he was going to kill you an hour ago, and he's just spent an hour doing nothing but assembling additional armaments with which he claims he's going to kill you. Why are you fear-mongering, you know? So I think it's going to go through. I hope that it doesn't. I hope that it doesn't go through. But I think it is going to go through. And additionally, the second thing that I know for sure is that I love you all very, very much. So I'm going to go take care of myself, by which I mean eat food, because it's good for you to do that. You all take care, be well, and I'll see you tomorrow for more of what we've done today, because I don't feel comfortable doing any other kind of stream at the moment. Oh, who are we rating? Canoe? Is Canoe streaming? Everyone is streaming? All right. Family, household, family, friend privilege. Yeah. Dashboard. Bosch dashboard. CIA button. Hit button. CIA. Do. All right. I love you guys very much. You're beautiful, beautiful people. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?